No more introductions are in order, just pure chaos and firepower. You think you've had a glimpse of how tough the competition is out here, but I'm telling you, you have absolutely no idea what's coming your way. Philippines, get ready, because here it is, day number 3 of VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
another one. And there you go, Kuya Yowie. They're stopping this man with the blades. And it's 2 already going down to the ground. Great, look at this reflection, Reno. Thinking it, he's just gonna go for it. And Nadeflick crawls his way to the clutch.
You guys, I know I said no introductions are in order, but I meant that for the teams because here on the panel, it's our first day seeing them here on the regular season. Allow me to introduce you guys to the lovely panel that we have here. I am Likeable, your host, and of course, right beside me, you know, everybody knows him. He's the Relentless KOL/panelist/caster Fluffy02. And of course, we've got Riku, one of the freshest faced here on the talent rotation that we have. Riku, I have to ask you now, because I've been with Fluffy since last year. I need to know what your thoughts are, especially now that, you know, with the whole setting or with all of the teams that are competing in the VCT roster. Ooh. I think Riku kind of left her voice in the multiverse. Riku, why don't you say that again? Okay, Fluffy, take the lead on this one in the meantime.
Well, speechless is one way to put it. I think that the teams are very, very interesting. As a whole, I think compared to what we've seen previously in previous VCTs, here in the PH especially, the competition has a lot of new blood in it, which we'll see later on today. And it gives a chance, I think, for a lot of these proving grounds teams to really just prove themselves and be that relentless factor and really show what they can do in the Tier 2 scene.
Oh, I love how you said that. And it is an improvement. We've seen a lot of these players as well switch it up, not only in the team composition, but of course in the roles that they portray. And it's just, I guess in a sense, a breath of fresh air. Oh, by the way, for those of you guys who are watching over at the Tagalog broadcast, I know it's also kind of new, but I try to adapt as best as I can. Yesterday and the day before, we have a lot of Tagalog panelists here on the show, but we'll try to balance it out. Diba, guys? Diba?
Oo naman. Tama yan.
Taglish. That's how we like it.
Naman.
Now, we did give you guys a glimpse of what to expect or what our expectations are for these teams. But why don't we actually take a step back and look at what happened from the yesterday matches wherein we met a lot of these teams that came from the open qualifiers. Watch this.
As Blurred has already heard or potentially sensed, there could be 3 players here right on the dot. The double swing that has to be timed perfectly, otherwise they align! And that's exactly what I was worried about. But Blurred, he still manages to escape. Now he's feeling it. He could potentially go for an overheat play here. He has the blades out. He's threatening. He wants that big 4K, but second love. He survives and Micro saves the life of Blurred.
Well, we're gonna have to find out and see for ourselves. Look at how much delay GameLabs have here, though. V-Black finding one, but that stinger is gonna really hurt up close. A thorn in their side many times on over. Dodge is there at the fault line, but doesn't check the corner and chase. He's found himself a 4K with Owen closing up the round.
If they can continue on as GameLab.Alpha aggressive on the defense, Polex and Owen already surprising the opposition. The spike is just barely in reach here for GameLab.Alpha, and yet again, Owen with another one. Asta fighting on back. Boogie still with a takedown. Asta's there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here! Put an asterisk to the approach.
Blurred was already prepared to go in for this fight. Now hold on, as Walk on Water Well, of course, the lethality of his operator cannot be underappreciated as he spots out one, even though they were clearing things up. Where did Blur get shut down from? Was he trying to be cheeky somewhere else as he tries to updraft? I don't know. Micro's been shut. And again, the Puggers speciality. What? No way Yanagi doesn't hit that shot. He just drops down, falls to Ninitubs, and Walk on Water shrugs it off.
Operator, not the easiest thing to do in the world, especially in a close range encounter like this, but don't ever count out Blurred. He's going to be as sharp as attack as the Puggers are going to overwhelm the site eventually. Now, Action PH is going to be a 2v3 retake. They're going to come from the opposite sides of the site. Yanagi's prepping a flash here. They are going to have to take into account that one of them could potentially be in market, but everybody is stacked towards the site here. Now Walk on Water has a shiny new toy, and he is going to show it off to Kevzi as Yanagi gets a freebie. Reduces it to a 1v1. Reduces it to a 1v1. None. Yanagi stealing it away.
We've seen the amazing shots from Blurred. We've seen the firepower that Abaddon, Abyss, as well as GameLab.Alpha has had to offer. And all of that, hindi naman natin yan makakamit if it weren't for the help of our sponsors for making this event possible. So again, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude, our deepest gratitude to Riot Games and Mineski Philippines for making this event possible.
We would also like to say thank you for our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
And of course, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
There you guys have it. Thank you so much, of course, to our sponsors. Iniiwasan ko talagang mag-English as much as possible, pero mahirap. Pero you know what, guys? The beauty is, meron tayong options dito sa ating broadcast. We have a Tagalog broadcast and we have an English broadcast. Here are the links. You guys can check us out over on Twitch, YouTube, and of course on Facebook. That's twitch.tv Valorant PH, YouTube, Valorant Esports PH, as well as for Facebook and on YouTube. So whatever language you guys prefer, you guys know where to find us. Ayun, pero dito talaga sa panel, I will try to spice things up para mapuwersa natin yung Filipino blood dito sa ating mga panel. So sanay na sanay sa English language.
Sige!
Now, sige! Gusto ko energy. Sige! Okay, so for the upcoming match schedule, ready na ba kayong makita itong mga maglalaban today? Kasi ako, based sa mga nakita ko from the first 2 days, hindi ko na rin alam kung anong direction papunta to, because both of these teams have had the firepower really brought out about them. Parang at this point, you can't really say na, okay, new team to, ibig sabihin, hindi nila kayang makipag-compete sa mga veterans natin dito. Am I right?
Yeah, oo nga eh. Kasi kung titingnan natin yung previous days from 1 and 2, itong score, as we can see, napaka-importante to para sa Puggers and Abaddon tsaka kay Sky kasi hindi pa sila nakaka-score ng point throughout the weekend. So napaka-importante to as we remember the format. It's single round robin and only 6 teams will proceed to the playoffs. So as much as possible, you want to get those scores in, especially na alam natin yung matchup today. Kumbaga, compared to the rest of the matchups or the future matchups, ito yung isa sa mga doable matches to get that score, to get that win into the board.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the matches that is going out today, I think that's a very good point. A lot of these teams, you know, they have the opportunity, I mean, to score their first points here on the VCT stage. And for our first game, we can see it's going to be Puggers versus Abaddon Esports. And for game 2 later on today, it will be GameLab against Sky Empire. I think for the first game especially, it's going to be very interesting because both of these teams come from that proving ground setting. They come from the open qualifiers, but they haven't actually faced each other yet.
Proving ground sounds familiar, Fluffy, especially since I am a fan of the community tournaments that you have had in the past. I mean, I was a host there too, so not to be biased or anything, but I did enjoy my time there. Anyway, I think that brings us to the first years of the day. We already saw the schedule, which only means one thing. Excited na tayong makita at pag-usapan etong mga teams na to. So, guys, ito kasi, kinakabahan akong i-introduce tong teams na to kasi, in a sense, may expectations sa tayo. And yung unang team kasi na i-introduce natin, I was really impressed with their open qualifiers run. So I'm hoping this time around they don't let me down. Kahapon, grabe yung laban nila, pero this time around, I hope that they step it up even more. Here they are, it's Puggers.
And of course, we've got Puggers over here. When we were doing our caster discussions, tinawag silang, ranked demons. Kasi napaka-clear ng kanilang trajectory and their journey. They're amazing players, played the ladder, makaabot ng Radiant, joined community tournaments, and then nandito sila ngayon, forming a team to join VCT Challengers. And out of 79 na nagkapag-register, they are 1 out of the 4 that qualified for the regular season. So napaka-big deal to because VCT is like a healthy and competitive tournament, and getting here is already an achievement. And now their goal is syempre makaabot ng top 6 to move to the playoffs. And just as we said, this is a very clear trajectory for them to basically journey.
What do you think is their team style now na nakita na natin yung ilan sa mga matches nila, Riku?
Okay, kasi when we observe them from the open qualifiers up until their matches this weekend, parang napaka-slow and controlled team yung approach ng kanilang playstyle. And they're the type of team that won't hesitate to wait until the last 20 or 30 seconds to strike if ever they want to retake or if ever they want to attack and commit to a certain site. Pero ang napapansin ko, they struggle a little bit sa comparison to the other teams, hindi sila ganun ka-proficient when it comes to taking space aggressively from the get-go. I feel like they tend to lose more gunfights if they press that go switch immediately as soon as the barriers fall down. So I feel like they really have to stick to that slow, calculated, and trying to get more info before they can commit to a certain strategy.
Yeah, one of the things that this team really has to, I think, really master is playing that slow strategy. They have that ranked demon aim. They have the potential to really become a great team. But because they're relatively new, we saw even yesterday on their series versus, I think, APH, how a more experienced team was able to expose a lot of these flaws. So moving on to today's series, if they can still contain that firepower but apply a bit more of that structure, I think it could be a very great run for them. And hopefully, they score their first point this VCT.
Actually, ang ganda ng pagkasabi nyo kasi this was the exact same observation that I had on yesterday's panel nung natapos yung series nila na meron silang mga eco rounds na nung una parang sige sugod lang eco. Pero later on in the series, medyo nag-slow down sila. They were really trying to get value out of the sheriffs that they had. And I think moving forward, tama talaga kayo na dapat ganun pa rin yung i-apply nila. Pero yan ang magiging problema naman netong kabilang team na makakalaban nila. If we're talking about firepower, these guys displayed as much. Ang problema na lang nung huli because they had such long games yesterday against GameLab.Alpha, medyo siguro nagkulang na lang sa endurance. But maybe this time around, natutunan na nila, nakita na nila yung mistakes nila at they will do better this time. So, get ready, get set for Puggers kasi ang makakalaban nila ay walang iba kundi ang Abaddon Abyss.
Perfect. And here we have it. We have Abaddon Abyss, a very interesting team. They came all the way from the open qualifiers, but learning from your mistakes is something we talked about in the previous team, but for Abaddon Abyss, they have applied that philosophy. They lost their first ever game on the open qualities, but ever since then, they have won every game that they needed to, every single map, all the way just to get here. But the moment that they've faced a more experienced team, they have really shown, I think, a lot of their weaknesses, but hopefully they come back stronger now. They have amazing players like Asta, Exotic, Vanta Black, Rabobs, and Slatham, some of which, like Exotic, you might remember back in that LFO team that we had last year. Vanta Black also is one of the more experienced players that we see in a lot of these tournaments and up and coming. So this is a team not only with the potential, but honestly with some experience that backs it up.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Fluffy. And I mean, when we look at their journey from open qualifiers, it was a bit, what do you call, on the edge, because immediately on their first game sa open qualis, bumaba sila. They lost their first game and they ended up in the lower bracket. So they basically, again, it's a journey that they had to take na parang medyo suspense kasi they only had one life left after losing the first match. So it took a lot for them to enter the regular season.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there kasi nga yung journey nila. But it's this type of journey that actually really proves to our audience na you can be relentless. Diba, Fluffy? Relentless. That's your favorite word right now.
Every day.
Every day.
My goodness. Pero ito nga what are some tendencies that Abaddon Abyss should look out for though?
I think that for Abaddon Abyss, what they should look at least for themselves, if we're going introspective, is they need to work on a bunch of timing things. They always tend to slow down the game because they play a more structured and safe game, at least in comparison to Puggers. And they know how to respond to things, but when you kind of draw it out for too long, they don't have that much experience compared to teams that have been put together for so long that they make the correct decision all the time. Sometimes a little too early, a little too late, and that's something that I think just comes with playing a lot of games. And they have played all those games. Like Riku said, they have that one life left in them, and the Cinderella dream that's basically keeping them alive is what brought them here. So they do have the drive. They know what it feels like to have their back against the wall. But, it is the first week. There's a little less pressure, I would say, but every match does count. So hopefully they bring in their all this game.
You're absolutely right. Every match does count. Rico, I gotta ask you, do you believe that these guys are the dark horses, or is it gonna be Puggers this time around?
Oh, I think it's gonna be Puggers. I love the way that they play. I love how they stick to their guns and fixate on just trying to buy time and play it more safe and then commit after considering all of the factors on this map. Okay, we got intel. This is the best decision. This is the best strategy for this round. And I like that kind of play style. I enjoy watching Puggers every single time they're on broadcast.
Yeah, I totally get that. Now we are going to be seeing which players we're going to be featuring in this discussion because these guys are goated, all of them. Every single one of the players here on VCT are just fantastic, but there has to be a moment of discussion wherein we feature a couple of players and kind of compare how much of an impact they are for the rest of these teams. So, Rico, I gotta ask you again. Blixerino versus V Black in this head-to-head. What are your thoughts on them?
Yo, I love Blixerino on Puggers because every single time, both of these players are controllers, but I feel like Blixerino is sort of like that second fragger of the team. I feel like he's also the win condition ng Team Puggers here. Kasi especially you can see him do clutches on either, on trying to retake sites here and there. Pag solo siya, he can still make plays. So I feel like it's very, very important. The longer he survives, the better chances Puggers win a round. So that's exactly why. Both utility, but also provides the frags for the team.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that point. For Vanta Black, I've always seen him as the type of player that plays the safer game. And personally, I think I, maybe as an analyst background, just lean towards that more. It provides more support for your team, but it really also shows, I think, these two players, the identity of their own teams. They kind of represent that. You have Blixerino on that team that has the firepower and explosive aim, and you have Vanta Black there on that slightly more experienced, still as powerful, but also a bit more, less risk and more rewards in them.
Yeah, I really like
Yeah.
the contrast between the two. Like they're both controllers, but they have very varying play styles and roles that they need to play for the team in order for them to win. There's Blixerino who needs to not only provide utility but be more aggressive using that utility and frag for the team. Meanwhile, as Fluffy mentioned, Black on the other hand just will sit at the back, provide the ultimate support for the team.
Yes, that's the thing. These two people rather, are very good at supporting their teams. Now, I have a question that's kind of outside of the spectrum of these two teams because I'm a little bit curious. There has been a trend wherein a lot of the duelist players, I know it's taking a step back from the support roles, but that's the thing. Duelist players, for example, like Kelly asked, that are stepping down and being more of a support role. So how is that more of a trend nowadays, Fluffy? What do you think is going through these teams that is starting to happen, especially at this caliber of gameplay?
Well, for me, I think that in the current scene, as we see more of the experienced players move on to things like franchising the tier 1 scene and other players going for, I think, different opportunities, it allows the local teams to really find new blood, new talent. But with that comes with the risk where they don't have the experience. So it forces the players that have some kind of veteran experience. Let's just use Kelly as an example, right? That guy went to APAC, he made it a great run in VCT, and he's the type of player that, when you look at the team as a whole, becomes one of the more experienced players. So yeah, since he has that mindset, he can now shift to that more veteran role in the team and allow someone else to do that part of the lifting.
Yeah, that's true. It's like, okay, the more experience, the more mechanical prowess when it comes to gunfights, and use him as an anchor and then let the rest follow through, be the support, provide the utility for these frags to happen. So it's a really nice structure to have, and it's very solid to think about too.
Okay, I love how you guys phrase that, because that was something that I was thinking about it, like, okay, you have somebody that's very mechanically skilled, but why put him on secondary? And that gives a lot of context, especially with other players like stepping down in the more captain or like IGL role rather. So I totally get that now. Thank you so much for the explanation. Now let's talk about the rosters that we have here on our deck. We have Abaddon Abyss that is very flexible in terms of roles, which I find astounding because not every team is able to do this. We have some teams here that are kind of rigid. They have set roles fixed on all of their players. But this team, as well as, Puggers has that sense of flexibility, although there's more structure, as you guys said earlier. So, Rico, I am curious how this is going to play out. Do you think that Abaddon Abyss should continue this flexibility and role that they have right now?
I think flexibility also calls for unpredictability. Remember, Puggers is a slow and controlled team that likes to read what you're gonna do before they do an action. So for Abaddon Abyss, if they have that flexibility, at least nag-minus point ka na dun sa, kumbaga na, to keep Puggers in their toes, to keep them thinking. And I think that could potentially be a strength in this upcoming series.
Yeah, strength is something that I think it innately should be. The ability for a player to be able to flex. I think any player at this level can play any role, but not every player can play it properly. If you don't really master not only just the utility, but your positioning, playstyles, habits, things, even just experience from playing the position, it can potentially become a weakness. But yeah, I think that overall, it also gives you an advantage moving into just any game or any series, knowing that, they might be able to play this comp, that comp, and it just also expands your map pool. The diversity overall is just a strength.
Okay. So here's the thing, Fluffy. Since we were talking about, you mentioned map pools already, and I got a little bit distracted. I apologize. But I was actually thinking about the Puggers match versus APH yesterday, and where you guys reiterated that there were certain mistakes that there were being done. On the side of Abaddon Abyss, though, what is something that Puggers should be wary of? Because we already know that Action PH is very strong as a team. They're veterans in the scene, and they have a lot of resources backing them up. So, what should Puggers be wary of in terms of Abaddon Abyss?
Well, I think is it Puggers to Abaddon Abyss?
Abaddon Abyss to Puggers.
So for them, I think their biggest threats would be if they can shut down Blixerino from doing anything more than his role. As a controller, you kind of want him to just do controller things and just smoke and etc. But if he's able to join the fight a bit too early, or if he still has util, it's a problem that you might run into later on the rounds. But aside from him, which we've talked about a lot already, we have Walk on Water, which has been the duelist that they played in their match against APH, and he, I think, did a phenomenal job on the entry and had a high impact as well. So those are the two that I think they really have to watch out for.
I'm actually shivering. When I remember the gameplay, especially by Walk on Water during the open qualifiers, I remember how consistent this person is, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it's all gonna play out as we move over to our map selection. I have zero expectations. Well, maybe not zero. I'm expecting an Icebox, especially since I would say that that's one of Abaddon Abyss's best maps. But what do you think, Rico? Is there any map that you're hoping to see this time?
I think I agree with you. Like, for example, I remember it was Dad Femina who mentioned this yesterday. Sinabi niya na, Icebox for the Filipinos is like the new Ascent. So a lot of the teams are very proficient with the Icebox. And as we can see at the record, like Puggers, when they went up against Action PH, it is quite close. And for Abaddon Abyss, they went overtime and they won that against GameLab.Alpha yesterday. So I feel like Icebox, the very first game, sobrang importante nito for both teams to get that momentum within the series. Kasi remember, it's a BO3 and both of these teams don't have points yet on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, sinasabi natin na, okay, yes, sure, it is just the first week of the regular season, pero it's a single round robin. So every single map will count.
Yeah, I think on the main broadcast, we haven't even seen ABBA play as they lock in Pearl for their first map. Very interesting map. It leverages a lot of the strengths of the individual player rather than the team, but it also allows that slow-paced gameplay to really approach the situation. But speaking of ABBA, I personally hope that Puggers won't select a map like, or might select a map like Bind, or I guess they're going for Icebox. But I was saying Bind because it's a map they played and Abaddon Abyss did play well yesterday, so maybe they're going to move that to a ban. Icebox is going to be the second map that will be locked in for today. And as Rico mentioned, it's kind of the Ascent of the Philippines new era right now. Everyone knows how to play it. Another map which has a lot of individual aim that is required. Like, it's one of those maps that has so many 1v1 angles, you really need to win your duels.
Yeah, it's definitely incredibly important because usually we see Icebox as one of the first maps, pero it's gonna be the second map here. And meanwhile, Haven being vetoed here, considering the fact that Abaddon Abyss unfortunately didn't have the best performance, at least against GameLab.Alpha. So curious to see kung ano ngayon yung last decider map for game 3. Kasi if we look at the performance in the Puggers against Action PH, they didn't do well on Ascent as well. So potentially this could be our last map.
I think on the side of Abaddon Abyss, the fact that we're opening Ascent over here, they must have studied Ascent, the Ascent game between Puggers and APH yesterday. I'm a little bit worried on the side of Puggers, but do you think, Fluffy, that we will be reaching game number 3 here?
I think that these two teams actually are very familiar with Icebox, and I wouldn't be surprised if whoever wins Pearl just takes the series straight up.
Ooh.
If they do move on to Ascent, because ABBA does get that defense pick, they will have somewhat of advantage, because even though Ascent is very slow and defaulty as a whole, it's easier normally to react to things rather than to risk things by setting it up on the attack. So I think if it goes the distance, ABBA will take it, but it's anyone's game on the first map.
Rico, I need to know your thoughts on this as well, because I'm leaning toward... I agree with Fluffy. Whoever wins the first map probably is going to be victorious, but I want to know if you feel the same way.
Me too! I agree with you because honestly, it feels very even when it comes to the second map, which is Icebox. So Pearl will definitely set that tone, that foundation. And especially, nakita natin yung performance ni Puggers last time against Action PH on Ascent. It wasn't an impressive showing. So kung Puggers fan ka, of course you want them to win the Pearl map and not reach Ascent.
Okay, slight segue over here. Alam ko pare-pareho naman tayo nag-stream on Twitch. Is it just me? Every time I hear the word Puggers, I think of Poggers.
Puggers!
I've been in my head like the whole time. I'm not gonna lie.
Just the elephant in the room. Di ko na kayang tiisin. Poggers. Even though I know Puggers, if you guys win this series, I'm gonna call you guys poggers for the rest of the day. Anyway, we're going to the non-poggers part of the panel, which is our panel predictions. I am gonna start off because, Rico is new here and Fluffy is a very relentless person, very special. So I'll be the first blood for today. I'm gonna go with Puggers. Puggers,
Wow.
indeed.
Well, even
Well,
though that's a Poggers answer, I think I'm going to go the other way and stick with Abaddon Abyss. I think this team really has shown that relentless factor, which we love so much in the panel. And, they got kind of slowed down a bit in their first game here on the main stage, but I think that they have a very good chance against this team, especially if they master that Pearl map.
okay. So I'm like the tiebreaker kind of. Not really
Yeah.
tiebreaker.
Yes,
No
you
pressure.
are.
Yes, I am. Okay. I'm going for. It's not obvious yet. Puggers. I'm going for Puggers. It's due to the fact that I'm a big fan of how they play, the slow and controlled play style. Plus, I'm a Blixerino fan. He's just so fun to play. Not fun to play, fun to watch on broadcast. Especially when he's on Astro or on Viper. It's just really, really good. Especially when we watch him back in some of the community tournaments here in the Valorant community scene. So, Puggers.
I'm not
Poggers.
saying that the community tournament, one of the community tournaments that you're referring to is Vic's community tournament. Totally not promoting that, but yeah, I get what you're going at. But there you guys have it, rather. Na-lock in na namin yung sagot namin. Kita nyo, nauubos talaga yung Tagalog ko pagkasama tong dalawang to. But with that said, ready na tayong magsimula dito sa mga labanan. This has been Likeable, Fluffy02, and Rico on the panel. We'll see you guys later, but for now, casters, it's all yours.
Well, that was quick. It's the final day of the first week, man, and it's the first chance of redemption for our squads that are facing off today. But first things first, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Another day, another set of matches here at VCTPH. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and come on, we're gonna get some young guns yet again doing battle, but only one can get to the 1-1 record after this one. It's Abaddon Abyss versus the Puggers.
Yeah, you touched upon it, Dax. We're starting our Sunday here today with some great Valorant action and two teams who we've seen kind of falter yesterday trying to get their shot at redemption here today against each other. But I think this matchup's going to be a quite interesting one. We saw our map Veto a while ago kind of be askew to, I think, for us both having the same opinions, one side over the other, and I'm curious to see how things will play out.
Look, I'm just gonna say it outright. For me, after seeing some of perhaps the bans that we've had in the open qualifiers, some of the games recently, I do feel like overall this can go Abaddon Abyss's way in terms of a 3-map set. You look at how Puggers played on Ascent, they really struggle if they go down the line, and in the meantime, the Icebox being picked up by Puggers, Abaddon Abyss was impressive in their matchup against GameLab.Alpha. So really, Pearl has to be a must-win scenario right now for the Puggers, and it really just goes to show in this whole, I'd say, set, in this whole regular season, there's a lot of things going on, not just in the game, right? Those map drafts, the research, all of that will play a factor to see who's going to get the better battleground in each and every matchup.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the opening maps for either side, right? You look at Icebox to start things off, and we haven't really seen a positive win coming in from Abaddon Abyss when it comes to Icebox, rather on Pearl, when it comes to starting on Pearl. Icebox, I think, is pretty skewed towards their favor, but Pearl, that's a curious one. We haven't seen them be able to, at least officially, be able to win a map on that recorded. And you go on over to the last map of this series, potentially, which will be Ascent, if we ever get to that third map, and we haven't really seen great results either, at least compared to during yesterday, from that, Puggers squad versus Action PH. One could argue maybe different competition will bear them different results on those same maps, but it's still not a good case to be reliant on. I'm looking here now to see if Puggers are going to be able to at least give a bit more of a competitive showing, because Abaddon Abyss at least were able to extend it to 3 maps yesterday, but we all obviously saw how Action PH were playing pretty well yesterday as well. So maybe for Puggers, today will be the final day that they, or at least the start, where they finally wake on up.
Yeah, we'll see the competition as we get into Agent Select. And it's a curious case that you mentioned. Pearl being picked up by Abaddon Abyss. They're going to need something a little bit different from what they ran in their history. And in the meantime, I think for Puggers, they haven't really seen conflict in it as of yet. So it's going to be a completely new outing for both Abaddon Abyss and Puggers this time around. You can see it here, though. It's the Phoenix being picked up by the attackers. Exotic feeling it after such a strong performance against GameLab.Alpha yesterday. He's ready to go at it yet again. Asta on the starting roster this time around. You got Rabab's the one actually moving over to that Sage, which is quite a curious case. But on the other side, I think for Puggers, it's pretty much tried and tested. You put Walk on Water on that Jet and you expect results.
Well, his name is Walk on Water, and he definitely is seeming to deliver miracles time and time again here for this squad, but they're gonna need a bit more than that, Dax, for Pearl. You're looking here at Puggers, a squad that historically, at least statistically especially, you look at Pearl and no real recorded game, so this could be a big surprise if you are Abaddon Abyss. But we saw Abaddon Abyss players there like Exotic, as you talked about, just absolutely standout performer when it comes to the clash, when it comes to the mosh pit of everything on happening. I just want to see this time around, Puggers, welcome to the VCT, yes, but can they actually stand up to the competition? We've got some exemplary players on that side, but it's going to take teamwork to make things happen.
Yeah, this competition is going to be defined by 2 things right now: endurance and maturity. And we saw, honestly, holes in those aspects for both these squads in their games yesterday. Abaddon Abyss really losing steam, especially once we got into Haven. It does feel like that was not really the most comfortable pick for them, and they were exploited by it by GameLab.Alpha. In the meantime, for Puggers, it was a great start on Icebox. They looked to be able to take that map, but Action PH, they're able to take it away. And once we got into Ascent, you could see that the fundamentals, they mostly fell apart there for the Puggers. So it really is just trying to reel it back, get back into the game, and get back into the proper headspace. But lo and behold, Pearl is the first space we're going to be playing on, and I'm honestly excited for this because now we're gonna see what Abaddon Abyss especially is trying to run this time around. This is their map pick. Puggers, they will not disappoint though by answering with the Astra composition as well. Double initiator though, we've seen this quite a lot from other squads in terms of, well, the VCT scene all around the globe. But then again, this is one thing I'm curious about. They're running that Fade over something like the Sova. And while Fade is good at clearing out angles here on Pearl, you still have to respect Asta on that Killjoy. And if you don't run the Sova, which has been popularized by Killjoy coming up into the meta, then how do you even deal with it down the line?
Well, we're going to have to find some way as we go into map number 1 of this opening series of the day. Puggers versus Abaddon Abyss. The arc position here looks to be the first point of contact as Rababs is able to find Ninitup. Exotic, he's on a pretty hot-handed agent to try and make this entry very quick, and they want to take the site immediately. Blixarino still within that site in the pit. We saw his effectivity on these rat positions yesterday versus Action PH, but can he come out with value from this position right now versus Abaddon?
Yeah, from Dugout, he moves over to Secret, reconvenes with Chongi at the very least. But Abaddon Abyss, that mid-control, I love the heavy-handed approach because you're running against double initiator. You expect them to try and garner that intel. Why not take away that space from them? Slorb also gonna get tossed. Sladam already with a takedown to Walk on Water, and here comes Abaddon Abyss yet again, making a masterpiece from the art angles. Well, it's Abba now with the first round and convincingly done to start things off with.
Yeah, just completely running on over there, the defense on their own retake. So, Abaddon Abyss, pretty good opening start for them. I mean, it is the attacker's side, which you would favor on this map, and their composition would suggest the same case to be true. They do have the Sage, which is, I think, a pretty good change-up compared to what the Puggers have got. In this case, they've got the KO, which can be also quite effective, but I do feel like Sage here on this map gives you so much value, even more so than most. There's a lot that can be done with it, and we could see feeling the full effects of it later on.
And I completely agree with you. Not only that because of the map, but it does feel like Abaddon Abyss are Sage enjoyers. They love to run that rotation on Icebox, on Bind, and here comes Asta right now, getting to, at the very least, punctuation towards the shops as we move now towards that B side. Second life though, burning, but he will not fall until Rababs find him, and Rababs also getting 2 for his troubles as we're watching the scenery. It's Blix Arena now, walking these streets, but he's all alone. Not the best time to try and fight. He has picked up a Bulldog, the barrier orb set up in his path. Now, Abaddon Abyss knows exactly where their last opponent is. They need to be careful in this range, and Exotic, well, doesn't even need to care. Gets that takedown. Abaddon Abyss now making it 2.
Quick and easy, no real problem there for Abaddon Abyss. At least the Puggers were able to make some damage be dealt towards this Abaddon squad, but Rabat's got his res already, and we're coming into round 3, so this could be where they make their bonus even more than what it could be. Puggers right now on the rifle round. I want to see what their game plan is here, because we saw some shades of an idea try to be, I guess, done yesterday versus Action, but it never really came to fruition whenever they tried something. An aggressive play all the way shut down, more passive play abused, and I want to see the Puggers as they're pushing on now here towards A main, for example. How do they perform in these? Well, Walk on Water finds an opening on Exotic. The follow-up doesn't connect.
Feels like that aim punch hurting Walk on Water as he tried to control the spray. Now the res is there, but Blix Arena is also going to be prepared. Slalom wasn't ready to actually cover that. Instead, Prowler comes into the wall, but Blix Arena can't get the takedown. Too much pressure, too many numbers, and Abaddon Abyss able to exploit that weakness. Now then, they're the pickoffs, but they don't have the spike as of yet. They're trying to pull the rotations towards the A side. Asta also very cheeky. We've seen this quite a lot from Abaddon Abyss. Players like VBlack, players like Sladom, able to get in behind enemy lines, but Asta also trying to play Infiltrator as Abaddon Abyss moves towards this B site here.
For the safe rotate instead. B-side planted, have the man advantage, and have everything going their way, especially with VBlack finding that one. Turns Chongi's screen black in this case. Got the star prepped just to make it even more difficult for Ninitups to get up close. He does find the pick off, but still, 4v2 could be quite difficult on this retake. As Asta finds a catch from the rotate, it's all on the second love. He's gonna need a second life here because he's all alone.
At least maybe a second hand to help him, but unfortunately, there are 3 looking to punch him in the guts. See him. There you go. Sucker punch and a bonus win. Abaddon Abyss getting a 3-0 scoreline. It does seem like there is a plan right now. There is a pick of Pearl for good reason.
Well, there were ideas here. Once again, see, this is what I was already talking about at the start of the round, right? They have some ideas that could work on out. Just the execution of it doesn't come into fruition the best way that you want to see, especially for a team like this. So they push on forward from that A main. They get the pick. They look for more, and they find themselves getting traded out. And the man advantage equalized 5v3. Abaddon Abyss doing really well here on their attacking side. Many rounds as they can garner is going to help them out in the second half when they're in a more desperate state.
We'll see though, but if Abaddon Abyss moves over to that second half, they have that Sage, they have that Killjoy, even have the Astra, so many defensive tools. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just have some strong anchors in the future. As Puggers now, not the best situation here. Sheriffs all around. I am a little bit concerned though for Puggers as a whole from what we've seen. I believe yesterday, that aggression against Action PH was a surprise factor, and they do love to run those defaults, but when they're more predictable, that's where they just fall apart against these teams in the top leagues of the VCTPH scene. And the case in point, 2 now down. Chonky though, able to fight on back. Ninitups trying to play from heaven. And at the very least,
enemy remaining
there by VBlack. Second one here, just ultimate darkness from a man who's able to call these shots for Abaddon Abyss. 3 in a row for the Astra, and it's 4 in a row for Abaddon Abyss.
Yeah, no real issue getting that round in the bag here for Abaddon Abyss. They've got the Cosmic Divide to utilize as well, moving forward into this round. And whenever you can... Sometimes it's not about having ultimates up every round. A lot of times it's about having ultimates up on the rounds that you needed to be online to snowball, because every other round's probably an eco if you're winning everything. So in that case, Abaddon Abyss, they've got some high impact ones to throw out. Slatham as well, very close to his Nightfall. So are the rest of Puggers, so it's early mid control. Get value out of that, but we know a lot of times that when mid control is seized by the defenders, like this case, that's a great pick from Second Love. It allows the attackers to try and circumvent things through main instead. Abaddon Abyss, you're being kept at bay here really smartly by Puggers.
Well, the Nightfall is going to be at least a way to try and go for the bunker bust. David though in the way. The Puggers a while ago getting that first pickoff enabled by their intel composition. But they still need to be careful because of that arts stand. Sladom though finding it up still unkillable as of now. There's the plans beyond the Cosmic Defy, but Rabab's able to peer through the wall and still see with Serena as he tries to crawl on forward. Heavy backside control right now for Abaddon Abyss. They have taken Secret away from Puggers basically and walk on water. He's walking on glass shards, trying to not make any noise whatsoever. Peeks on that, finds Exotic at the very least. They still need to clear main though, and V-Black finally will fall. 2v2. Sladom and Rababs taking an angle apiece. And his walk on water found out and taken on down. No one can just take down Sladom whatsoever, and no one can stop Abaddon Abyss right now.
You know, the problem here is that he's walk on water, but we're technically under the water. So how's that pan out? And Pearl. Abaddon.
You're not wrong. He's usually on top. It doesn't work the other way.
It doesn't work when you're under it, so I don't know how. Maybe float on water is going to be better because they have to float along this stream. Abaddon Abyss are taking them on for a ride, Dax. It's just... You see how they're really on their wits here, Abaddon Abyss. They know they won't have proper B main control due to that lockdown, nor art control, so they plan for CT and push towards that spawn side instead, giving them a much more effective post plant in that round.
Look, just to finish off that line of thought, it's a sinking feeling here for the Puggers right now, and well, the scoreline unfortunately hurting them more and more so. Here we go now, the run it back finally online. The curious case of Exotic trying to get there in the first place. Was slowed down by the after utility, but speaking of Astros, it's V-Black yet again. Looks in the mirror, shatters it, gets that takedown. Yet again, the takedowns are all in favor of Abaddon Abyss. Darkness envelops now. Really the momentum here of the Puggers. Walk on water, he's drowning here. And while he does get V-Black, he still needs to keep an eye out on Exotic there towards the side. 6-0. Completely different first half here for Abaddon Abyss compared to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, well, this is their map pick, so they must have learned something coming from that game yesterday versus GameLabs. Still, it was a pretty decent performance, all things considered, from what we did see, even though it didn't turn out in the end, at least rather versus the Sangren Rebel Dragons. But Abaddon Abyss right now, I mean, this is frankly kind of the result that I was more so expecting, because I was just a bit more impressed with Abaddon Abyss were able to start with yesterday, but we did see that endurance become a problem as the series progressed down the line, and that's something that the Puggers haven't been tested with yet, so you have no real information in that case. But Abaddon Abyss, if they can win this map, then they have real good potential of closing it out 2-0. Otherwise, things could extend further.
Look, if it's a problem with endurance, why not finish off the series quickly? Seems like that's the approach Abaddon Abyss has, but as the approach from Sladom comes, he finally falls to the hand of Walk on Water, the operator, the ultimate sign of control, and exactly the playstyle Puggers wants to bring out here. 3 takedowns now all across the map. Stellar hold this time around. Rababs will finally get that kill onto Ninitub's Chongi, though still here by the middle. Rababs fighting back with Battle Sage, going for the resurrection. Spots out Walk on Water. The operator, though, doesn't get the shots. And because of the slow orb, he can't repeat that. It does feel like it's suffocating here for Abaddon Abyss, but look at Rababs go. He punches a hole towards the spawn. They still need to be careful because Walk on Water is already rotating alongside Second Love. It's all about the catch here. But Abaddon Abyss able to make their way towards the side.
Left.
Just enough time to make something happen and be secure and safe about it too. They're planting once again for that backside control. They know this is their best chance. The alarm bot has given away where Walk on Water scripts formerly is. Now they know that they have at least a good position to try and get this plant off.
Rababs impressing here for recovery, and this is going to be the biggest secret ever towards Flowers now. Perhaps potential for Abaddon Abyss to bloom. There is a turtle towards the corner, but it is covered by the wall. Walk on Water now with the takedown. Astel's still stuck here as he stands. and Walk on Water this time able to float on. A miracle for the Puggers, but the first round they have been looking for has finally been attained.
That could have totally went their way here, Abaddon Abyss, but good recovery from Puggers, all things considered. This is one of those times where sometimes you'll see a team call a timeout in this situation just so that they can pause and continue, rather talk about what they can do to continue what worked in that previous round. B-Link push, shut down, no real problem in that case. It more came down to how the punch through, as you said. You're able to punch through a hole there, Abaddon Abyss and Asta. Those kind of moments are the dangerous ones that we have yet to really see Puggers be able to best, especially yesterday versus Action. So, good recovery in that round. More importantly, they keep the operator, which is a big thing.
Yeah, at the very least, Walk on Water still able to be that commanding presence. And a 0 point stopping Abaddon Abyss immediately. So he's like, oh wait, I got curveball. Now I do, and it's trying to lob it towards his B site. Not only that though, there we go with the Cosmic Divide. I do believe I saw the Haunts, and perhaps even the Steez thrown at the very least to stall it out more so here for Abaddon Abyss. Plant now comes online. Really, the silence absolutely deafening, and the Astral Wall making it even harder for Walk on Water to try and play things out. Just because of that, though, Asta peeks towards the mid, gets that takedown. The Gravity Well gets the catch, but it's Walk on Water who is able to get it decapitated instead. Here we go now. A face-off towards the wall. Second Love with the 2 of those takedowns. It's all left now to Asta, but he's quite a distance, and across the wall, the defuse is already taking on away. There we have the shots, and there we have the defuse. It's Puggers with the second one.
Really swell use of, counter utility to stop that from being more effective than it could have been on the Abaddon Abyss side.
Yeah, it just goes to show here for the Puggers. Now they have found their footing. Now they have gotten that recovery. But at the same time, still gotta be concerned here. It's such a long climb to go on. But at the very least, play a bit of those defaults, cover out those angles, and just trust this team right now to get those takedowns. I do like the fact, though, that they have been a bit more reserved now in the past 2 rounds that they've done. But speaking of reservations, well, apparently it's an open table. Exotic cannot even get some dinner going as he is lunch here for the Puggers. A good takedown to start things off.
Well, taking the time to save up for that investment, and the operator has been paying out tenfold. Every round that they've won has been when they've had the operator online so far. And it seems to be that a lot of their game plan here on, Pearl for the Puggers relies on having that on their side. Well, I wouldn't blame them. It's been quite effective so far. Now, Abaddon Abyss gonna spread on out here, looking for maybe a pick. Most of the defense isolated, congregated towards that A site, but you can tell that there's some notions of them wanting to rotate towards B as the silence and the noise has been cut. A bit of noise, though, finally made here by Slavim just to give some presence and keep that defense towards this A site, which should help the plant potential towards the B, where the sole defender, Ninjatops, is waiting.
Oh, the timing, and finally I think he gets the peek. The first time he didn't see them coming. This time around, though, there you go with the insult. Just because of that, Walk on Water already wading his way away from the site, but double takes, hesitates, now decides to hold towards Flower just in case he can see Sladon coming. He's trying to sell this fake as much as possible. The rotation is coming though towards A side, and it's Second Love and Walk on Water, the tandem that brought them to the regular season, bringing them the kills as well. Time ticking, and it's only a matter of fact. The Puggers are back here to fight, and the Puggers are back with another round. 3 in a row now for the defense.
Oh, this could be a good time for Abaddon Abyss to start calling a timeout before things snowball out of contention. Puggers, great defensive round. We saw there that, exquisitely, they know what to do in terms of stalling enough time. But then again, it also was kind of a bit on, the Abaddon Abyss's side. They just took a bit too long to try and find or get something going, and they weren't able to, find the maybe overextensions that they were hoping for. So they risked the game plan of the round to maybe catch one mistake on the Puggers defense, but it seems like the Puggers, they've adjusted now on their defensive side, know not to over-aggress once they have the man advantage, and Abaddon Abyss were looking for that potential window to capitalize on. It just was never given by Puggers.
This just feels like the pace that Puggers is accustomed to play. And we saw this yesterday versus Action PH. The rounds where it felt a bit more standard, a bit more on the passive side for both fronts, Puggers is able to come up ahead because they're just so ready at strong angles, and they're really good at those duels as well. So now the question stands, what can Abaddon Abyss do this time around? And I'm really looking at Exotic to be that tip of the spear. His run it back should come online if they get one of these two orbs going his way. And that might be the perfect answer. Just give them an advantage to actually push. Give them that space to get close to Walk on Water and his operator. Or else we're just going to see the same old thing and the same old op getting results.
If he can get space, by far the most effective rounds we've seen from Abaddon Abyss on their attack are when they get the plant down. When they're in that post-plant position, that is when they're the most effective. Rabibs, he goes for a frag, but he gets straight out immediately. Chongi finds a second as well, going here towards the Puggers side. And as I was saying, you know, if they can get the plant down, that is where they're most effective, especially knowing that they've got a lockdown here for a potential post-plant hold. But that was taken away quickly as Asta was found, so now Abaddon Abyss, how do they recuperate this loss?
Yeah, it was a strong call by the Puggers. A great read, and now with Dissipate, Chongi at least landing the black before he falls himself. Victory now also with a takedown, and well, he had none a while ago, now he gets two. And 2 rounds are the gap between these two squads. The Puggers are back in this game.
That's VCT winner for you there, Sir Blixerino. If anything.
I'm surprised he didn't shout him out. It's like, shout out my boy. I'm from my own tournaments. But hey.
I think he did.
Oh, he did? Cool.
Yeah, I saw people commenting on it on Twitch chat. Shout out to Twitch chat.
Shout out to the chat.
Yeah.
Shout out to the other shout out Asura usually does.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Royalties.
I don't know why you brought it up yesterday. Now it's living rent-free in my head.
I don't know. There was one moment, I think, where we were during a meeting and, like, Raph brought it up, that Asteroid brought it up, and now it just, yeah, it's living rent-free in mine as well.
It's just spreading here. But the scoreline is spreading pretty evenly right now. As soon as Walk on Water picked up that op, this game completely changed. And I do wonder, as we're getting into the technical pause, maybe we have a bit of theory crafting that we can do right now.
I have a theory.
Okay, fine. You go first.
On this technical pause. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah,
Yes.
Philippine things. I know
but-
one of these teams are a bit more towards the provincial side, like out of...
But,
yeah, so...
like, half of them are in the boot camp now, right? That's the thing
Yeah,
we saw
half of
yesterday.
them. 3.
Abaddon Abyss has, like, half a boot camp and half away from it. It's probably just, they're going to probably fix logistics down the line. The Puggers, they're kind of, honestly, the unsigned team, so they're probably just playing from where they're playing from. It's like, cool. Good. I'm very happy they're here, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I love seeing these kind of things. It's like, you guys want to play VCT? You guys want to keep going?
You guys want to
You guys want to apparently be the upper bracket seed number 1? Because that's what we're going to do. That's what the Puggers have done. And it just goes to show, especially today.
Yeah.
It's such a curious case, Nico, that all of the teams that lost are playing today.
Are playing today.
And I'm going to tell you guys right now, there's a schedule already fixed. This was scheduled before anything else. So I'm not trying
Weeks
to say
before.
something. I'm not trying to say anything scripted, but, you know.
It's the Twitch director making things happen, you know.
Yeah,
I
these
mean,
writers are good.
I woke up today, I looked at the games, and I was like, is this a lower bracket? Is that what's happening? But then I realized, nah, this is a round robin thing we're doing here for the group stages. So it's a curious case of, I guess, well, just happened to be the way it was. But, you know, I look at the team like Abaddon Abyss, I see their boot camp, and those are the ones that I love seeing on camera. Reminds me a lot of Year One, right?
It's a classic.
Not the big, you know, boot camps, you know, that are super shiny, got all the lights and gear. The ones that are just honest players trying to make something happen, trying to make a dream come true. In a house that they somehow were able to put a bunch of computers together and just get the job done. And those are the type of boot camps and storylines that I love to see. Because I know that lots of players, lots of teams, this entire circuit was birthed out of that exact scenario for many of these teams. Some of the most known names you know now were in that exact situation a few years ago. And it's always nice to see that up-and-coming storyline.
Ah, so you're telling me that those simple boot camps were the womb of Valorant Philippines.
Yeah, you would know.
How would I know? Yes. Hello.
Moving on.
I've been to a really professional boot camp. I went to a simple boot camp. It's just I wouldn't know.
You know, You know, Dax, knowing the boot camps you've been to, I'm not sure which is which. In that
Dude,
case.
dude, my first boot camp was super Silver Spoon. Okay, we had the PCs all lined up. We had the gaming chairs and everything. So I already was spoiled for choice. The first time I ever did a boot camp. How about you? What was your first ever boot camp experience?
I'm
Come on,
not
you
sure
were
if
an
it's broad-
analyst.
No, I was not.
Yes. Hello.
I was.
Oh,
It was fine. No, I mean, the most recent boot camp was pretty cool. They've had a few.
You had a few, and I think some of them probably not safe for a story at this time. But the story continues, ladies and gentlemen, as we get back into the game. Tactic Pulse is gone, and we are back into the action. Walk on water, though. Oh, that was so close. Found 2 targets, but could not find either. Instead, this time around, Exotic getting a bit of his own revenge. Now pushing forward, and finally we hear the rally call to allow the Phoenix to shine. The run it back online and ready to go. Blixerino though shutting down second life now, but the interception of Blixerino, they set on the fire. The clear wasn't there from Abaddon Abyss, and the Nightfall is gonna be into play too. The Puggers now trying to play it smart, trying to play it dandy. Unfortunately, the flash drive is bouncing on the wall, but besides that though, the stall is through, and Abaddon Abyss, they can't get away from this whatsoever. The long angle now gonna be forcing out the duels. Exotic gets 4, but Chongi is there at the very least for the final blow. And the final round before the end of the first half goes to Puggers.
That was one of the more exciting and back and forth rounds we've seen this game so far. What were we talking about, Dax? When Exotic is able to get them that space, that's when they look the best. But Puggers, really effective at shutting that down. Blixerino making sure that no corner is left unchecked and no angle is left open by itself. Exotic, though, just willing his team across the finish line as much as he can. 4 kills in that round, but got a pretty effective defensive side here on the Puggers side, especially on that B side. So Abaddon Abyss, can they end the half with an advantage as they are hoping for?
Yeah, in hindsight, the Puggers do have to be a bit more careful. That round, they were punished with the operator whiff. They were also punished as they lined up towards the site itself. And you mentioned that Exotic getting 4 in that instant. Too early for the running back, so he might be able to go for back-to-back ults if he plays this correctly. Now that the lockdown is there, the barrier orb into play too. And just because of that position, someone can actually jump on it from Art. But here comes Exotic now with a takedown. Second Love, though, trades it back. Sladum now giving the advantage. And the res doesn't come whatsoever because Second Love's still there. A heartbreaker for Babs, but then again, he does get his own face broken by Sladum. Now, the spike's planted, and the pinch trying to come online. It's 4v2, though the numbers do not favor the defense whatsoever. Blixerino might have spotted one of those guns just peeking on out from secret. He's trying to see, though, if anyone's gonna come through main. We'll reconvene with Chongi, but Chongi's down for the count. Asta leaping just to die, and here comes Exotic now, ready to fight on back and ready to win for Abaddon Abyss. 7-5, Abba able to keep the lead at the end of the first half.
Sounds like a familiar song here for Abaddon Abyss. Able to make things happen, and in very quick succession as well. You see how they practically stormed the site without much of a real chance here for the Puggers to kind of anticipate or have, I guess, any real time to breathe. They push on in, lockdown right at the perfect time, get one detained, and at that point, no free card out of jail. We go over to the half with a scoreline that you'd at least want here going to the defensive side. If you're Abaddon Abyss, you want that advantageous half at the very least. But I'm curious to see now how this Sage comes to pass on the defense. On the attack, okay, we know how it works. Helps with the plant, stops the retake from coming immediately. But now on the defense, how do they actively use it into more effective measures? That's something that many teams don't get quite as clearly as their attacking side with Sage. You'd think it'd be the opposite, but it's a lot more intricate than that.
Well, intricity, is that the call now? As we are almost ready for the second half here, Black and Blue. A bit of time yet again to just take a breather after everything is said and done. I do have to say, though, good recovery from the Puggers. It did look like that things are going downhill very, very quickly in that first half. What was the scoreline before they got some points? Was it like 6-0, right?
Yeah.
In a row for Abaddon
6-0.
But then when Walk on Water picked up the operator, everything just changed. Everything felt more stable. It did feel like the Puggers looked a bit more comfortable on how to stick around those defaults. And effectively shutting down Exotic early on. Only in the last 2 rounds did he come online and did he basically will his team to that victory. But then again, perhaps now the Puggers have regained that confidence. You can see them do even better. This pistol round going to be instrumental. One thing I'm watching out for, especially here for the attacking side, is their mid presence. You have that KO, you have that fade. Why not put it to good use?
Well, that operator was quite effective for them. Was it a crutch? Perhaps, because we saw the rounds that they won were the ones where that operator was well into play. And I'm curious and wondering if that's going to be even possible to do here on the attacking side. Do they bring out that op? And if they don't, can they still be as effective as they were with it a while ago? As now the A site just making some early noise here, but really no plans to commit so far on the Puggers attacking side. They used this Sage barrier early on to make their push even more stifled.
Bit curious, actually. Orb hasn't even taken. Just Puggers prepared for it. And as of now, it's Ninitub, so it's able to pick it up. Thing is, though, we've seen this before from the Puggers. Play those defaults, play for picks. And at the very least, try to find those angles. They have to be careful, though, as Sladom able to nick the knee of Walk on Water here. Still, A-site now. Looking to be the call. Splitting up towards Art as well as Main. Sladom throwing out that Prowler. Just making sure the Puggers aren't really going to push. He doesn't get the right intel as of yet. Perhaps maybe that last bit of noise from the Prowler giving him exactly the information that he needs. Still, he's backing on away, and it does feel like it's more of that site hold here for Abaddon this fight now, as the Puggers will be taking the advantage, taking the space. Walk on Water gets one, and Exotic makes a trade.
Well, this is exactly what they want, to be able to burn the time. They get the plant down here, Abaddon, rather Puggers, and Asta somehow finds a double. They lined on up for him. It's a 1v3, taking on the fight, and the defuse shall be stuck. No real chance for Ninitubs in the end. Pretty quality round, if I may say so for myself, for the defensive side here of Abaddon Abyss.
Yeah, they really back so well. They expected the Puggers to just go for the hit, bring those two halves together, but then as soon as that happens, find Walk on Water. They find exactly the transition of players like Chongi. And from that point on, it just became a shooting gallery for Exotic to take advantage of. Now he's really come online here. 3 away from that run it back. That was one curious case there for Abaddon Abyss. They got 6 rounds in a row, but they didn't really get that Phoenix control that we expected. It was someone like Sladom who picked up the pieces and picked up that carry mantle and gave Abaddon Abyss many of those first half rounds. This time around, though, mid yet again for the Puggers. Walk on Water here. Might be able to spot Sladom, but he's actually in the corner. Look at this play. He decides to let it rip. Finds two, even the third. Uses the gravity well to get even closer. Just old school action here from Abaddon Abyss. And they're ready to go for more. That's a quick round. It's now 9-5.
Yeah, who'd anticipate that, right? Playing that up close against a bunch of pistols and find that much quality value as well from it. Nicely done here from Abaddon Abyss. And now that just lets them comfortably come into a bonus with an okay lead moving on forward. Exotic helping out and chiming in on the fight. That's pretty swell done here from the Abaddon Abyss squad. Puggers now on the gun round 1. They absolutely have to win. Otherwise, I'm looking at the map number 2 quick and swift.
Yeah, a bit of an action slide there, in all honesty, from Sladom. Let me bring you to the center, and let me bring those bullets to the head. Now, the Puggers, they find the buy. But this momentum swinging heavily yet again to the Abaddon Abyss favor. Case in point, the setup is looking strong. We got V Black Star looking to dissuade any kind of push. The nano swarms and the alarm bots are there too, and the killjoy is prepared. We've seen this before from Abaddon Abyss. They just have this longer angle. Puggers isn't checking it. Puggers isn't ready for it, and they lose a member basically for free.
They check the left, haven't checked the right angle. Instead, second left on the lurk here towards Art, but that's given away due to the turret. Timmy, he's ready. Sladom finds one. Chongi, pick on a trade, not a direct one, but a trade nonetheless. They know that there has to be one here on the dugout. The taunt confirms their suspicions, but also allows him to know no one's up close. At least not yet. He doesn't have much utility to work with here. That's his last piece. That's online in Blix Arena, ready for the shot. He hits the mole right on the head.
Finally just whacking it and saying maybe it's a time for a new scoreline here. Second Love also providing cover towards Art, but then again, Rabab leaving through connector. He gets up close enough to make that Spectre count. 2v2. The Abaddon Abyss bonus. The run back is available. Exotic thinking about it, trying to time it right with Rababs. Prowler goes spotting out to come from the link there, courtesy of Rababs. And there you have it now. Chongi falls. Rababs again with 3! A hat trick for the Rabbit Man, and it will be 10-5 now for Abaddon Abyss.
5-10. What a bonus here run by Abaddon Abyss. No real problem at all, even on the retake. And Exotic, he's also quite effective in leading that charge, not just in frags, but more importantly in space that he takes. Still though, nice effort by the Puggers squad, but just Abaddon Abyss, they're ready for the pushes, for the extensions here that Puggers want to apply even on their post plant, and then want to see something a bit more standard. I get they want to push the envelope, but sometimes, well, the mailman, he ain't having it. And Abaddon Abyss, they're ready for these pushes once more.
Yeah, special delivery. Apparently, it's Abaddon Abyss who gets on the covers of the newspaper. Puggers have got to go for that timeout and try to figure out what to do right now. We've seen this in that first half. When the swing comes away with Abaddon Abyss, it is just relentless. It is just unwavering. And case in point, just the usual suspects right now stepping up when they need to the most. You got Exotic there getting those kills. You got Rababs being such a pest. We've seen him have that resurrection online at the moment's notice. And let's not forget, Sladam's just 1 away from that Nightfall right now. So what else can the Puggers really do here? Maybe a half buy right now, sure. But beyond that, we're looking into the future. That lockdown, something that they might want to be responsible with, because it seems like that's their only saving grace right now in this half.
Well, I'm looking to really see what other game plans Puggers have here, because a lot of their defense really just focused on having that operator be as effective as it could be, and being quite passive, which was pretty similar to what we saw yesterday versus Action PH, but a bit more to the game plan, to the book. I think would help them and pay dividends out in the end. V-Black, he gets run out as soon as he finds a frag here by Walk on Water. They're looking to try and push through this. I'm not sure if you want to play up this close. He knows he has a great angle to find one. Asta finds a second, and there's no real chance to trade him just yet. And they're not ready for it either. Exotic gets a quick one, and Asta follows up for the third on the top. 11-5, and Puggers, this is really quickly being taken away from him.
Yeah, I had the same concerns as you, Black and Blue. Abaddon Abyss played way too close for comfort versus whatever Puggers had, but they got away with it. Smoke Criminal, thy name is Asta. Even as it basically faded on away, no one was really ready for him. From that point on, Abaddon Abyss just able to make this map as claustrophobic as can be. Now, it's a 6-round gap. Now, Abaddon Abyss 2 away from taking this first map in this series. And this has to be the round that the Puggers need to win. Walk on Water, though. There you go, sliding into sightlines and dashing in to get that takedown over onto Rababs. A good start here, but the job isn't done. Mid now. Fortified by Abaddon Abyss. This is such an advance from the defense. Trying to see if anyone's going to cross. The smoke now will dissipate. It's all about the sightlines towards the middle here. And Walk on Water from the top. Ready to go at it yet again. But 2 to tango. Make that even a third there to help on out. The double peek from Abaddon Abyss leads to the takedown. But while this happens, Second Love opens up things towards the A site. But that spike's not there. It's over at B, and what a sell by the Puggers.
Yeah, it's a complete fake, and now they punched through towards the spawn. You can see Asa, they're completely sold on this here on the Abaddon Abyss side. The plant will go down, but they're going to realize it's towards the B site instead, and that there it is confirmed. They have the man advantage, they have positional advantage as well. This post plant is going to be quite difficult for Abaddon Abyss to try and dismantle.
As time runs down, with Sereno and Chongi, they're having a huddle here inside the stars. Look how they shine, and look who's looking at you. It's 2 there, and that's the wolf ball. V-Black though able to make that trade, but then it's up from up top and maybe even from down below. There's pressure everywhere, and the Puggers will be there to get a round win.
I asked for more out of the Puggers, and they finally gave us something else. Great fake out there, we saw. Playing the default on out early to really make sure that it's not an easy read here from the Abaddon Abyss defense. Quick push, finds Rabbit there all alone. As a Sage, that's a big pick for them to find early on, and in the end, there's just too much given away here by Abaddon Abyss in terms of map control and space that Puggers could really do whatever they wanted with the rain.
What a sell. What a trick by the Puggers. Would love to see more of that come their way. But then again, Walk on Water. Quick little dissipate to try and cross towards the ramp itself. Now a staging ground, making that noise towards his B site, and it does feel like they're feeling a little bit more of confidence now to widen their distance over the map. If they can sell one side and bring the spike to the other, it might be able to work out yet again. But Abaddon Abyss, we saw it last time around. Mid control is the key for the defense. They still need to be careful. The shot angle isn't watched out for, and Walk on Water is able to bring to a watery grave itself. Second Love, of course, the second name to light it up for the Puggers, and from a 5v5, it's a 5v2 immediately.
Puggers really starting to gain some ground. Oh, timing, go for the knife.
Nah.
I dare you. Nah, he wants to confirm it. Rightfully so as well. It's a kill, 2v4. Probable, unlikely. Possible, yes, but I'm not too hopeful just yet. Abaddon Abyss here have their work cut out for him, and the Puggers are looking pretty on pace to get a 7th round on the board.
The Puggers, as soon as they catch out any angle that Abaddon Abyss is watching out for, that's their opportunity. Acido still able to bring the fight towards the Puggers. That's 2 already for his hand. Make that 3, so a chance now. Looking quite alert. Walk on Water. He needs to finish off the job, and there you go. As soon as the smoke dissipates, it will be the life of Asta snuffed out also. The Puggers now conveniently enough getting back in the rhythm of things.
That was closer than it should have been. And these are the things that have been punishing Puggers time and time on over. You see, Dax, they got the man advantage in the post plant 4v2, and yet they push out to try and look for the kill, to maybe force Abaddon Abyss to have to rebuy the next round, but you can only do that once the round is really confirmed. In that case, you just got the spike plant down, you're pushing forward, isolating yourselves 2-on-1 in the post plant, where you know the last two are going to be pretty ready for any sort of aggression. This has been something that should have been conditioned to them early on when they were losing rounds like this in the post plant in the second half because they were pushing out during that post plant, but it seems like they haven't learned their lesson just yet. Hopefully for their sake that it's been finally cemented into them as we're going into a timeout, they can talk things over.
Yeah, just a few lessons really to be learned by both sides in that last round. The Puggers, we saw a round like this in the first half that it looked to be sure, it still had to be dicey before anything else. But on the opposite side, Abaddon Abyss, I'm really concerned at how they go for these middle takes. They're just slow peeking it, just trying to crawl towards top mid as much as possible. And if the Puggers, if either they play patient or they just lob even a single bit of utility there, they're gonna have such a big advantage to just go for the hustle towards these sites. And really, it's such a cliff right now for these two squads. Any kind of chain of mistakes or chain of events that don't go in their way can be used by the opposite end. Then again though, slow play yet again for the Puggers. It's been working before. Let's see if they can find the pickoffs now.
That's done. All right. Well, that's quite adequate to start off the round here. You get the opener. Much higher chance now statistically of winning things out, especially that suppress is not going to be online. Looking at how so many ultimates are possibly to be used in this round by Abaddon Abyss, now they've got a lot more to work with. Art's going to be a difficult push, but it's going to be even more problematic, I think, if they decide to go for this B link with a double setup here on the defense.
And the barrier orb even shattering here. Now, they are trying to bring their forces towards an A site. Still need to go back to get that spike though. And it's a duo here between Second Love and Walk on Water. These guys, synergetic as they come. With that history together, but Walk on Water now making sure that this first chapter into the round is written by him. Chongi also with the takedown. Now the Caustic Divide is there, and look at Exotic go. He wants to play it aggressively, and he's rewarded by the kill onto Walk on Water. Apparently, type disadvantage is a thing. Sees the gun also peering through the smoke, but Blixerino's there to get that takedown until V-Black answers him back. 7-12 now. It's Abaddon Abyss on map points.
defense hold here, really spreading out because they know that Puggers like to do that. They do find the pick, walk on water at the very least, to try and equalize the odds on the Rababs, but ultimately enough, it just becomes a much more difficult endeavor for this attacking side here on the Puggers squad. Exotic gets things going early. They equalize it out, yes, but their push was already given away. They knew Art was coming. Exotic was there on the A side, prepared with backup, and that's a very, very terrifying state to see. Slatham shuts down Walk on Water from the updraft.
A renaissance of an angle, man. The one small hole in the wall, Slatham was just keeping an eye on it, and just don't expect that for the Puggers whatsoever. But then again, Exotic now also still there, still too far off into the distance. And it does become an equal playing field as of yet. There's so many ultimates here for Abaddon Abyss to work with, though, on the defense. The null command, perhaps the only sign for Puggers to try and go for the advance, but here we go again. Second Love, well, his name says it all. A double kill for him. Now the A side looking to be taken. That Spike, though, still left behind, but okay, Abaddon Abyss, these guys are strolling through the plaza like it's a vacation, but instead, it will just be punishment brought out by Blixerino. 8-12 and a head scratcher there for the defense.
Yeah, that was very concerning. They push out towards mid. I'm not too sure why Exotic kept on looking back and forth. All he had to mark there was Shop. He's got his teammate to mark that top mid. Instead, has to rely on V-Black in that case, who was there to support him in any way. So, I'm not too sure what was happening. Then they would just stroll up mid, not even checking, looking towards Art. When you have two players moving forward, in that case, first guy should be checking the Art, the second guy going to be holding the long angle. And yet, these simple basic facts abused here and punished, rightfully so, by the Puggers.
Let's be real, Abaddon Abyss has been strong all throughout the map, except that middle. Many times that they tried to go and fight for it, it doesn't work out. But Asta, here he goes yet again, the heist of the life of Ninitops. V-Black also there to find Chongi. It does lead to a 3v3, and as the Puggers now have cleared the B main angle, they still need to be careful because look who's playing it. Of course, Slatham though will fall to the hand of Walk on Water. They eventually clear out the site. This might be it unless Exotic can fight on back. A Sheriff and a Dream for the star duelist of Abaddon Abyss. Can he even find any targets? No, he's the one who's caught out instead. The Puggers are fighting, and the Puggers are still here.
I mean, hard to land your shot when there's a Nova Pulse in your face, but ultimately enough, Puggers stringing some rounds together. This ended up being a bit of a closer game than it initially seemed to be, Dax, and so there's definitely value in that, but Puggers, can they continue this streak? Now, the round here for Abaddon Abyss, one they could crucially close with. Literally, they can dump all their ultimates into this round and potentially win it. That way, they have the run it back, importantly, with a Nightfall, which is going to be a nightmare for the Puggers squad to deal with. They've got some of their own, but can they pop it in time? Namely, that null command.
An uphill battle here for the Puggers, sure. But we've seen them crawl their way out of delicate scenarios before. Now then, Slatham trying to play by connector. Setting up a bit.
Utilizing to their fullest extent. We don't see really too many heavy-handed Art holds here coming from that Abaddon Abyss side. They like to double up instead towards Link. They throw the Nightfall towards A. But we've seen this game plan work a while ago where they fake this A push and go for B instead. And they've successfully done so, pulling the entire rotation away from that B site. They can run up towards B, ripe for the taking, little do they know, and the postman could be good, but now they've caught on. V-Black, he's ready for this, he anticipates it and returns back to try and fend them off. Slatham finds one, the lockdown comes in, and now they know it's a B plant fully.
Yeah, they run it back into the curveball, and here comes Exotic to take care of Walk on Water. The Puggers, it felt like they had a commission, but now they need to deal with the refund of this B site. Spikes planted though, and the forces back from Abyss able to come en masse. Ninitops holding down the holes. Asta's there to get the takedown though, and here comes the clear at Ninitops. He tries to fight, but he will be the one to fall last. Abaddon Abyss, they will take map number 1. It was a long time coming for them, but they were eventually able to seal the deal this time around.
It took some work, and I like the attempt there to try and go for another fake out play. Just ultimately enough. It worked once, they were conditioned to expect it at this point, and Abaddon Abyss, they know what the dark looks like, they're used to it at this point. Nicely done on the retake there, and especially as well to finally recover as well. The Puggers, they were starting to build up steam, and for a team like this, we saw throughout the open qualifiers that is where they are the most deadly.
Just do it, they say on the shirt, and then they apparently did it here today. Also, something to note, Abaddon and Abyss together as a 5. Good to see this bootcamp getting even more and more of this family together. But what a way to win there for Abaddon Abyss. You said the term conditioning, but then the conditions still fell in favor of Abaddon Abyss. They found that one lurk, they used that running back at the right time to get that first takedown, and enough bodies to throw at the halls as much as possible and get that win. It did feel like, though, at the very end of it, it was only a matter of time for Abaddon Abyss to get that victory. The Puggers, they had a good recovery, they had their moments, but some of those rounds, especially in the second half, was, I'd say, more so some fundamental mistakes there from Abaddon Abyss and how they were trying to take the mid, and the Puggers were able to take advantage of that. But then again, down the line, it was still the scoreline. It was still for Abaddon Abyss to take it by the end.
I mean, it's part of the game, Dax, right? You find the weak links in the opposing side, and that's what you try and abuse them. Recognize, okay, this is what's working. We pull out the operator. That's what's working for us on our defense. Attacking side, opposite way, mid, control. We saw that a lot. Art was given up for free many times over on that defense by Abaddon Abyss, and that's where the Puggers kept on going. But that also left them a bit more predictable in what they were going to do. And so as soon as that fake once more came towards EA site and the plant wasn't swiftly done towards B, you could tell that Abaddon Abyss, they were one step ahead, maybe for a second, and then they'd lose it, but then they'd recover it quite quickly after. So the real big thing here by Abaddon Abyss is that they knew from the get-go what their, I guess, best ideal would be for each round, at least for most of the rounds. They were able to execute those plans swiftly.
And props to the Puggers for just having such stability and holding down these angles, trusting one another that they can basically play all around the map. And let's not forget, when the operator was online, that was exactly the kind of style that the Puggers were accustomed to and felt comfortable with. But then you look on the opposite end, Abaddon Abyss, they've really done their homework on a map like this. We've seen a few times towards Art, towards E main especially, that they just had that pixel angle, and suddenly one of the Puggers would fall flat on their face. Really just goes to show, though, for Abaddon Abyss, they've learned a bit of lessons from yesterday's matchup against GameLab.Alpha. They're looking for really those comfortable holds, and they're really strong at reeling it back and then just making it work through those retakes, through that post plant. Some cheeky antics with the smoke, sure, but in the very end, we did see Abaddon Abyss deliver that win. And of course, the one who delivered that win with Gram Unlimited was Asta. What a show of force here from Abaddon Abyss, and a great way to start off this series.
Well, for the first time being played on Pearl here, at least officially for this Puggers squad, I think they did pretty well. We go on over to map number 2 right after, and Asta, from the get-go, he was someone to look out for, and I'm looking to see even more of that as we move on over to Icebox. Now, Icebox, questionable pick potentially here in terms of how the veto went, especially knowing that it was the Puggers who picked. They have been mostly successful on it, and they went pretty close versus Action PH yesterday when they did play them against it, ultimately still losing, but a lot closer than, you know, some of their other maps recently has been. So maybe somehow they can do this. If they were able to bring it close versus Action, who knows? Abaddon Abyss might be a different story, but Abaddon Abyss, I think they're pretty happy to go into map number 2 with this win, knowing it's going to be Icebox as the next battleground.
Yeah, it's a strong map for the Puggers, but it might be even stronger here for Abaddon Abyss. Both sides can bring out the best in them, and the Puggers, they're going to have to work for it if they want to get this series. But before we get into that second map, well, we can, I believe, call for a break, and when we return, we're gonna be having the Puggers and the Abaddon Abyss squads to battle yet again. Dax and Black and Blue here for you here at VCTPH. We'll see you guys, I believe, in just a bit for more of the action to come. having some in-depth matchups, some in-depth discussions rather about the matchups here backstage. Now we're getting back to the front and back to the games as we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, for VCTPH. That's over Black and Blue. And come on, Nico, we were literally talking in the short break about the game.
Yeah.
We don't get to usually do that too often. We didn't stop. I was very adamant about a few things. But I think especially for the viewing public that we have right now, I gotta ask you, what do you think needs to be done here by the Puggers to try and take their own map pick and to extend this series? Because there were times of recovery short from the Puggers, but then again, it was Abaddon Abyss who had control of Pearl for more often of that map.
Well, I mean, looking at how they were able to play Icebox yesterday, you saw many of, at least your Puggers, you saw many of those same shades come true to fruition here on Pearl. A lot of passiveness we see on the defensive side, and a lot of just wayward options being applied during their attacking side, and it was very reminiscent of that Icebox map. I would like to see maybe something that would deviate a bit more from what is typically expected from them, because, you know, what they're doing pretty well is doing a standard set many times on either the defensive or attacking side. They have the same pretty much setup almost every round, many times on over with some small deviation, but you'd want to see a bit more variation in that, because then you start to be able to condition the opposing side to expect one thing, then you give them another. That's not what we're seeing from Puggers. And so Abaddon Abyss, they know every time they get the post plant here, they're gonna expect Puggers to push on out, and that is where Abaddon Abyss punish. So those moments that Abaddon Abyss are able to read are because Puggers are not giving them enough diverse options.
Yeah, well, if you want to expect something even better here, ladies and gentlemen, you could check out Grab Unlimited as well. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. QR code there on the bottom left side of your screen. Scan it, check it out, and get your food today, courtesy of Grab Unlimited. Thank you for them sponsoring, well, what we've had here so far, helping out VCTPH. But back to the point that you've been mentioned, I think really it's just a byproduct of being such a young, new, fresh team by the Puggers. Yeah. The name says it all. These guys have picked up themselves to form a team, and now they're here in the grandest stage of the Philippine local scene. So big props to them. But then again, if we're going to be expecting those defaults, we're going to be expecting them just trying to synergize series after series, week after week. And well, we're going to be checking out Agent Select now to see what kind of configurations both the Puggers and Abaddon Abyss are going to bring here. I'm not going to be surprised though to see what we had from yesterday, perhaps from these two squads here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very little time to have a big change up in terms of composition. I'm looking at things now, and it's looking pretty stock standard. Actually, mirror match on both sides, as we expect. Same exact composition that we saw from Abaddon Abyss and Puggers versus GameLabs and Action PH respectively. So things not looking too deviant from what we are normally come to expect with these two teams, but I want to see a bit more learned from Puggers. I know for sure that they had to look back at their previous game there versus Action and have maybe thought of something they could change on up. Still, a much better map I am expecting here to be played out by the Puggers compared to how their Pearl turned out.
Yeah, I think it's the same criteria that we already mentioned about Pearl. Perhaps extra bits of aggression, extra bits of map control. When they find a way though to just stabilize Battlefield and make it passive, that's where really the Puggers do shine. And they were so close from taking that map against Action PH. They were so close in actually getting that win, and unfortunately it was just a bit of a string there by the tail end from APH on their attacking side that made the Puggers fall by, well, a 13-11 scoreline. On the other side, Abaddon Abyss, they clawed their way back to that victory. They were down by 4 in that first half versus GameLab.Alpha. It took them to overtime and some big heroics from the likes of Sladom especially to keep them alive in the front. So while this map is something that looks pretty, I'd say, favorable for both sides, even something that these guys can bring out the best, they have learned so many lessons just from yesterday that the redemption that they're looking for today will be emphasized here on a map that's been played out already by them.
Well, what we do know by Abaddon Abyss is that, you know, from our game yesterday versus GameLabs, is that when they are down in the deficit, they have no worries, no qualms about being in that position. They know that they can recuperate, they can reset themselves and make a streak of their own to get right back into the game. So they are on the defensive side this time. Puggers on the attack, down to the series 0-1 as we start map number 2. Icebox is where it shall be, and the Puggers looking to try and spread themselves out early in the round.
Makes sense of the Puggers pick this map. You have a guy named Walking Water. And what is Icebox? What is ice?
What is ice?
What is ice? Come on. Yeah.
Frozen water.
Frozen water.
Yes.
Exactly. So let's see. He can freeze out the opposition. That's your bad wordplay of the introduction. You have some time to make some bad puns.
Is that
here.
quota?
Yeah, I think
right
so.
there?
Because for us, it's probably like 1 or 2. For like Asrai, it's Limitless. I dare say Relentless.
Relentless. At least we're on the same page, bud.
We're gonna bring out that word from time to time, especially a man named Fluffy later on. But for now, let's get into the thick of things here. Black and blue. Oh, Rabab. Fade away. Headshot over onto Ninitops, taking a big chunk of his HP away. Still not the kill, though. The Toxic Screen going to be in the way to separate these 2 squads. Abaddon on the base. Oh, Rababs! He's just behind Choggy as the Silva leaps forward. He tries to find some action. Advantage now here for the defense. As soon as I say that, though, Ninitop's able to make the trade happen. There's the Barrier Orb right now. A bit of a reset here for
30
now
seconds
as the
left.
Puggers decide to crawl closer and closer and bring that plant down.
May I say, maybe not the most ideal one, but that's also to try and deny the snake bites from being too effective when they go for the plant. If they went for that vertical wall, it could have been very different. 3v3 though, still in second lob, able to find one. The Killjoy is doing everything on either side. We're about to be able to find the 3rd frag for his name in this round, and Bad the Black B bringing things down in the end as Abaddon Abyss take the opening pistol once more.
The shot caller with the final shot, and Abaddon Abyss. A good start here into the series. Yet again, another pistol win right now. I do believe they won the last 2 on Pearl. Same par for their course, same kind of style. Get that momentum and get things going. But this was a ambitious call really here for the Puggers. Abaddon Abyss, they were prepared on the opposite end. Ninitops there even fragging out, or rather Rababs on Abaddon's side, fragging out to get 3. Just goes to show the Abaddon Abyss looking a lot more in form today compared to what we saw against GameLab yesterday. Second round now. A few Bulldogs, a few Spectres. Just a bit of an investment here for the defense to continue on with momentum as Puggers play for mid and punished there by both Sladom and V-Black peeking that out.
Well, they have some weapons to utilize here under Eco, namely that Marshall. Be very deadly if they come from an expected angle, and if Walk on Wire here, Scripts can find a shot. Well, at least land a shot.
Sage killed.
Oh, well, that's a shot.
That's a shot indeed,
Bomb
and
grenade
well,
out.
he's dead, Nico. He's gone.
Yeah.
He's erased from existence, even. Forgotten, even.
Placing swamp grenade.
But I don't know if this is people prepared for this fight now. It needs to be a clear here from either second love and Walk on Water. And finally, they do shut down the rampage of Rababs, but already such a frontal position here for Abaddon Abyss. Yellow control towards Phantom Flap. It's really not his color, but he'll still rock it anyway. Abaddon Abyss now getting 2 in a row. And speaking of 2, at least the Puggers getting 2 kills in their name in that last round.
Yeah, all things considered, not a bad round. They practically didn't have much investment into that. A bunch of classics, maybe some Sheriff, and a single Marshall, so not bad at all. Eco, I think, well done. Abaddon Abyss, they got the lockdown though. That's due to Rababs getting activated quite early here in the map. Very high impact one, especially to have in your bonus. You get to utilize that to equalize the odds a bit against these rifles, especially in a post-plant situation.
Yeah, well, you know what else Abaddon Abyss has right now that can be used in a post-plant situation? That lockdown here for Rababs. He was able to just net those kills and prepare themselves for a potential retake if ever. He's a prime target though here for the Puggers. And Recon Dart might even scare him off and back away towards Snowman instead. Now the Swarm thrown his way to Asta, getting chipped away. The Shock Dart though, landing towards Ninitops. It's not enough to get that takedown. Spike now planted. And I just love the call here for the Puggers. So try to go for the advance. Forza, not the most ideal lockdown here from Abaddon, if ever. The snake right now being a bother. Nidistop's already going to take down Exotic, now pushing on forward. Will get two with his time. But time right for Puggers. While this happens though, Ascent right now just going for the defuse, and then 3 for Sladom even. The Sheriff shot skewering through, and Abaddon Abyss again, the bonus win comes their way.
But you see how much utility they commit to making that so much more difficult here for the Puggers. During the plant attempt, there was a slow orb thrown, a snake bite, a nano swarm, and as well as 2 shock darts thrown out towards all the possible plant positions with those last 2. The shock darts connecting especially, and that just really helped soften things up and make things so much more pressure filled here for the Puggers on their post plant. They had some still for that retake. They didn't even use the lockdown decks, and now they're in a pretty good spot to start rolling.
Yeah, but just you can see that spike was being adjusted again and again. There's so much pressure, and really it goes to show for Abaddon Abyss. It's all about a matter of timing. It's Exotic now, operator in hand. Asta though does find Walk on Water on the opposite side of the sites. Really, the floor is lava, quite a frozen waste, and down away Chongi. He falls down. 5 HP though for Exotic, doesn't care, still peeks it anyway. And that's another kill in his name. Things looking good so far here for Abaddon Abyss. Yet again, shades of what we've seen from the first map.
Well, black is a shade. You ever study your colors, Dex?
I only learned today that V Black is just basically the darkest kind of that color you could get.
Last player.
It doesn't reflect light, and well, you can't reflect a bullet too. Exotic with a final shot gets 3 for his troubles with the operator, and 4 now here for Abaddon Abyss.
Well, what it does absorb is light. And Blixarino absorbed that shot quite effectively, I'd like to think. They've got some ultimates to utilize here, especially for a post-plant situation. None really for initiating power, though. That comes quite common on the map here, like Icebox, where really a lot of times the only initiating utility, ultimates you'd have is either your Duelist ultimate or the Hunter's Fury, which, you know, as a map, Icebox, it's not really the most diverse in terms of compositions to expect, but it can be in terms of how you play things out, in terms of, I guess, especially the lurks, and just making sure that you've got, I guess, the most quintessential parts of the game down. As Second Love, he finds opening pick on Exotic.
Yeah, that's a fine pickoff here for the Puggers. They have been a bit predictable with their default strategy right now. They're able to crawl their way towards the A side. Rapid finds his stuff, still Walk on Water makes the trade happen. For now, that means heavily contested. Still gotta be a careful spot here for the Puggers, but they're getting some great clears so far. Made space towards screens, taking down the defender towards Raptor himself, and the lockdown is there even to Asta right now. Does find Second Love from a distance. The numbers don't lie. The advantage is slightly here for the Puggers. Oh, the snake bite into the peak! The vulnerable state helping out Asta in the pinch, but headshot though. Just so much crucial damage, and things fall apart for the offensive Chongi. He's usually the one playing the off angle. There we go with the tap. Do they know that Chongi is coming his way towards the site itself? And at the black, he's just unguarded, and he will fall there. Asado eventually turns on around, realizes where his final opponent will be. This is just a handful and a half right now for Abaddon Abyss. 5-0, we see it yet again.
They knew it too. They knew they got them trapped, and they're using their utility quite effectively to set up more opportunities to get easy kills. That slow orb, those snake bites, as you saw, flush him out of the default spot and anticipate their swing from that spot entirely. Just really using all their tools quite effectively here, and Puggers, they're really just playing into the hands of Abaddon Abyss time and time on over. They got this wall here set up for a potential retake already towards A, and also blocking off mid. I want to see Puggers maybe try something towards that mid position, because that is where, like on Pearl, they were the most effective too.
They do try to play a bit of alert. I saw this yesterday versus Ascent PH. I'm seeing it again here today. It's Chongi, usually the one playing away, but now the other Sova ready to let it rip. Thy name is Sladom, and the Hunter's Fury, the first and third shots. That's enough to take down Ninitups to begin with. But as I was saying, when you have that Sova on the lurk, you're not going to be getting that reconnaissance. I did notice that the Puggers, they love to try and crawl their way to the site, try and sell that no one's there until they're fully spotted. But speaking of the spots now, Walk on Water, seen here by Asa. Goes on away with the drift, by the way. That's what the passive is called. And there you have it now. Puggers getting the plant down. There you have the 1-for-1 trade, though, to kick off the post plant.
Congrats, you finally used it in the cast. A friend of ours would be happy. The res comes online, and Exotic finds a kill here, making this Puggers post plant even more so impossible. It's all in the Walk on Water. He's bringing us a miracle right now, but not too long. In this case, it's ice rock solid, and so is the defense here of Abaddon Abyss. We've seen the same story happen, Dax. I've seen this movie before. 6-0, Abaddon Esports are up.
You just can't use the same storyline in a different background. But jokes aside, Abaddon Abyss, we've seen the strength on their defense be utilized before. The way they pull back, the way that they're so responsible with these post-plant angles. See their
One enemy remaining.
towards the rafters
One
until
enemy
they're
remaining.
ready. And as soon as they get the burst done, and when they realize that the Puggers are in just such a desperate scenario, that's when they really strike. They basically waited out Walk on Water and how he was trying to play those blades. As soon as they noticed the retreat was there, as soon as they noticed they could actually set themselves up towards the site itself, that's the go signal, and that's been such a strong green light for Abaddon Abyss all throughout the series so far. The timing is perfected by them, especially in these defensive scenarios.
Puggers call a timeout. Dax, this is literally the way that Earl went. 6-0, timeout, come back, get their 5.
And then,
Abaddon Abyss, let that happen this time again.
well, we did see them yesterday, right? Have those struggles in basically the first half
Every
in the
map.
first place. In every map, sure. But besides that, there's always that possibility. The Abaddon Abyss, they still need to prove that they can endure these kind of series. Not just going 3 maps, right? But keeping something of a lead like this in check. Keeping their momentum, keeping their map control, and making sure that they don't fall into the styles that really suits the opposition. It happened on Pearl. That's why we saw that 5-round streak. It became the duels and the spots that the Puggers wanted to do. Will it happen the same case this time around? Ambition towards mid, and it might be even forced now because of the Viper spit control towards green. The Puggers now getting funneled perhaps into the way the Abaddon Abyss side wants them to.
I really like this defense from Abaddon Abyss. They've got the setup here towards Belong as the fight towards mid works out towards the Puggers' way. And this could have been really good. Exotic finds a shot here to connect. They have some rifles to work with. Retrieves one of the Vandals back on up. Lockdown as well. A lot of times when there is a Viper's Pit here towards Belong or A, one of the best ways to try and dismantle that is go for a deep mid push and circumvent that, especially if it's towards the B site and Belong like in this case. And that's why you saw Abaddon Abyss stack up a lot of her defense towards mid. But Puggers, they were ready for the opening bout, but not for Exotic aggressing here once more.
Premonitions now from Exotic. Tries to peek towards Belt, no one's home. And almost caught that by Ninitz upstairs. But speaking of Ninitz, he's already crawled up to the other side. Patience don't die. Name is Exotic. 3 already for him. Ravus was there too. The second love towards mid now. Spotted out by V-Black on the opposite end. 7-0. This time Abaddon Abyss doesn't drop the ball and they keep the streak going.
Wow.
Can I get this?
Timing working out there, wasn't it, as well? For Abaddon Abyss and Exotic especially. Could have been a bit wayward, but their defense towards mid doesn't really pan out the way that they would hope. But ultimately enough, you got Exotic on an op, and that's always a terrifying prospect. The up across. So
One enemy remaining.
always able to wade the waters, find his way through the cracks, especially against a team like Puggers. And Abaddon Abyss, they've already secured the advantageous half at the end of this first in 7 rounds.
I just love the calls there from Exotic. He knows that the Puggers will just want to try and go for the infiltration. And
Wow.
Isolation. Name is Exotic this time around. I'm just bringing out the dictionary for him because he is basically representing everything and anything that works out here for Abaddon Abyss. Success story right now with the operator and this Jets. The second floor. Provide him some cover. And it's Radon though who falls in hand of strong. This time Radon can't hit that third shot. Has it back on the way and get a bit of safety thanks to Rababs. He does get the kill He'll get traded. 3v2 now, the toxic screen gets
Last player
absolutely
remaining.
instrumental here for the Puggers. But Asta, he was ready for the peak of the smoke anyway.
Enemy
Ninitups
remaining.
though, quick little surprise, gets 3 here. It's now 1-on-1 between the stages, but Ninitups, his lives are on the line. And with the 4 here, the life of Puggers will finally get a heartbeat.
Satisfactory quality recovery here. Exemplary done by the Puggers, and especially Ninitups. Timing there almost could have been awkward for him, but able to find every single opportunity going his
Enemy
way.
remaining.
And I thought that round could have been done once Exotic brought it to a 5v3, but small moments of opportunity seized at the helm here by the Puggers as Abaddon Abyss give away their advantage, and Ninitups, rightfully so. Great punish on that. They've got the lockdown still to utilize here on this defensive Abaddon side. But those are the type of rounds that can get this Puggers squad going, Dax. That's what they needed.
Yeah, they feel the momentum here. Some aggression towards A immediately. Asta, he wanted to try and play for that orb. Orb towards the wall instead. Slow it down there by the middle. And Abaddon Abyss, as soon as they reach that backside, they're fortified yet again for the side take. Now with the first pick off, this does scare off the Puggers' approach. Ninitups trying to at the very least get the watching after screens. Asta's there to make the trade happen. But Blixerinos also ready to receive that crossing fire too. Still a 3v3 now. Sladom here prepared yet again, and here we go for another time. And here we go for another instant. Sladom just hitting that repeat button. And Rabab's finally shuffling in to get the round for Abaddon Abyss. It's 8-1, and we're back on the board for the defense.
Didn't even need to use his mouse. Crosshair placement and discipline, pretty good. Abaddon Abyss. I notice a lot of times that for, especially in this matchup versus Abaddon Abyss for Puggers now rather, whenever they aren't able to get a basic snowball going within a round itself, their biggest struggle is that reset itself. They've had the timeout called. It doesn't bring them too much, at least immediately. They can still change that here, but against an Eco, this is looking to be at least a 9-3 score at the minimum. Yet, Puggers, that reset is always a big problem for them.
And Odin's brought out. You can feel the confidence brimming here for Abaddon Abyss right now. Stellar shooting though from Ninitups and Second Love. You still gotta respect the accuracy here of these players. I think that's the one thing especially that the Puggers have right now. They are really the most amateur team that we have here.
You should run.
But these guys, they've been ran demons all throughout. You gotta respect what they bring to a firefight. Next comes the 4v3s there. Make that a 4v2 as the ambition of Slatham is red. Now the spike getting planted towards A site, and the Puggers, the lesser buy, giving them the better chance right now.
Spike planted.
Maybe, you know, a lot of times these type of rounds are the ones that teams do win because they're playing a bit more effective. Now Exotic and Rababs have quickly squandered those chances a lot more. Bring it down to a 1v2 though. Difficult to retake with an op. He's caught out in the open. Exotic and Walk On War is going to show him the way on now. He can keep strolling. Retrieve the op, and as I was saying, Dax, those type of rounds are sometimes the ones that these teams are losing win, those eco rounds. One, because maybe, yeah, the other side is not expecting of it, but two, as well, because teams play a lot more disciplined on their eco rounds a lot of times over the more free-flowing state that full gun rounds might kind of induce.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain, and I'd honestly say here for Abaddon Abyss, they might be just a little too confident in going for these single peaks. It was the folly of the Puggers a while ago, especially in some crucial rounds that they were just isolated. And in that case right now, just basically trying to go for it one at a time towards that A site. But this time though, Exotic just finding marksmanship with the blades. Beautifully done. A boiling point here by the mid. And you can see now, it's tipping yet again in favor of Abaddon Abyss. Still though, that spike looking to be delivered towards B site. Not only that, it's a wall towards the mid especially. So by this point, the Puggers might be committed here. Rababs though, deep into, well, in such committed territory as well. Yellow box providing him cover, but he's just waiting for someone to lost right now. Actually getting control, but still gets scanned out by the Recon. Here comes the blades now. Courtesy of Walk on Water, but the Rababs is there to just make those knives dull. And Asta's there to wrap up the round. It's 9-2, and it's Abaddon
Last round
Abyss
in
just
the
giving
half.
the A+ performance so far.
It's one of those rounds where I feel like, yeah, they just got exotic. They peek mid, double peek, but exotic. He's got blades, and they're sharp, and they find that out, Dax. Look at this.
I mean, I guess that's one way to know if a knife is sharp or not. Just like touch the tip real quick and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
One enemy
Oh, I
remaining.
insta-died.
oh, I'm dead. Ouch.
Yeah, ouch. That's literally full HP, one hit. But yeah, the Puggers commonly struggling in these type of rounds, going for another kind of mid-aggress. I like that they're not dissuaded from the last round, so you can still see that they have some confidence within them. But Rababs, he's effective at winning those fights as well. They are able to win out the shuffle game. Look at his position from Second Love. That gives him a second chance in the round as Walk on Water follows up as well on that space created and information
Spike
gained.
planted.
2v4. V-Black on the flank. Could maybe catch out the pick here, especially there on the Second Love within that kitchen. That he does. Now they have a chance on the retake.
A beautiful game of hopscotch. You could see the angles they were taking towards kitchen on the holes themselves, and the Puggers priming themselves with a quick take and a quick pit as well. So, Abaddon Abyss not out of the fight
enemy
as
remaining.
of yet. Now chances to kind of shimmer on the way, and it will completely fade as Walk on Water just peers through the Looking Glass
Switching
and
sides.
takes down his counterparts to give the 9-3 scoreline.
Let's get these games.
Final result of the first half.
I have a question for you, Dad.
Yes, what's my...
How superstitious are you? Your answer.
What's my answer?
You tell me.
Dude, I'm waiting for you to answer for
Player
me.
standing.
I love it. Just like, can you do your job and mine at the same time? But you're talking about the curse, right? The legendary 9-3 curse.
Yeah.
I think I'll be more superstitious if the Puggers win this pistol. If not, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a repeat from what we saw in that first map. Because Abaddon Abyss, we've seen by them, it's really such an effective game of timing from what we've seen so far from this Cebu squadron. And while the Puggers are strong with the trades, things come early for Abaddon Abyss, and especially that pressure, well, that's gonna be a bit of a problem for the defense moving forward.
Well, the pistol round's going to have to prove to be effective on this defense here. They have not any real chances of coming back into this. That's not a good start here. Rababs getting the catch out on the Second Love opens up that A site for a lot more possible taking. You can see Puggers, they're trailing here the rotation. They're following them, both the Sage and Blixarino here, Ninitups as well. Rababs, he does get found by Chongi, equalizes the odds a bit, and they're on that flank to make it difficult for Exotic with a Sheriff. He's going to show them the lay of the land. Asta finds a follow-up on the Chongi. It's on the Walk on Water. He's got a Sheriff of his own. Both Jets opting for the high-powered option.
You said it a while ago, you just sometimes get exotic, and there you have it now. One comes to the Jet, so that's another orb in his favor. But at the very end, Sladom finds the corner where Walk on Water was trying to wade in. And there you have it now, double digits, commanding presence, courtesy of Abaddon Abyss. From what we've seen so far, Exotic online, these takes looking strong. Things are just working better and better.
One
for
enemy
Abaddon Abyss.
remaining.
Don't you love the confidence here coming in from Exotic and Walk on Water scripts by a Sheriff on pistol? I think it's quite effective actually, especially in larger maps like this. Map like Breeze gives you a bit more firepower, one that can certainly turn the tide of the bout. That's what we saw there a while ago as well. Exotic though, speaking of Sheriffs, Chongi shows him the butt end of one.
And the Puggers have been strong with these Sheriffs, especially here in the second map. So, the gun disparity is something you cannot ignore. Toxic right now, providing Blixarino cover. He wants to be cheeky, and he wants to play it close. Abaddon Abyss. They really feel like something is amiss. Heavy fortifications, a good call so far by the Puggers.
Here.
After that first frag. And it's timing right now. Between these two squads, Rababs
Placing swamp
getting
grenade.
prepared to go for the nano storm. He's walking towards the middle just in case to try and flush someone out over the back of 410. Finally, there's the go. Courtesy of Asta. Some great patience though from Abaddon Abyss. They know it's a delicate scenario, and they're playing it as smart as they can with a timer here.
If they can bleed enough time, then maybe that's going to give him a cheeky option. Oh, dude. Vixarino just walked back right into it.
That hurts. That hurts
Unfortunate,
to watch.
Awkward.
30 seconds
I mean, I
left.
said it. They're flushing out 410 as much as they can. And just all the mollies between Poison and Nanobots. What else can you even do? They do move over to this B site right now here, Black and Blue, and they have ample time to make this plant happen.
Spike planted.
Alarm Bot's going to give away the flank. Sets Rababs turning his head, making sure that position is checked. Nitups, you can see him wondering, where is this guy parked? Is he a car? Is he a bike? Which lane does he take? Walk on War taking the upstairs instead. As soon as he peeks here, Slatham anyways would be ready for the drop, and that he hears, relays it, and V Black, he's got the site covered.
I think that's a valet service. Maybe the V stands for valet. Right here, right now. Delivery. And a few exercises there. Calisthenics by Abaddon Abyss as they are just confidently taking these rounds. 2 more, and this becomes a 2-0. This is the make or break moment for the Puggers. I love saying it in these kind of scenarios. This rifle round is where it truly counts, but I'm very, very concerned here for the Puggers. None of their setups have really worked. Some initial frags have gone their way, but it's still not enough as Abaddon Abyss is able to poke and prod where the weakness of the defense is. It will be the same case as now the forces of Abaddon Abyss go for their namesake and go towards that A site now.
Yeah. Final real chance, if anything, here for the Puggers. That's a great start, exactly what you want. Now that drop Viper, no real concealment to be thrown on up here by the attacking side. Catches alert, keeps him safe a bit more. They can go for the plant though, and Exotic, he still wins that fight up versus Nitups at that angle, at that range. Chongi's able to deny Slatham finding too much. They are able to get the plant down, and now the retake comes with a man advantage for Puggers.
And Abaddon Abyss has the back on the way now. They won't provide the cover here. As of the second love does get 3 now, and Walk on Waters, there's 2. That Rafters hold, and the Rafters reconvened by the Puggers, giving them a chance to fight back in the second half. Also gotta say, with Chongi getting such a crucial kill towards that site, it basically scared Exotic off. He had an inkling, an idea to even push through the Cloudburst and go deeper towards the back of site. But since he was still single there, it allowed basically reinforcing from screens from Rafters to happen, and the Puggers, well, they're fighting back into another round.
Yeah, that's typically where you would commit a slow orb too on that Rafters, but you said, you know, the push coming from screens diverts the attention here of the attacking post plant. Try and focus their utility there a bit more. Allows an opening for the Puggers to try and slither in. Abaddon Abyss trying to go for the B site option this time. Bravo's where they want to go. Let's see how effective it could be, knowing that the sole defender is Vixarino.
Such a tough ass right now for Viper. But he needs to make this work with his setup. Stay on live as much as possible. One thing to take note though, the Puggers have already committed that toxic screen towards that A site. So really, it's the wall of Abaddon Abyss that will determine the sightlines of this B site take.
Last player remaining.
Already advantage. What? Where the hell did that come from? He just lined up for him. And the flow state is through from Walk on Water. The ace comes when the Puggers needs it the most. And we still see a fight from the defense.
Well, you'd always love to see an ace, and that's a hand that they certainly want to play every time they could. Puggers staying alive, Dax, and superstitions aside, they're looking to make things happen. Still a very, they line up. It's a collateral. 2 birds, a single stone. Mom, get the camera. I got an ace.
That's dirty. The long-range game. Bombardiers to your stations here, courtesy of Walk on Water. Artillery strikes. Well, all you need is the rifle in hand. And now, the Blade Storm can be heard out and about. I believe that's for Exotic as he tries to play the lurk towards B, make an opening if ever. But just because of that one moment, the Puggers now feeling confident. Acid though, breaking Walk on Water now. He's trying to hustle the Jet so far. And B-Black also, same kind of case. Abaddon Abyss, realize, guys, we've been lining up a little too much in this game. Just move a pixel, try to get a better sightline. And here we go again! These shares are sure and secure!
My goodness! The dead eye here of the Abaddon Abyss Eco. looking quite effective. They get the res up online. They have the man advantage. Second Love's able to give them a bit more going for the Puggers defense. This is certainly not the type of round you want to lose to. Not against these guys. Not with Sheriffs merely in their hands. They get the plant down. They have a post-plant position. They do have the firepower advantage, but ultimately enough. It's equalized due to the man count.
The man count, sure, but let's not forget those rifles pack quite a punch, and minutes ups. Finds Rababs, removes any kind of off angle from the equation. Triple stack towards yellow now. Just trying to see if they can get the pier towards the spike itself. The wall goes wrong. Second Love's actually going to be crossing over to the other side of the wall. He's isolated. And while Asta does get the takedown, Mystic it, but it's not going to be enough here for Puggers. The poison seeps through the ice. And while the grass is greener on the other side, when the ice is green, that's going to be Abaddon taking the win instead.
That snake bite saved them. Would have saved him, the barrier, from their shots, especially against the Sheriffs, but would have not saved him from, as he said, the poison seeping through the cracks of that wall that they're so eager to break. Abaddon win the eco due to some stellar shots. This great play at the end.
That's a round to remember for Abaddon. Just the way that they adjust themselves bit by bit to line up those shots. The fact that they hit those shots in the first place. And let's not forget, at the very end, they kept their calm in a way. They threw out the snake bites. They knew they still need to rush down the barrier orb as much as possible, but there was just that feeling, a bit euphoric even, that those Viper mollies, basically, the utility thrown out by him, was just enough to get that win. And what do the Puggers do now? The saving grace they had in the last map brought out now with the operator. Do or die for Walk on Water and the rest of the squad. But he needs to hit those stellar shots, and he needs to be at the right place at the right time. Configuration right now here, black and blue. A site looking to be a take, and it's the least fortified location here for the Puggers.
Really actually commit to it. It seems like they want to provide presence towards that B site, pull the defense there a bit, and then late hit on towards A.
Yeah.
Could be effective. We saw that exact thing happen inversely during Pearl. Abaddon cutting the noise, making sure that their intents aren't given up just yet. Got the operator here in Puggers, and that was what was effective for them on Pearl a while ago. But V Black, he spams through and finds himself a meal of Blixerino.
Trying to sell this. They're trying to sell this as much as they can. Use Car Salesman or get your money back, basically.
Now's the time
and
to go.
Exotic, he gets even another one. We don't work by commissions here. We work by creds. We work by those buy rounds. And now, the Puggers, they buy the whole take, but
they wait too long.
They're waiting way too long right now. They're trying to play sure and secure. And eventually, they decide to commit on it. They did get the frags anyway. Difficult right now for the retake to come with the operator. The Blade Storm is there, though. And as the Viper pit is online for V Black, Asta's just ready to go shoot and shoot yet again. The lockdown is going to be instant play. Walk on Water floating in the air. But here comes Exotic. Exquisite yet again with the angle. And Abaddon they just throw Puggers to the ground and make sure that they cannot get back up. 13-5, Abaddon a convincing series to take here.
Hits them with a classic move, fake the one side, continue, and plant the other. It works, stock and standard in the books, and Abaddon able to take a 2-0 series here for their first win in the regular season. Nicely done here by Abaddon. They showed us that their game really can be set apart once they add more variation and once they add a bit more I guess, complexity to the game plans more on over. And when you're a team like Puggers who like to outduel the competition, what happens when you can't even do that aspect? You get Abaddon on your side.
Yeah, seems like complexity is the name of the game. Just how Abaddon adjusted accordingly. We saw it in their previous series. Now we see it yet again. The playbook looking pretty wide for Abaddon so far, and especially there on Icebox, as sure and as secure as possible. We'll check out a bit of the stats right now, but lo and behold here, Abaddon Are they trying to basically do what they did in the open qualifier as we get into that post game? They lost their first series in the upper bracket in the open qualifier, and everything else was just perfect from that point on. Is this the case? That was the one that they give everyone else, and now they're getting one on the board and looking to go for more in this regular season. Both Jets really stepping on up, but Exotic was just stellar all throughout, especially those rounds where he took control with the blades.
I mean, that's what we expect from Exotic, but Walk on Water was also doing so much work for the Puggers throughout this series, especially on that Pearl, where that operator was always a threat. Unfortunately enough here for Puggers that on the defensive side, they didn't get much round to try and do that exact attempt, and Abaddon Abyss were simply too far in the lead and had too much of a cushion for Puggers to catch up into because of that dominant first half at the 9-3 and then extending to 11-3. That Puggers, they were just put in way too deep waters for them to try and float on. Great round once more, and incredible, I think, series on a comeback here from Abaddon Abyss, really showcasing a lot more of what they have in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, just all throughout, improvements all around. I'm gonna give big props to Ascent and Ravabs there, especially. There were times they were either the first and second kill alongside what we saw from Exotic. They're always there to support and basically buy a different angle there for the Puggers to keep an eye out on. And at those post-game stats, you can see there more first kills there for Abaddon Abyss. That was one of the biggest problems they had versus GameLab.Alpha, so keep on alive, make sure they don't give up that numbers disparity. Those are some of the small improvements we're getting from the Cebu squadron bit by bit. Highlights do come though, and this time around, you can see especially in the first half, the controlled approach by Abaddon Abyss. The Puggers may take that space, but it's really territory and title to Abaddon Abyss all throughout.
And seeing Asta, on the controller, rather on a Sentinel in this case, like what we saw during Pearl, feels a bit more natural to him. The only time we were able to see him yesterday play for this squad was on Haven, where for the most part, map number 1 and 2 was Hydra in that case, and it seems like they do look a bit more effective having him on this role as compared to yesterday, where they have him more on initiating breach role. So he was really doing a lot on those lurks, and you'll see it right here. Slatham 999, he's delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah, big props here to Abaddon Abyss, though. A big team effort all throughout, and in the end, they're the first ones to get a 1-1 scoreline. Unfortunately, this drops the Puggers to a 0-2 standing. But from what I've seen here for the Puggers, this is first week is just a taste of what they can do. They're going to be learning a lot of lessons moving forward from their first 2 matchups. I do feel like for the Puggers, it's just a little bit more of that experience, a little bit more of that deeper playbook. The shots are sound, the defaults can come through, but when the complexity comes from these other squadrons, when all of these adjustments do happen, that seems to be where Puggers does falter. Great to see them here, though. Great to see these really young squads come online. There's a lot of youth right now, basically, in the rosters that we have here in VCTPH, and I'd love to see more from them down the line.
I agree. I want to see how things go towards their favor. If it continues further, if they streak more, because they're a really impressive newer team that we've had coming from the open qualifiers. Hopefully for the Puggers, that their first win here in the regular season isn't going to be too evasive for them moving on forward in the following weeks. This is the last day of this week, but also it's only the first game of the day. We got another game in just a bit for you guys, and that is going to be one that the panel would like to touch upon as we throw on to them. I'm BNB, with me is Dax. We'll see you guys in a bit.
And English broadcast. Ang ganda nung laban na pinakita, especially on the side of Abaddon Esports, kung saan nakuha nila tong series na to 2-0. GGWP, of course, to Puggers naman. Now, Rico, we were talking about this off-stream, kung saan you were noticing a very distinct difference from the playstyles of these two teams. So let's talk about it. Ano nga ba, paano ba nag-take into effect na medyo slow yung playstyle nitong Puggers, pero itong Abaddon Abyss, talagang mabilisan sila, 'di ba? Ganun yung playstyle nila. Pero parang nakapag-adjust sila ng maayos dito eh.
Yeah, nung nakita natin at the first map nung sa Pearl, medyo nahirapan si Puggers na makipag-catch up, to catch their breath, exactly when they went up against Abaddon. Napakalakas ng snowball ng Abaddon Abyss until round 7 when Walk on Water picked up an op and basically stabilized the match for at least just a brief moment. Pero it just showed na hirap si Puggers pagdating sa mga fast plays, fast moves. And again, it's just something that they have to work on, especially when we think about the next series. Syempre, para kay Abaddon, I love how they've been executing. I love how they're so confident in some of these aggressive plays. So, just props to them. This is Latam's moment, by the way. This was killer. This was insane.
Yeah, this was insane. I mean, nakita man din natin yung paano gumagalaw ang Abaddon Abyss. It was the team originally that we said would start out slow, but they went out with an explosive start here. They basically dictated the pace here for the first map here on Pearl. And although there were signs of life from Puggers, especially when they had that operator in hand, they were easily shut down eventually with some quick adaptations from Abaddon Abyss.
Wait, sorry, I can't help myself from laughing. I have to just address break the fourth wall. Fluffy, good try on trying to speak Tagalog.
NT,
That's your best
NT.
attempt right now.
A for effort though.
Pero alam mo kung kaninong effort yung hindi nasayang. Abaddon Abyss. Round after round, nakikita talaga natin yung consistencies. And tulad nga ng mga sinabi ng casters kanina, talagang si Exotic, yung isa sa mga players na nag-stand out dito. He's able to give a lot of space for his teammates. And yun nga even as a duelist, ang ganda nung space lalo na binibigyan niya. Nung una, assistance, pero this time around, siya na mismo yung nangunguna, leading the way for this team. Which I think is just fitting na para dito naman sa series na to, talagang bibigyan natin ng atensyon etong si Exotic. Dahil walang iba yung series MVP natin dito kung di siya, hindi ba, Fluffy?
Yeah, so leading is one great thing, and a leader in himself is Exotic. We saw him really shine, especially when he was on that jet. Even on the Icebox map, I think this player really just had the quick reactions, especially when he started getting early picks.
Exotic just really proving to be a standard for the rest of his team din. Kumbaga siya yung lead by example dito sa team na to. Now, onto the other side, Rico, ito kasing Puggers, matagal na nating pinag-usapan. And this is your favorite, diba? Hindi naman favorite, but you were really looking forward. You were really cheering them on. So, tell me your thoughts on how their performance should be improved as they move on over to the rest of our split.
I think it's really great na parang you saw them try to stabilize round after round. But I feel like it's one of those things where how do you stabilize during a round and how do you slow down an aggressive team such as Abaddon, at least when we saw at the Pearl map. And I think that's one thing that I'm so looking forward to when it comes to their growth. And I guess, going back to Exotic, since we're seeing still Exotic on our screen, I love the versatility because you can see him on the Phoenix earlier. Ikaw mismo nagsabi nito, Laika. He's like helping the team to enter this site using his wall, but can also be a mean jet in Icebox and taking advantage of all these vertical spaces. So I just gotta love Exotic. Gotta love Exotic.
Gotta love Exotic indeed. Even on Pearl, grabe yung aim duels niya. Imagine just straight up dueling an operator. Alam naman natin kung gaano kalakas si Walk on Water dun sa operator niyang yun. Pero hindi rin siya umaatras Even with the Phantom, ginagawa niya talaga ng paraan. And it just goes to show how tough the competition is out here. And even the freshest of names na ang lakas din ng mechanical skill, kailangan talaga mag-keep up sila with the rest of the teams over here. And with that said, guys, dito na nagtatapos etong first series of the day. We are gonna go off to a break, but when we return, it's series number 2. So don't go anywhere. VALORANT Challengers Philippines will be back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo
As Blurred has already heard or potentially sensed there could be 3 players here right on the dot. The double swing that has to be timed perfectly, otherwise they align. And that's exactly what I was worried about. But Blurred, he still manages to escape. Now he's feeling it. He could potentially go for an overheat play here. He has the blades out. He's threatening. He wants that big 4K, but Second Love, he survives and Micro saves the life of Blurred.
Well, we're gonna have to find out and see for ourselves. Look at how much delay GameLabs have here, though. V-Black finding one, but that stinger is gonna really hurt up close. A thorn in their side many times on over. Dodge is there at the phone line, but doesn't check the corner, and Chase, he's found himself a 4K with Owen closing up the round.
If they can continue on as GameLab.Alpha aggressive on the defense, Pollux and Owen already surprising the opposition. The spike is just barely in reach here for GameLab.Alpha, and yet again, Owen with another one. Asta fighting on back. Boogie still with a takedown. Asta's there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here! Put an asterisk to the approach.
Blurred was already prepared to go in for this fight. Now hold on, as Walk on Water, well, of course, the lethality of his operator cannot be underappreciated as he spots out one, even though they were clearing things up. Where did Blurred get shut down from? Was he trying to be cheeky somewhere else as he tries to updraft? I don't know. Micro's been shut. And again, the Puggers speciality. What? No way Yanagi doesn't hit that shot. He just drops down, falls to Ninitubs, and Walk on Water shrugs it off.
Operator, not the easiest thing to do in the world, especially in a close range encounter like this, but don't ever count out Blurred. He's going to be as sharp as attack as the Puggers are going to overwhelm the site eventually. Now, Action PH is going to be a 2v3 retake. They're going to come from the opposite sides of this site. Yanagi's prepping a flash here. They are going to have to take into account that one of them could potentially be in market, but everybody is stacked towards the site here. Now Walk on Water has a shiny new toy, and he is going to show it off to Kevzy as Yanagi gets a freebie. Reduces it to a 1v1. Reduces it to a 1v1. None. Yanagi stealing it away.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
As Blurred has already heard or potentially sensed there could be 3 players here right on the dot. The double swing that has to be timed perfectly, otherwise they align. And that's exactly what I was worried about. But Blurred, he still manages to escape. Now he's feeling it. He could potentially go for an overheat play here. He has the blades out. He's threatening. He wants that big 4K, but Second Love, he survives and Micro saves the life of Blurred.
Well, we're gonna have to find out and see for ourselves. Look at how much delay GameLabs have here, though. V-Black finding one, but that stinger is gonna really hurt up close. A thorn in their side many times on over. Dodge is there at the phone line, but doesn't check the corner, and Chase, he's found himself a 4K with Owen closing up the round.
If they can continue on as GameLab.Alpha aggressive on the defense, Pollux and Owen already surprising the opposition. The spike is just barely in reach here for GameLab.Alpha, and yet again, Owen with another one. Asta fighting on back. Boogie still with a takedown. Asta's there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here! Put an asterisk to the approach.
Blurred was already prepared to go in for this fight. Now hold on, as Walk on Water, well, of course, the lethality of his operator cannot be underappreciated as he spots out one, even though they were clearing things up. Where did Blurred get shut down from? Was he trying to be cheeky somewhere else as he tries to updraft? I don't know. Micro's been shut. And again, the Puggers speciality. What? No way Yanagi doesn't hit that shot. He just drops down, falls to Ninitubs, and Walk on Water shrugs it off.
Operator, not the easiest thing to do in the world, especially in a close range encounter like this, but don't ever count out Blurred. He's going to be as sharp as attack as the Puggers are going to overwhelm the site eventually. Now Action PH is going to be a 2v3 retake. They're going to come from the opposite sides of this site. Yanagi's prepping a flash here. They are going to have to take into account that one of them could potentially be in market, but everybody is stacked towards the site here. Now Walk on Water has a shiny new toy, and he is going to show it off to Kevzy as Yanagi gets a freebie. Reduces it to a 1v1. Reduces it to a 1v1. None. Yanagi stealing it away.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
As Blurred has already heard or potentially sensed there could be 3 players here right on the dot. The double swing that has to be timed perfectly, otherwise they align. And that's exactly what I was worried about. But Blurred, he still manages to escape. Now he's feeling it. He could potentially go for an overheat play here. He has the blades out. He's threatening. He wants that big 4K, but second love. He survives and Micro saves the life of Blurred.
Well, we're gonna have to find out and see for ourselves. Look at how much delay GameLabs have here, though. VBlack finding one, but that stinger is gonna really hurt up close. A thorn in their side many times on over. Dodge is there at the phone line, but doesn't check the corner and chase. He's found himself a 4K with Owen closing up the round.
If they can continue on as GameLab.Alpha aggressive on the defense, Puggers and Owen already surprising the opposition. The spike is just barely in reach here for GameLab.Alpha, and yet again, Owen with another one. Asta fighting on back. Boogie still with a takedown. Asta's there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here! Put an asterisk to the approach.
Blurred was already prepared to go in for this fight. Now hold on, as Vulcan Water, well, of course, the lethality of his operator cannot be underappreciated as he spots out one, even though they were clearing things up. Where did Blurred get shut down from? Was he trying to be cheeky somewhere else as he tries to updraft? I don't know. Micro's been shut. And again, the Puggers speciality. What? No way Yanagi doesn't hit that shot. He just drops down, falls to Ninitubs, and Walk on Water shrugs it off.
Operator, not the easiest thing to do in the world, especially in a close range encounter like this, but don't ever count out Blurred. He's going to be as sharp as attack as the Puggers are going to overwhelm the site eventually. Now, Action PH is going to be a 2v3 retake. They're going to come from the opposite sides of the site. Yanagi's prepping a flash here. They are going to have to take into account that one of them could potentially be in market, but everybody is stacked towards the side here. Now Walk on Water has a shiny new toy, and he is going to show it off to Kevzi as Yanagi gets a freebie. Reduces it to a 1v1. Reduces it to a 1v1. None. Yanagi stealing it away.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
As Blurred has already heard or potentially sensed there could be 3 players here right on the dot. The double swing that has to be timed perfectly, otherwise they align. And that's exactly what I was worried about. But Blurred, he still manages to escape. Now he's feeling it. He could potentially go for an overheat play here. He has the blades out. He's threatening. He wants that big 4K, but second love. He survives and Micro saves the life of Blurred.
Well, we're gonna have to find out and see for ourselves. Look at how much delay GameLabs have here, though. VBlack finding one, but that stinger is gonna really hurt up close. A thorn in their side many times on over. Dodge is there at the phone line, but doesn't check the corner and chase. He's found himself a 4K with Owen closing up the round.
If they can continue on as GameLab.Alpha aggressive on the defense, Puggers and Owen already surprising the opposition. The spike is just barely in reach here for GameLab.Alpha, and yet again, Owen with another one. Asta fighting on back. Boogie still with a takedown. Asta's there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here! Put an asterisk to the approach.
Blurred was already prepared to go in for this fight. Now hold on, as Vulcan Water, well, of course, the lethality of his operator cannot be underappreciated as he spots out one, even though they were clearing things up. Where did Blurred get shut down from? Was he trying to be cheeky somewhere else as he tries to updraft? I don't know. Micro's been shut. And again, the Puggers speciality. What? No way you're not.
Welcome back everybody to VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Sa mga nagre-request ng Tagalog, huwag kayong mag-alala, wala pang mas Tagalog sa panel na kasama natin ngayon. Kasama niyo ako si Likeable and Easy double E.
Oh.
Ayan. Sorry, slight interference within the multiverse. But okay, nagkapalit na sila ng pangalan. Surprise, ikaw na pala ngayon.
Call me daddy.
Ako si Honey Glaze with the double E. Yes.
Okay. So ikaw na ba yung ko-contest sa having the nicest hair on VCT?
I mean, okay naman siguro yung buhok ko ngayon. Nakapag-ayos naman ako ngayon. Sana makapag-ayos na din naman yung mga teams natin ngayon kasi napakainit ng laban nung una, lalo na yung heat na nilabas ng Abaddon Abyss, diba? But more pa kaya sa second, ngayon na nakapag first date na yung iba dito, tapos na yung talking stage, eto na tayo sa second.
Parang may gustong ipahiwatig dito sa Dad Femina. Parang kumukulit ka na ba ng gusto mong kausap ka talking stage na?
Uy, meron. Hindi lang ka talking stage meron ako, pare. Wala na, make a VALORANT premium na ako. Yun ang importante sa akin.
Okay.
Yan ang pinapangarap ng lahat. Pero alam mo, magiging posible lang ang VALORANT Premium kapag may sponsor. So nais namin magpasalamat syempre sa Riot Games pati sa Mineski Philippines kasi kung hindi dahil sa kanila, wala tayong ganitong event at wala tayong VALORANT Premium.
Thanks to our official sponsor, kaya naging posible ang VCT Philippines with One, ang Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery all day, every single day. Subscribe na kayo mga kaibigan to Grab Unlimited ngayon na kasi 9 pesos on your first month lang ang kailangan niyong bayaran. Isipin mo, 9 pesos on your first month. Kaya subscribe na kayo sa Grab Unlimited.
Yun. And syempre, papasalamatan din natin ang Games and Amusement Board for officially sanctioning here in VCT.
Alam ko kakakas nyo lang nung series na nangyari kanina. Pero to summarize siguro, gusto ko malaman kung ano yung naging overall thoughts nyo dun sa nangyaring laban kanina.
Well, I saw Exotic kanina and I think he was really such a big highlight ng Abaddon Abyss. So I really gotta commend this guy dahil siya yung nagbigay ng siya yung nagbigay ng spark, siya yung nagpasiklab ng momentum kanina ng Abaddon Abyss.
Parang ang ganda ding ilagay ng konting importance yung ating mga IGLs nung time na to kasi I feel like yung naging game plan ng Abaddon, it was all in the big brain na nilabas in the membrane of V-Black kanina, man. Kung meron tayong firepower ni Exotic kanina, kung meron din tayong second fragger na napakalakas na si Slatom, ay sinabay yung mastermind sa kanilang operasyon, diba? Si V-Black na naging posible kaya naging organized ang laro nila kanina.
Speaking of organization, meron namang team na nag-organize para patumbahin itong Abaddon Abyss kahapon. At ito na nga, ipapakilala na natin sila. Ito ang GameLab.Alpha.
Perfect.
Sa araw na to na may chance na magpatunay ang bawat ng mga open qualifier team that they are coming out on top, I can say that GameLab.Alpha has already an edge of proving that to us. They just need to overcome this challenge, a battle against a team who's stacked up with VCT experience. It's still possible naman din na makakita tayo ng crazy aim like Polex. There's the best wingman coming in from Dritch, tapos the clutch din naman of Owen QT. So I might say na pwede pa rin naman ito maging doable para sa side ng GameLab, lalo na't napanood natin yun kahapon in a 2-1 reverse sweep fashion.
I think I like to point out din na it was a battle of endurance nung laban nila against Abaddon kahapon. Kaya nag-outlast talaga ang GameLab.Alpha. Kung tatagal ang Abaddon, mas tatagal ang GameLab.Alpha ngayon. Nakailang buff na dahil dito sa Tita Buff nilabas natin. Plus, ngayon na si Owen QT nakailang turbo na din. Nako, ready siya mamaya mag-crouch peak. Pero grabe, yung naging lakas nila overall. Mag-hold up kaya ngayon, malalaman natin.
Yan naman talaga yung katanungan, especially sa ating mga nanonood. kaya kayang mag-keep up ng kalaban nila dito? Well, ang masasabi ko na lang, it's morphin time dahil ang makakalaban nila ay ang former Power Rangers now known as Sky Empire.
Ang Sky Empire. Nakita natin sila and quite frankly, took Oasis Gaming to their limit. When it came to taking those aggressive early fights, you saw the basics come out and it came with experience. Especially setting those fraggers up katulad nitong si Eugene S at yung potential nitong si Disrupt even though he was on the Sentinel role. They went into this regular season na familiar ang pupuntahan at ang mga kasama pero ang setup, nako, kakaiba. They went up against a fired up Oasis Gaming and despite a nail biter doon sa Pearl map natin, nag-crumble sila sa next two maps which I want to talk about a little bit more. Kung gustong makahabol lang Sky Empire sa standing nila, kailangan nilang ma-pressure yung push ng mga aggressive teams katulad ng GameLab.Alpha. If it means i-blind mo si Polex early, kung kailangan sa retake pala talaga gagamitin, yun yung time, bot at least. If kailangan mag-bait and switch ang Sky Empire, at least diba they took the risk.
Yun nga ang gusto ko sa Sky Empire. They have the wisdom, they have the strategy, they have the methodical approach para mamayagpag dito sa aggressiveness at makounter nila dito ang GameLab.Alpha dahil yun yung lagi nilang nagiging strategy, diba? Head-on attack on the other side basta't may nakakasama kayong utility as such as Rababs nung mga nakikita nating mga utilities ever since this game.
Speaking of utility, parang napapansin ko na iba talaga yung coherence ng dalawang team na to. And I think we owe tribute to that as well to the IGLs over here. Ang ganda ng mga gameplay nila. However, hindi sila yung i-feature natin ngayon. Meron pa tayong time para pag-usapan yung mga yan. Ang gusto kong i-feature ngayon ay yung mga controller mains natin, 'di ba? Meron tayong Owen Cutie dyan, meron tayong RU. Si RU na describe na natin dito for a very long time na napaka-creative na player overall, 'di ba?
Yes, and RU has been really dominating when it comes to being one of those back-end players ng Sky Empire. I gotta say na isa siya sa mga nagiging cleanup crew na kapag nakakuha na ng aggressiveness dito, bukod kina Kelly S, bukod kina Eugene S, nandito siya as a backup para makapin down ng mga players from the other side. He needs to be cheeky enough to know kung ano na yun na i-push ng kanyang mga players mismo.
And man, I gotta say though, para dito kay Owen Cutie, bigyan natin ng konting brownie points yung kaibigan nating na napaka-big brain na si Owen Cutie. Kung kahapon, napaka-cold ng stare niya into the camera, napaka-cold, ice cold ng kanyang calling all throughout para dito sa GameLab.Alpha. And it's these guys who are young, talented, and so full of fresh energy na nagle-live up para dito makapag-challenge sa mga tao na pamilyar tayo sa paglaro dito sa liga natin, di ba? Now, they're on a really top spot ngayon. Kalaban nila napaka-experience at ang GameLab.Alpha fresh na fresh pero matcha-challenge ang kanilang wits dito lalo na kay Owen Cutie.
Matcha-challenge talaga. Pero ang tanong ko para sa mga panelists natin dito, curious kasi ako, when we refer to controllers, kadalasan naaalala natin ito yung mga clutch gods natin, di ba? Ito yung mga smoke criminals natin. Sa tingin nyo, sa dalawang controllers na feature natin ngayon, sino yung mas magiging clutch master dun sa dalawa?
Parang nakita ko na yun kay RU nung time na yun eh. It's just a matter of how he has been using his utility and his smokes. Kung sinabi mo smoke criminal, ano ba yung definition talaga ng smoke criminal? Kahit naglagay ng smoke ang kalaban o yung sarili niyang smoke, ipupush niya yung smoke na yun. Kukuha siya ng laban kahit apat yung nakakita niya. And even though it is a risky thing to do, RU has found a lot of value doing that in moments that they need to. Nagawa na niya yun dun sa Pearl, gagawin niya syempre mamaya ulit.
I gotta disagree kasi nakita ko kahapon pa lang, Owen Cutie has been really giving us so many jitters dahil sa mga nagiging push niya, sa capabilities niyang mang-pin down ng player at laging ako napapairit kung kailan siya makaka-clutch eh.
Mapapa-hold on to your seats ka na lang talaga sa mga ganong moments, no? Pero ngayon pa lang, magsisimula na yung mga mind games ng mga controller natin dahil malalaman na natin kung saang mapa nga ba tayo mapupunta at dun pa lang, magkakaroon na tayo ng hint sa kung anong klaseng agent yung pipiliin natin. Alam naman natin, kunyari sa Icebox or Breeze, Auto-pick Viper na yan, nasa meta talaga natin yan ngayon. Pero going into this Honey Glaze, ano kaya yung makikita nating mga mapa na mababan muna, wag muna yung mga revelations. Sa tingin mo, ano yung ayaw nilang laruin ngayon? Bukod sa Fracture.
Well, feeling ko dapat i-ban din ng GameLab dito ang Pearl. Dahil nauna man dito yung Fracture, I gotta agree na ang ayoko din sa mapa na yan. Pero Pearl has been really good enough for Sky Empire to play. Kaya siguro it is a good definition na sana dun sila makapag-adjust. Pero let's see, dahil this is GameLab.Alpha, let's see kung kakayanin pa rin ba nila dito ang Sky Empire.
Parang nagkaroon na nga ng history yung Sky Empire na sobrang komportable nila pagdating dito sa Pearl Map. And Pearl Map first pick na naman if ever. Sige, bibigay natin kasi since yun din naman yung isa mga comfort picks din ng GameLab, ay ibabalik nila yan ulit. Ano ba? VCT Philippines and Pearl Map first pick. Name a better duo, di ba?
Hindi ka nagkakamali dyan. Kung maaalala natin, unang araw pa lang dito sa regular season natin, yan yung opening map natin, di ba? Ang nakakapagtaka lang sa akin dito, on the side of GLab, is that ang ganda ng performance ng Sky Empire dito against Oasis Gaming. So, mukhang meron talaga silang pinaplano dito, HG. Kundi, ba't nila ipa-first pick yan, di ba?
Most likely yun talaga ang mangyayari dahil they have been really crazy enough to play a lot of utilities and then create a lot of opportunities naman when it comes to being aggressive. Nandun yung tatlo eh. We have Boogie, we have Owen Cutie, nandito naman si Dritch. Tapos, alam nila kung paano nila mababackfire o kaya maka-counter out ang Sky Empire. Ang magiging katanungan lang dito is that they are really relevant enough para si Sky Empire naman ay alam nila naman dito paano ika-counter dito ang GameLab dahil we're going back to our foundations na Ascent ang magiging mapa nila.
Haven naman, yung iisang mapa kung saan komportable si Kelly S na ilabas ang kanyang patented race. I wanna say ibalik natin sa history kung saan si Kelly S yung naging duelist ng RRQ. He has been known to be top 2, top 3 duelist dahil sa kanyang race, and he will pop off kapag binigyan siya ng leeway ni Rabbit at saka yung iba pang mga utility players ng Sky Empire. And same could be said as well for GameLab because habang natagal ang series, doon lumalaki yung big brain nitong si Owen Cutie. Makikita ba natin yan dito? Lalo na at it's looking like a very tight series. Yung tatlong maps na to, grabe, overtime history to eh. Makikita ba natin mas lalo na sa Ascent kung matatagal lalo yung mga players natin for both teams?
Hindi, feeling ko minimension yun kasi nga may sumpa siya, HG. According to Rene,
nire-reverse psychology ko na ngayon.
Pero going back ka, 'di ba na-mention mo kanina dun sa Haven, dito nag-duelist pa rin si Kelly S. So, ito yung actually something interesting na napansin ko. Out of all of the maps na napakita sa atin ng Sky Empire, it's always Eugene S on that duelist role. Fem, bakit sa tingin mo this time nag-step forward etong si Kelly S na siya yung magdo-duelist and then mag-a-adjust into a killjoy role etong si Eugene S?
I mean, inherently, si Kelly S kasi, how he uses yung kanyang mga agents, si KO, diba? Parang duelist lang din naman. He has never fallen out of his duelist roots talaga. It's just that he gives a lot of runway, a lot of space para kay Eugene S so he can thrive in his own space. Parang bigayan lang, give and take. Sige, majority of maps, sige, mag-duelist ka, okay, ako na lang bahala pagdating sa Haven kung saan ilalabas ko yung race ko. Sasabugin ko yung mukha ng mga kalaban natin gamit na showstopper ko. Basta mag-operator ka sa Pearl, basta mag-operator ka sa bawat sektor ng mga mapa kung saan ka mag-jet at dun tayo magta-thrive now that Kelly S is now gonna be having his chance kung papasok tayo sa Game 3 mamaya.
Here comes the party dahil it's party time for our predictions. Kala mo, party-party, masaya talaga eh. Pero dito sa predictions, laging malungkot yung panel. Pero alam ko yung mga viewers, sana tinatali nyo kung tama ba yung mga predictions namin. It's time. Who do you think is gonna win? HG, simulan natin sa'yo. Sky Empire or GameLab.Alpha?
Well, you know me, nasabi ko na ito kahapon, talagang gustong-gusto ko ng crazy and explosiveness ng GameLab.Alpha. So I'm still rooting for them dahil I believe na kahit methodical approach dito, yung mga plays and strategies ng Sky Empire, kaya na talaga itong weluhan with just Folex.
Sorry, natawa ako kasi wala naman sa pagano, pero pag naka-follow kayo kay HG sa Facebook, alam nyo na may nagpaparinig. Game na, patak naman, tama yung prediction niya kahapon. With that,
Pangalawang araw na to, ha?
Pangalawang araw na GameLab.Alpha.
Imagine, may
ikaw.
pattern. May pattern tayo nakikita. Kung si HG, ever since day one, talagang GameLab, kasi napagmahal yung kanilang naging storya. I fell in love with the story of GameLab.Alpha and how they're able to develop themselves all the way from the online qualifiers na lang at saka sa ibang mga tournaments na nasalihan nila. And hindi ako magtatapos ngayon. GameLab.Alpha all the way ako, like all the way through, lalo na. At eto, na-pass nila yung test kahapon, ibabalik nila ngayon.
Teka lang, sinabi mo since day one? Nako, hindi matutuwa si Fluffy. Mali yun. Hindi, biro lang. All jokes aside, ako lang siguro yung odd one out today because I'm rooting for Sky Empire. Or not rooting for, pero yung prediction ko talaga is, objective tayo dito as much as possible talaga. Ako, naniniwala ako na yung veteranship din talaga netong Sky Empire nakikita, and ang ganda nung mga pag-IGL ni Kelly S. I believe na sila ang mananalo dito. Pero that is it for our predictions. It's all locked in. Take a screenshot if you guys want to. Alamin nyo kung sino sa amin yung tama or kung dalawa ba sa amin yung mali. Pero that is it for this panel segment. Makikita-kita ulit tayo mamaya. Pero in the meantime, sisimulan na natin ang laban kasama ating mga casters.
Thank you very much, Laika. Welcome to the second series of day number 3 of the first week of the regular season. It is going to be between GameLab.Alpha and Abaddon versus... Sorry, it is going to be GameLab.Alpha versus Sky Empire. And we're going to be your casters. I'm Riku. Together with me is Fluffy. Hello there. How are you feeling today?
I am super excited, especially now that we're casting this game. I think that it's going to be very explosive. The panel covered it a bit earlier. There's a lot of hype in GameLab's playstyle in the way that they're so explosive. But now that we know that we're going to be playing on that Pearl map, it's a map that has those explosive moments, but a lot of times slow down. And I wonder if Sky Empire is just going to be able to use that time to their benefit and really push themselves to the win.
Yeah, I like how you bring that up because when we look at, what you mentioned, GameLab.Alpha has a lot of expectations. When we saw the panel's predictions, it was a 2-1 score, and they did manage to grab their first win in the tournament yesterday against Abaddon Abyss. But on the other hand, even though Sky Empire lost against Oasis Gaming, they were able to take one map out of them, which is Pearl. So, among the 4 teams in the open qualifiers, it seems that Sky Empire can join the ranks, join in the ranks of the top teams. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I think it's not surprising. When you look at the pedigree of the players that's in Sky Empire, these are players that have been playing in the VCT circuit for such a long time. A lot of them have even gone as far as making it to APAC, making it to further than playoffs, etc. And on one hand, you can say, just like I mentioned, that it's not that surprising because of the players. But when you look at the results that they had actually on the open qualifiers, they actually lost a couple of games there or maps there, which brought them down. So they do have that, I guess, experience in the players, but maybe as a team they haven't gelled as much. But as they've shown, that you mentioned in the Oasis game, they did do pretty well against Oasis. They even got that one map off them. So hopefully, as long as they keep fine-tuning that, they can get back into form, especially now that they're playing this game.
Yeah, and it seems, the discussion, it feels like it's leaning towards, Sky Empire taking a map, at least for Pearl, based on their, performance against Oasis. But if ever that goes that route, what do you think GameLab.Alpha should do? Do they have to replicate what Oasis Gaming did to make sure that doesn't happen, or should they just go stick to their own playstyle?
I think, especially for a newer team, it's probably better to just know your own strengths. It's not that bad to get, some tidbits and strategies. Every team does it, especially if you know that they lost at a certain thing. Oh, what were they doing right? What can we do as well? Or what can we add to our toolkit already? But yeah, working on yourself, wow, is important apparently.
Oh yeah, that's definitely important. And as we take a look, of course, we've got, thanks to our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. There you go. There's the QR code. You gotta scan it, fam.
Yeah, everyone just scan that QR code if you're hungry, just like we are, or hungry to get into the game. It's just, I think we have talked about how Glab has that explosive play style, but I think that also kind of narrows you into an agent pool, which is kind of linear. It's not as flexible. So hopefully, as the tournament scales on, they do show a bit more flexibility in their strategies. And knowing that we're gonna play Pearl, I'm very excited to find out what agents we're gonna play soon.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what kind of approach they're going to be doing, because especially the fact that we've already seen Sky Empire perform, but GameLab.Alpha, at least when it comes to Pearl, not exactly just yet on this particular map. So a lot of surprises in store as we head on over to our agent select. Defense for Sky, attack for Glab. The first pick for RU. RU was our featured player earlier by the panelists, and it's going to be another controller as we get to see Astra getting picked up.
Yeah, Astra on one end, but on the other side, we do have the Viper coming out for Owen QT. Very stark contrast. You have the global presence of Astra for the defense, but for the attack, you have that massive wall to really cover so much space. Sky also going to be choosing Kelly S, going to be running that KO, as well as Sova, double initiator, leaving Eugene S to be the solo duelist, with Disrupt going to be holding down the sites. On the other hand, instead of running that KO on Sova, they're just going to stick with that one initiator, running that Fade on Chase. X is going to be double duelisting with Boogie. Not very surprised. Explosive playstyle, explosive agents. But in case anything does falter, they do have that Sage to back them up, resurrect one of their fallen comrades, as well as heal up their team to tippy-top shape.
And it just fits them so well, right, Fluffy? It's the explosive play style, the double duelist on the board, and the fact that their games yesterday against Abaddon Abyss, they're all coming from attack. Most of their explosive points came from attack. That's how they're able to get this big amount of lead at the first half of the game. So excited to see how this is going to pan out, especially we're on our way to the end of day number 3.
Yeah, and if we can see here on our beautiful screen, GameLab.Alpha with their complete agent roster. One thing that you might be lacking on this screen is a Sentinel with that anti-flank. They're going to be playing so hard committal when they do entry sites. It'll be very powerful, don't get me wrong, but it does have a lot of gaps, which Sky Empire might expose. They do have a Sage, and maybe that'll come into play, but on the other side of things, looking at this whole roster, it's a more balanced way to play the map. They do have someone who can hold the op in Jet. They have a lot of info, and I think the suppress is going to be very valuable coming out from the KO.
That's true. I mean, when we look at the other side with the whole Reyna pick as well, gotta make those kills count, as we've seen. And I love the fact that it's the anti-flank that they have to that they don't have, rather, on the side of GameLab.Alpha. Just as you said, they have to full commit to a site, make sure they get the plant down and get their positions down onto any sort of shenanigans by Sky Empire here as we head on over to round number 1. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, round number one going to be starting off a bit slow. Early info going to be coming out from the defensive side, taking a main control with 3 players. Owen QT is going to be forced to back off here from the situation. Will he peek again? He will spot out 1 player, but chooses to go for the safety option. Gets tagged on the way out, though. The firing squad eventually takes him down. That's the only controller that they have. But for their response, the attackers are going to quickly run down to the B site. But it looks like Rabbit is already going to be prepared for this. No recon dart available for him. He does some shock darts to run him down or just delay them, but the plant is going to be falling down.
Yeah, exactly. Here comes 3 man coming from behind, just as you mentioned. We'll see, because that's only Chase going to be protecting for that back line here. No shot so far. Chase goes down. RU gets the headshot. Recon dart to get in more information. 2 people peeking here too as well. They get Rabbit down. VALORANT falls. It's only Dritch alive, and he falls as well. Looks like that's going to be a defuse, and Sky wins that round.
A great round coming from Sky. I mean, they have 4 players alive. They even got the free site. GameLab basically got the free entry. Yes, they lost their controller. That kind of sucks. But, you know, you keep 4 players alive still. It's not the worst situation to be in. But Sky Encore only losing Rabbit there is so efficient for them. This triple push onto A that we saw in the start of the round gained them the momentum they needed for that clean retake, because without that controller, there's nothing to really slow them down. But moving here onto the second round, looks like Sky Encore is going to invest very heavily because so many players were alive, bringing out triple Bulldogs, preparing already to not only win this round, but maybe even bring it onto the next round.
Yeah, Sky hoping to snowball, as we've seen in the earlier Pearl maps from our first series. This seems to be a full stack here with only RU and as well as Kelly S guarding the site. There's only 1 star available to potentially slow down this course. There comes the shot. RU managed to get a kill, and as well as Kelly S. There's the trade falling in 3v2 situation, and it keeps coming as the rotate now coming from Sky is going to come for that retake.
Yeah, Chase now left in an almost impossible situation. Basically checkmate unless SE gives him the opportunity. He's playing there on dugout. He's already spotted multiple people swinging him. Has to go for the reload. Maybe not enough time, not enough bullets. Not enough is what they have this round, but it's enough for SE as they go for the defuse right here. Rabbit gonna get another ultimate point? No? Is he gonna give it to his teammate? I think they're gonna go and save a lot of those Bulldogs. That way they can move on to the next round with a better economy. I think that's a Vandal as well. Did I spot out? Yeah, 1 Vandal, 2 Bulldogs. It's actually a great way to win the second round. Most of the time, you expect to win the second round just because of the difference in economy and how much firepower you have. The disparity is just so big between those pistol rounds. But as we see here on the replay, the value coming out of the Bulldogs, instantly taking out 1. There it goes in third person, especially with that gravity well, trying to slow them down, disrupt. Very useful there. That way he can control the side as they go for the flank. But at the end of it, pretty healthy buy from SE. My question this round is how they're going to use this buy, since it's kind of a mixed buy still, and how they're going to use it to really pressure the attackers.
Yeah, a little bit mixed here, just as you said. But yeah, RU was able to buy some time for the rest of Sky to come rotate into A. But this is still RU staying with a different approach. A little bit slower now, coming from GameLab, just to pick out some information. That's a double push, triple push rather, on to spawn. Let's see if they can find someone. Yes, they do.
Oh no, now they're stuck in this tricky situation. Everyone has to watch all the angles because of this diverse push. Eugene S gets 1 value kill out of the rifle, but Paul X falls disrupt as he just leans down. 2-0 at the moment, but now in a 2v2. It's a pretty stable round for the defenders, and they're able to stabilize in a way, keeping a rifle still, but RU is going to be left alone.
Yeah, only a sheriff. Yeah, that's the biggest question. Where will he go? It's a guessing game at this point. Knowing that the bomb is still pretty much stacked around spawn, trying to gather information where the last person is. And it seems to me the move coming from GameLab would be a B execute here. We'll see if RU can see anyone from this rotation. It's going to move slow here, but he'll find out it's going to be B after this bomb's going to get planted. He picks up a Vandal, and that's pretty good for a 1v2 situation. Checking out the util, only 1 star left. Let's see if this is going to be a successful 1v2 for Sky.
The wall is going to be a big hindrance. So speaking of walls, RU does have that Cosmic Divide available if he chooses to use so. It's a very winnable round, especially if he can land this frag. He gets an important kill on Chase. Now in a 1v1 with time, in a way, on his side. He only has to clear the close angles, but Rich is already going to heal himself up and play very, very close. Tense situation. 1 star. Will he choose to use a smoke, or will he choose to use a different ability? The Nova Pulse not going to be used, and he lands the shot. The smoke criminal himself. They were talking about this on the panel, how he gets away with this, and they get away with winning their 3rd round. Even though Glab had the advantage with the economy, that quick shuffle, that quick skirmish up on the pinch, like a triple or quadruple pinch, just really, I think, split the attention of Glab. Maybe that's one of the ways to counter them. Glab, we know, is that 5-man execute, let's go together. But if you can split them up like this, you can really leverage your player's individual skill to land the opportunistic shots that you need.
Exactly. And I think this is also going back to what you said when it comes to the limitations of the composition that Glab drafted. There's not a lot of utility for you to work with to guard your flank, to guard some of your, I guess, defenseless sides. So at this point, will Glab try to play it slow like earlier and risk of having a push coming from Sky once more, or take a different approach and go from mid?
I think that knowing that Sky is basically on their buy, they kind of have to force, or at least for the side of Glab, they have to force themselves to stick together and try to get as many as they can by trading each other instead of trying to take these both at a disadvantage. And speaking of disadvantage, easily punished, just like that. The range disparity. Eugene S already with the operator, so confident, but in response, Boogie does eventually take Kelly S out of the equation. Fall X is going to get a great position here. Will he get Disrupt? No, Disrupt too quick on the trigger, and that leaves Boogie some time to move around the map.
Let's see what Glab decides to do. It seems to me they don't want to go through A. Gonna catch people mid-rotation here as Disrupt gets to peek in. 3 HP will decide to back away instead. And now everybody's clumped up in this single area from Glab, as they will adjust accordingly, see if they can get more pick. Disrupt quite weak at the moment, so it's a bit risky. But it seems to me Sky has more space to work with as we get to see RU trying to patrol the area around the attacker side.
It's a very experienced move coming out from Sky. They know that they have control with the contact turret already. And as the plant goes down, it will be confirmed that it will be the A site which their battle will unfold. Boogie, though, going to try to get an early pick. Is a good timing pick if he does get the 1v1, but I don't think Eski is going to let that happen. Disrupt, though, very low, so anything can really happen. Especially with this operator, it's a great gun to have, but maybe not on the retake. A big kill coming out from Rich, removing that controlling option from SE. 3v3, time is not on their side. Rabbit is going to get the important duel, but Boogie comes out on top. Now they have everything that they need. Time is ticking, and Disrupt 1 HP does get a frag with it, though. Will the operator land? No, it will not. And just time is their enemy.
Yeah, they were so pressured, and the positioning coming from Glab, and it's a thrifty round too, a bunch of sheriffs. They took their time, but it was worth. It was Glab with their position at the last few seconds of that round, even though Sky was able to get a pick, even though they were able to constrict the space that Glab had to work with. At the end of the day, such a huge kill. Few kills, rather, from Boogie that saved Glab that round.
Yeah, saved is a great way of putting it, because it looked like SE had control of the situation there, but now that we're moving on to the 4th round or 5th round, let's see what their plan is. They don't have the operator this time around, but Eugene S does have that shorty. They're going to just put him into position right there, pop the Blade Storm as well for insurance, and looks like they're going to just default mid, waiting for Glab, expecting Glab to push in. But Glab, on the other hand, very wary now that their flanks are easily attackable. They're just going to go for the default hold, just make sure that, you know, there's no cheesy pushes or anything coming out, but it looks like both teams are going to spend this time just defaulting.
Yeah, just trying to pick for information here as we get to see the bomb still intact, not knowing where to go just yet. Boogie, will he be able to get this kill over here? There's a star, there's a nano swarm waiting for you, and a blade storm behind the box. He's just going to dash away, tailwind away. No trades yet. Sorry, no kills yet.
Oh no, he didn't get spotted out, but Disrupt does get chased on the other side of the map. Will he eventually fall? Boogie, another impact kill, removing the hard anchor from that B-Link. But Eugene S has freedom to move. The Resurrection is going to come out, but it's going to be destruction for the end of Eugene S. Great momentum coming out from Glab, getting control, getting 2 players down already, but 30 seconds remain on the clock. They have to pick a site in the next few seconds. 24, 25, 23, everything is just ticking down, but Rabbit's already there. at the end of B side, prepared to fight for his life and fight for his team. He goes for a couple pot shots right here, but the Haunt does come in as well as the Viper Spit. If he's able to delay with a good recon dart, gonna be able to spam a couple.
Oh.
He gets one with the amazing recon dart. But that Nova Pulse is not gonna connect. The shock dart's doing so much damage. Now in the 3v3, Kelly S takes out Fall X. They still have a bunch of util. The Cosmic Divide's gonna be used for the retake. And they think maybe they have a lineup, maybe they don't, but Dirch is gonna take out RU. That option outside of it is gonna be removed. And Kelly S, rabbit traded out, goes for the swing, Shays, Gills on top. I think this is a great way of GameLab adapting to the situation. They didn't necessarily just go, you know? They kind of just stood up.
Yeah, they took their time. They decide to, again, see and wait. Whoever gets to decide to make the first move instead. While they were the ones who made the first move, they were the ones who lost the life first. But at the end of the day, they poured all their resources on to B rather. They were able to win that round. Again, RU is doing amazing, but at the same time, GameLab as well, having to get into these sites. So we'll see if they're going to do the same thing, because again, it has worked. Disrupt has lockdown. Meanwhile, Blade Storm activated and Empress also available. So let's see if GameLab will go onto the aggressive offensive as they meet all in mid. Dritch gets a pick onto and even with that trade over, it's a brawl in the mid lane.
Yeah, big brawl. Brawl stars are not going to stop as GameLab close it out with this mid fight. Sky Empire trying to take something, you know, just take their pound of flesh out of this team, going for another quick pinch. But GameLab has recognized this and they have adapted accordingly. Now stabilizing everything 3-3. Eugene S though this round will have that operator available yet again, but if you take a look at what has happened, the share of kills gets some value, but the Relentless Winter coming out of GameLab didn't want to stop at all. I think that's the aggression that the panel was talking about.
Yeah, and they only consumed, what, the Blade Storm by Boogie. That's it. That's all they consumed in that round. And they still get to keep and carry over certain ults that'll help them towards this game, round number 7, rather. Here we go. Mid, meet you in the mid again. Gets a headshot. Boogie is able to get one. But in the meantime, GameLab will decide to go towards A.
Not only will they get one, they also lost their operator. So it's a very expensive one at that. Disrupt's going to try to guard that operator with his life, but the combination of Disrupt and Kelly S, they get chased and Fall X. Boogie does respond by taking out Kelly S, forcing this into a 3v3, but RU is already prepared on site. He knows two players are going to come out of aiming to go for some spams here, but the Viper Spit's going to come out as well as the slow ARP to push him out of position. The Spike looking to fall. Plants, and now time is ticking. It's up to the retake potential, but speaking of retake potential, Disrupt is going to use that wall against them. You thought this was your ally, but actually this is mine. Going to use that lockdown around the Viper Spit, and on the other side, Rabbit's already prepared for the exit. Use one molly, so speaking of delay, they don't have that much to work with. He's not going to be in the Viper Spit as well. He's not going to take that much damage. But damage is one thing that they have with the rifles, but it's not going to be enough. The defuse is going to be able to be stuck at their smoke criminal. So unfortunate for the side of GameLab.
Yeah, right. The smoke criminal there. And just as you said, they used basically the wall against their favor, unable to reach the lockdown, unable to destroy the lockdown, therefore flushing everybody out from GameLab to protect the Spike from getting defused. And, you know, are you smoke criminal? Yes, I'm going to use the Viper smoke as well in my favor. And that's a really good round by Sky Empire here to get that defused out.
I think if the Viper Spit was like slightly more forward, just so that the whole spike was, you know, encased in that toxin gas,
that's true.
It would have literally won them the round. But because there was that small gap, RU recognized it so quick. But speaking of what things we can recognize, we can see here that the attackers are going to posture for that B attack. But Eugene S, you know, he's been hiding behind a lot of boxes this game. He did it in Art, and now he's here up on B long, managing to get himself into this tricky position. I don't even know if they spot him out. Will he get one? Yes, he will. Pops a dash as well, but gets traded out easily. Is that a good value play? Is it not? 4 rifles for 4 rifles. They do have the resurrection, so it's not the best trade with the Sage, no?
Yeah, I agree with you there. Now it's a 5v4 situation. You lose someone that can get in the thick of things, like Eugene S here on the Jet. But no committal just yet. They're waiting. They're playing the waiting game. The recon dart might possibly see them as Nightfall drops in to B side here. Here comes the execute as we get to see Aryu rotating from far away across the map. The Viper Wall being laid down as well. Plant now enabled. We'll see how Sky can take this one.
And how they're going to take it, that's by popping that Hunter's Fury, immediately getting value, but Fall X manages to get Aryu again. The double swing coming out from Sky is able to Fall X. Kind of ironic, but the suppress is going to suppress all the powers that they have for the retake. They're still on this position. They have eyes on the spike and they go for the win. I think that Sage Wall just really was so hard for them to push into, especially after losing Aryu.
Yeah, it was quite difficult. The fact that they played slow, therefore it was so difficult for Aryu. Do I rotate now? Do I not rotate? The only time it's so hard to like fully commit to a full rotation and see whether or not this is a, full execute onto this B side. And I believe that the little bit of time that GameLab wanted to do to stall out the game time, that Nightfall is just so perfect for them to sort of get that 4-4 on the board.
Now Sky, when you look at their economy, they're going for the timeout right now. They're thinking, what can we adjust? But this round, what can they do? They don't have that much to work with. They have some abilities here and there. The Jet has full util. Maybe he'll get a rifle or a hero rifle for their team. But generally, it looks like to be an eco play. I feel like for the side of the defense, especially with Sky Empire, you really need to start leveraging the utility that you have. Not only do you essentially have more utility than the opposing team, you also have KO, which is one of Viper's best counters, because unlike other controllers, when you get suppressed as a Viper, your Toxin, your smokes, your line of sight blocking pieces just fall down. So it can really disrupt a lot of the pushes coming out from GameLab. And it feels like to me that they're wasting a lot of the utility because they're dying trying to fight middle when the enemy's comp is designed to fight.
Yeah, that's true. They aren't able to you completely maximize that utility that they have, just as you mentioned. I mean, they're trying to beat fire with fire when they can use water to destroy the fire. I don't know what I'm saying.
That's a great way of putting it, actually. No, I swear, that's a great way of putting it. What I think X might be put in his place. Oh no, the spray down is complete. Gets a dismiss as well. A quick round of firepower. We're talking about explosives. And boom goes Sky Empire. Holy!
We were literally just talking about it. Fire versus fire. And like, wow, I guess GameLab.Alpha is definitely the bigger fire here. Wow, let's take a look at that again. It was a step, basically unable to even kill here with a dismiss. Just so beautiful to watch. Whew, that was quick.
That was a very quick round. I feel like we just started the previous round, but I guess Sky Empire really wants to go on their buy round. They have that operator now on Eugene S again. The recon dart going to get some value on B, but unfortunately for Mr. Rabbit, it's going to be on the A site. Kelly S with no knife available to slow this push down is going to opt to maybe use that fragment instead. The wall does go down, and Aryu does smoke off a main. The execute looks like it's going to come in, but there's no player actually walking into the site yet. So a bunch of utils that they already wasted on the defensive side. They did already commit their wall, so they might go for a re-hit here. But as no players are working the rest of the map, they actually have an open way to walk back into mid. And they have a couple of options. Either we re-hit A, cut noise, or do we walk all the way to B?
That's true. They have a lot of options and a lot of time, considering that, just as you mentioned, Aryu's utility, even, the knife already executed. So a lot of utility being burned. They don't have to fall victim to the gravity well concussing anymore. But it seems it's going to be a slow walk from mid and a potential pick if ever somebody gets cut out off of this rotation. No one's moving, though, as the alarm bot will spot them out.
30 seconds.
Alarm bot does alert them already, but it might be a little too late. Fall X already taking Aryu yet again. No stars for him, but no him for the rest of the round. They're trying to go for more. Kelly S falls as well. They're going to get the spike down. Now in the 5v3, this buy round from Sky just punished so hard. It's Reina doing so much work. Boogie getting one for himself as well. Now it's all up to Eugene S. He has fired a shot already. They know he has the operator. Will they allow him to save? They spot him out in an awkward spot. He does get one for his troubles, but Fall X again with a 4K. This man has been unstoppable. When we talk about firepower, it looks like He is the firepower. Even his Vandal's already glowing from that champion skin, signifying to everyone in the lobby that I got this, guys.
I got this. He was so aggressive, pushing Eugene S into an unfavorable position, getting sandwiched by two members from GameLab.Alpha. And just as you said, it is an up gun on the side of Sky, and they have to, again, repeat the cycle, get their economy stabilized, and see if they can get back up again. It is round 11, as this strategy from Glab to play slow, to bait out utilities, working out really well for them, as ONQ gets two people down, Rabbit and Eugene S fall.
Well, and the punishment does not stop. Boogie going to continue the trend. Rich, on the other side of the map, it looks like they're just winning all their duels so far. He's going to back out, be exposed. The spike does drop, though. They have information of where this is, but are you only with the sheriff to work with? Is going to be in this 1v4. So many angles to watch. The Lear's going to come out for the early contact, but the run and gun's coming from both Shays as well as Reyna. It's just going to be too much. Too many targets, little bullets.
Yeah, too many bigger guns on the side of GameLab.Alpha. And there we go, Eugene S. So let's take a look at that again. With the 2 kills start from Cutie. And at this point, it was just a fast run through the next round. And it is, again, Sky Empire trying their best to maximize what they have on the defense. They have another up. Let's see if they can make that count.
Hopefully they do. It's going to be their last chance to do so here on the defensive side. Going to go for a more play slow, but Eugene S loses his operator to a Phantom at that range. And it looks like the Empress is going to be popped as well. It's a double duelist to bait out early penalty. Maybe even going for more. Jay's going to take out Rabbit. Now in this 3v5, it's very hard unless Disrupt lands his important kills. He's going to be contesting with multiple players. He does get the first one though. Boogie falls. And in the side, there's already one player waiting. He's going to go for the resurrection, but it's not going to be enough. The man advantage still on the side of Glab. 4v2 right now. 4v1. It's all in the hands of Kelly as this world champion. But unfortunately, the off angle coming up from that Sage wall, Rich is going to hit the headshot that he needs. Very impressive round by Glab.
I agree. The succeeding rounds of just playing slow, baiting out utilities, and they're like, it's the last round till the next half. Let's go. Just be aggressive, catch them off guard, not let them think that they're gonna, do the same thing. Not let Sky do the same think that they're gonna be doing the same thing all over again. And they were caught out of position. And Glab, again, all of their kills, making it count, getting the numbers advantage, timing. I guess because they're very extra confident getting into these aggressive fights, especially when they have Dritch on having a Resurrect. So Sky definitely has to watch out for that. Once Resurrect comes up, they gotta be careful and make sure the Resurrect doesn't come down.
That's very true, and it looks like the aggression is not going to stop. Even on the defensive side, Glab is just going to walk up here and say hello to their competitors, but no, the 5v5 does come. We get 3 already down almost instantly. Now in the 3v2, this push doesn't seem like it's going to be worth it. It's going to be punished very, very hard, and they know where the Viper wall is, but they don't know where Owen is. They still have no info that he could be playing here, but knowing that the context clues is already telling them the story by reading between the lines, Kelly S is going to run into him and spot him. He has a ghost. Will he this be able to be enough? The timing though works out for Owen. He does get info that Kelly S is playing on the close right corner, but he's unaware of where his teammates are. The Dance of the Dragons, and there goes Kelly S winning it all. So a quick shuffle left and right there, and it's just too hard to hit this robot.
Yeah, a little bit difficult there. A little bit of a dicey situation for the side of ONQD to try and do something, try to get the 1v1. It was a lot of people, but this was the beginning of that really, what do you call this? The brawl style start of a round here on the switch up, and that's very interesting to see. So we'll see now how Sky can get back, especially, I mean, it's quite close, Fluffy. It's still a very close game.
Very, very winnable, especially now that Sky got that very important pistol down. They did, however, get it in the first half, so hopefully if they play this correctly, it will work out for them. If they're able to punish the aggression that X is going to put out, Rabbit eventually landing one into the dome, going to be a free A side from them, but just to be extra cautious, the drone, as well as that 0 point, will clear out all the important angles. Moving closer into RT will, I believe, spot out one player, but Eugene S already ready in the smoke to get one for his own. He goes for the spray down, baits them, and Eugene S is just to run them down. It leaves only Dritch as well as Owen to basically perform a miracle here. They're not even in the best of positions. Trying to get one, but Eugene S got a Superman and back up.
Woo!
What is that bait?
One enemy remaining.
That's wild. That was wild. Didn't know where he ended up in. Rich is very kills the Marshall. Gets traded. However, Eugene S is this round very, very strong, and Sky seems to be ramping up, momentum from what they lost earlier. They were having a difficult time, especially Eugene S seems to be the primary target, knowing that he's going to be a problem in the next round or in this, series in particular. So they make sure that they try to challenge him and take him down almost immediately. And now it seems to me this reset from this next half is working. Eugene S is finding all of these beautiful kills for Sky.
Yeah, very beautiful kills. The aggression is not just on one team, but on both. I thought, I kind of laughed at this kill because I wasn't sure if Rabbit was going for a timing thing where he was going to wrap around or if he was trying to knife him because he knew he was low. It looked like it was going for the knife, but the knife attempt's going to be shut down as GameLab does call that timeout that you mentioned. Sky Empire, if we look at their economy for a bit, they do have rifles on their team, 4 out of 5. Not the best rifles for some, and a Spectre with Eugene S, but because he has that jet mobility, it won't be that bad on him. It'll still be very effective. On the other side, though, we have GameLab.Alpha. They do have all the rifles, but the interesting thing to know about it is 3 out of 5 of them only have half shields, meaning that those Bulldogs will be extra effective towards those players. But as we say that, the round does start. It looks like SE is going to be positioning themselves for A. And if we look at the map, if they continue this trend, it looks like they're going to run into another early fight here as the defenders are still pushing up with this, even on this buy.
Yeah, it's going to be, Dritch and as well as Chase having to push this. And that's going to be the sacrifice. Dritch falls down. They are going to get spotted, however. Let's see if GameLab is able to rotate in time. As there's no push just yet. Sky wants to take their time and not commit just yet.
Yeah, not commit is what they're trying to do. Something similar of what happened against them, baiting out utility, but unfortunately for them, GameLab doesn't have that much stall, especially because most of it is on that stage that's already off the board. 5v3 with a minute remaining on the clock, still a lot of options. They know where the Viper wall is, so they can honestly choose to avoid that. They're going to do a smart move here, leaving Rabbit here to lurk and play this position in case they bait out any rotations. He's already prepared to cut him off. He's going to move here and try to get some information, just prod and peek for some, but this Prowler, I think, is going to spot him out. They know at least one player is there. Will they take the bait and over-rotate, though, and let go of B-Link is my question. It looks like they won't, as Rabbit is going to try to sell this fake even more, going for the drone. It forces out some utils from the defenders as they work on to going to the B side, though.
Yeah, they're forcing Boogie to move and rotate towards A, and there's only a lone Viper. Owen QD left to defend. This potential execute is gonna be meeting someone mid-rotation. There you go, Boogie gone. 5 people still complete on towards Sky. They make their way towards B. They get 2! Beauty, that's killing us all! Owen QD! Cutie!
10 seconds
left. Cutie goes, he's a strong player. It's a 2v1 situation now. Rabbit. Let's see though. He's able to get the plant down. 2 people are already there. That's gonna be a win. They run out of time as the defense wins this round.
That is the definition of impact frags,
Yeah.
honestly. He got not only the planter, but in case he got traded, he got both of them. This early pick on this stage, able to get them the momentum, but Owen with his prime positioning is able to get through. I think he even dinks the guy on long. Yeah, he does. So much value coming out from that, and playing time as well. Rabbit forcing an impossible situation there. In fairness, their play did work. They did force out the jet from B-Link to move all the way back into that sewer area, but it wasn't enough just because of that hero play coming up.
Yeah. Honestly, I was about to say, Owen and a QT, it should be renamed Owen Monster after that play, honestly.
He is a beast, that's for sure.
From Fluffy.
I was processing.
Yes, Eugene S is able to get Fall X off of this A site. As we take a look, again, this is still a very, very close game so far. And at this point, we'll see if GameLab can sort of like test their patience here. As you said earlier, someone got caught off mid-rotation.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of info on their side with the initiators. They basically only have the fade. And with this attacking Killjoy ultimate, will it bait even more rotations, or will they sense an actual committal? They have the Haunt available to spot out any players pushing through. They know at least 2 attackers are going to be coming through this lockdown, but the space is already going to be given away. And Eugene S. already first to take it. Owen Cutie again being a hero, able to get through. Stays one for himself with the stinger. Oh my god, he still gets
30
one
seconds
more.
left.
Now it's all up to Ryu again in a 1v2 situation. He does have the positioning though, and I don't think they know where he is. One start to work with will be able to get the first kill, but will he spot out the second? Spot him out, and yes, he does. A great clutch coming in from Ryu.
This is exactly why, the panelists, featured RU as well. It is another, controller versus controller matchup for our featured player of the series. And you can rely on RU to get these clutch plays down. Smoke Criminal, and now being able to clutch for Sky here. And again, honestly, I don't know what's going to happen, especially that GameLab.Alpha now has to sort of stabilize after losing that round. A bunch of Sheriffs, let's see if they're able to get a thrifty round on round 17.
Well, if there's anything we know about Glab, they're going to fight themselves out of any situation. The third contact's not going to be enough because he just shoots through that utility. Boogie's going to be able to take out Disrupt. Important means that the anti-flag is already gone on the side of SE. But even on the eco round, they're going to pop that null command. But Fall X is already going to take out Eugene S. This 3v5 is not the best. They do have the rifle advantage, but the man advantage and the aim is going to still be a big part, especially now that, well, I guess RU kind of stabilized that because he already got 2 in this 2v3. He's able to get one more, and they have the position of one of the players.
Yeah, it is going to be a 2v2, just as you said, C's. I won't be able to get Rabbit, though. There's going to be a stack here, as this is the plant site.
Enemy remaining.
Nicely done, concussing the 1v2 situation. Fallex will try to peek. They're going to try to buy more time. Time is not on their side. Glab are unable to defend. And now Sky wins that round.
Yep, Rabbit hopping his way to victory. It is apparently his year after all. And as we see the score line, closer and closer they go to equalizing. One round just separates both teams. Take a look at the replay right here. A great shot from Alec does happen at the start, but this amazing play by Ryu just going to be, he said, our anti-flank died. It's okay, guys. I'll be the anti-flank. It's fine.
This is so good. So good. You can really, really count on RU to not only clutch some of these rounds, but to also be someone flanking and throwing Glab off of their, positioning and their plan. Viper Spit activated onto A, so now that limits Sky off their choices rather when it comes to trying to plant the bomb, unless the plant the spike, unless they wanna what do you call this? Buy time or be fine with the time that they have to buy.
Time is ticking, that's for sure. Especially with that Viper Spit, they're taking so much space up onto A main. And the Viper wall already there on B means so much control. They have one controller, but he's already replaced all his utilities. But on the other side of things, they're going to pop that Cosmic Divide. It's going to be very sketchy to check. Boogie's going to try to go for it, but the stage wall as well is going to stop a lot of their plans, actually. A very smart move on the side of Glab. It denies this push and burns so much time from the Cosmic Divide, forcing SE to back off. But it's all part of the plan. On the other side of things, we already see how SE is prepared to push this Viper's Spit, but into the Viper's home they come, refiring all the areas. Gonna go for a quick scan close just to make sure no one's there. They do spot out the Viper, but Kelly S and the rest of the gang is dropped low. 30 seconds remaining. Will they pivot onto the B side? They want to because they have Eugene S so deep, but because he just falls like that, it's gonna be so much for them to deal with. Thinking of this, the Fade gets timing, and Rabbit's able to get that trade, but the jump is not enough. Not for the bunny today, as Boogie does take out 2. Ryu yet again is going to be the savior of the world if he chooses to do so. Oh no, he has the smoke, but it's not going to be enough. Everyone just can't see. But time is not on his side. He doesn't have anything.
What?
Oh my god.
Wow.
This is the controller fight right here. Very tactical crouching coming out from both teams as well.
It is our is our featured matchup for the series. Definitely a controller fight here for this
Seconds left.
particular game. And yeah, you're right. They were running out of time. They were pivoting from one side to another, trying to bait out all of these ultimates, especially that they confirmed. The Viper spit on towards A. They couldn't, they weren't able to find Owen QT onto that defense on A, and therefore they had to just force it. They got to push through that. And now it's 8-10, round 19. This game is incredibly close as Boogie now waiting under the box, seeing if he can maximize this. No, that's going to be a no. Aryu again destroys Boogie. And here we go, 4v5.
I like how when Sage slowed himself, he just backed off. On the other side of things, we see the other controllers doing work. Owen Cutie is going to be able to get one and keep us alive. Might want the escape. No, the Star's going to fall behind him. He's going to be prepared to trade his life for it. He does do decent damage, though, onto Kelly as bringing him low. 3v3 right now, not the best buy for Chase, but 2 rifles still on the side of Glab. It's going to be very, very winnable, especially that Kelly has to drop low. If Rich can hold his life, and apparently he does. They have the heal. It looks like he tops off his teammates right here. So everyone's pretty fine right now, but it looks like it's going to be a lot of walking. Oh, the spams do come in, but Rich does get one. Or anything does happen. The second kill coming out for Glab, and the third kill. Double kill for Jet, for Boogie to close out the round. 8-11. Glab looking like a team that I think a lot of people underrated because they're relatively new compared to this SE roster. But I think with the game sense that SE does have, it also means that maybe you have too many options of what you can do, because being one team with one put together plan is not a bad strategy to have, and GameLab.Alpha is really putting that to the test.
Yeah, they're able to match toe-to-toe not only when it comes to mechanics, but but as well as reading the map and seeing where the weak points are at a certain game point will be in the map against Sky. And here we go. Will this be a full execute from Sky here on towards A? There are 3 people. There is the Viper smoke. Trying to buy some time, rather. The wall as well on towards B. So again, just as you mentioned, Fluffy, we talked about this from Glab. They were able to defeat, Abaddon Abyss yesterday. They took it to game number 3, and now this is so close. They're close to match point if they do win this round. We'll see what the plan is. 1 minute left.
This is one of those rounds where they have such a big advantage as well. Not only are they, they have so much time to burn. Only 50 seconds remain. They also have the rifle advantage, so they just have almost everything. Not going for any risks here, not even going for a peek. Boogie's just going to back off and spot out that there are players playing that B site, but unfortunately for Glab, they're not in the best position because Sky is not giving them any signs to really rotate this time. 3 players are still stuck on A, and these 2 defenders are going to run into trouble as Eugene S goes for a dash immediately. The flash is going to delay them for a bit, but Boogie still manages to get one. They will pick up the rifle off his body, though, as Kelly S does land an important shot, but as 1 and 2 fly on to the points. Looks like Eugene S is still able to get one. The aggressor push not going to stop Kelly S, and once Eugene S just going to push through everything. They are tired of playing this default game. They're going to go for blood this time, and they're going to close out that round 9-11. Only 2 rounds separate them from each other, and maybe 2 rounds for Glab for match point.
Yeah, that was incredibly done. They waited for the perfect time to execute. Throws the knife and waited for the Viper wall to expire and go down before they struck and full committed onto that side. And very well done by Sky Empire here, as GameLab.Alpha are itching for sure to get to match point, but now they only have a bunch of sheriffs on to their loadout. And we'll see if Sky this time will stick to their guns, and you know what, just play it slow, bait the utility as usual, then move on. Except when that happens, it's gonna be a trade 1 for 1. Never mind, Aryu finds another as Boogie falls down.
This is some confidence right here. He's just sitting in the smoke, hoping that when the smoke is not going to get shot. He does get one somehow, getting the Peeker's advantage off the first one falling down, and Eugene S is just going to sweep up and get 2 for himself. It's all up to Paul X. We know what this guy can do, especially with a Sheriff in hand. A lot of Sheriffs actually very deadly for the side of Glab, but it's almost an impossible situation here unless he can pull something out of the bag. And a plan for backside, a full secure, not leaving any gap. They know how badly they want the round. Sky able to just secure it, playing the triple contact here, waiting for someone to make contact before the other two swing off. They even have delay on the bomb with that nano swarm. If All Eyes goes for the tap, no, he won't, but he gets baited out, and now the double swing's gonna come in, but Ryu's gonna finish him from the off angle. 10 to 11, 1 round separate them, and 1 round to match point for GameLab.
That was wild. Yeah, it was a bit of a dicey situation for FallX to even try to clutch from that 1v3. Everybody from Sky Empire was positioned so well for a trade anyways. And there you go. We're back in for GameLab.Alpha. They have their guns, they have their Vandals and Phantoms. It's going to be even, at least when it comes to the loadout, and as well as who has ult or not. I suppose, are you... Actually, I take that back. There's a lot of ults on Sky Empire. A lot of utility for them to get this round in the bag.
An important round if they choose to do so. So much util that they're able to burn. The Hunter's Sphere going to come out very early, trying to punish the early aggression coming out of GameLab. Not going to land where they need to, but the attacker Killjoy is going to make sure that they secure this area. All they have to do is buy out the time for this. They have to be a bit wary for their flank because the attacker Killjoy lockdown does pop. It looks like so will the team. The aggressive entry going to pop already. Chase going to get a prime position here. Will be able to spot out one, but the rest of GameLab already water falling in. Will able to land the fourth kill. Now in a 1v4, it's all up to Ryu yet again, but he'll be easily shut down. The crossfire coming up from GameLab, perfectly set up. Counter that execute coming in with the lockdown.
Yeah, exactly. Fluffy, they use so much. They've used the Cosmic Divide, they've used the lockdown, they've used the Hunter's Fury just to make sure that they get that round and take it to 11-11. But no, GameLab.Alpha denies that. A beautiful performance coming from Chase to get a lot of these kills, from FallX as well. So take a look at that. They get Chase pushing through the smoke, pushing through the wall, so sneakily enabled them to basically cause chaos into that back line. And now we're here. GameLab is match point. Let's see how they're going to execute this one, because it seems to me, Owen Cutie going back here on towards B side to protect this one with the wall. No, Sky, of course, wants to prevent this because it's GameLab is already match point.
Yeah, already match point, back against the wall. Not an unfamiliar situation here for Sky. They have done this before. They are champions at heart, very experienced players. But will they be able to salvage this game? The null command going to stop any delays coming out from this, but a push from the smoke could be deadly. Ruby is able to land 2, even get 3 off his teammates swinging, being able to get that. Oh no, this looks like a very dire situation. Will they land the shots? No, they don't. GameLab close out the first map. Impact frags all around. A bunch of their players just willing to step up this game, even though they don't have the utility to work with. The amount of trades and firepower they have, and how smartly they waste their opponent's utility, really just won out the game for them. You can see there how happy they are for winning that first map.
Yeah, they're absolutely crazy. I feel like they're one of the teams in the tournament that really gets stronger as the game progresses, in a way where, okay, we're on once they stabilize, it's just a good snowball from here on out. Again, attack is one of their strongest suits, but at the same time, Sky Empire was able to at least close the gap when it came to them attacking on the other hand. So, but GameLab.Alpha, they closed that out. They weren't falling apart. We're this close to match point. No, they were able to close the game out, and that's a very strong sign of a really good mental and a really good focus.
Yeah, what I like about their game plan is it looks like GameLab has that sense of aggression, which is very obvious in the way that they play. But what's not as obvious to maybe some people is how they move around the map. They use their aggression knowing that they are aggressive, knowing that the opponents think they're aggressive, to bait out all this utility. But even on the defensive side, they're willing to just not do any of these risks that they don't have to take most of the time. And the ones that they do, they seem to win out. So congratulations to them for map 1.
Yeah, they had an incredible performance, and when we look at the scoreboard, the stats, it is Boogie here who had a lot of situations where he was the first one to fall, but good thing there was Dritch for that resurrect, and Boogie had a lot of amazing moments, and as well as Owen QT with a lot of people, 2 players are lining up, boom, double headshot, just a lot of moments from GameLab in particular. Meanwhile, MVP for RU, no questions there, honestly. He had a phenomenal performance on this Astra, especially when it mattered the most, when he was trying to clutch some of these 1v2s and 1v3s.
Yeah, a lot of clutches coming in from RU, a very valuable player indeed, especially that he's playing on Astra, still being able to frag out like that is just insane. But as we look at the statistics here, we can see of how up and down everything was. You know, it felt like, especially when Sky Encore was on that defense, they were forced into eco so many times. They had like important pinches like the one you see here on screen, but I feel like that shot you just saw with the operator was the most value shot that we've seen, at least on the broadcast camera, because I think it just got taken out too fast. Like, there's one round he lost to a Phantom, and then on a different round he just had no time to reposition, and the aggression, like that 4K, 5K, it didn't pan out in the game plan that SE wanted.
Yeah, it didn't. And GameLab, again, when it comes to these messy fights, you gotta hand it to GameLab to win in the end. When they are put in that situation, especially when they force it and basically shove it into Sky Empire. We're gonna take you onto these fights. We've seen a lot of these, like around mid or a 5-man peak on to Link. And here we go. We've got Living the Win with Grab Unlimited, and it is going to be Glab's Boogie on the Jet earlier. Very good performance.
Yeah, as they boogie on to the second map, hopefully they continue this performance, because it's a great start for them, especially that they have that momentum going into it. Great game by GameLab, and hopefully Sky Empire is going to be able to bounce back off that, knowing the things that they learned from playing that game.
Yeah, especially the fact that, again, it doesn't change how GameLab.Alpha as a whole plays as a team, because when we look at their performance against Abaddon Abyss, it is again attack. When they're on attacking side, they're doing really good. Makes it hard for the opposition team to build steam and momentum of their own. And I think this sort of style is so GameLab.Alpha. So hoping to see this on their next game against Sky, and I'm so excited to see how that's going to pan out. Are we going to be seeing game number 3? Because so far it has been game number 2. But of course, we still have one more game, or potentially an extra game if ever Sky does win this next map. But before we head on over to that game, we're going to take a short break. I'm Riku, together with me is Fluffy, and we'll see you in a few. Yeah, so now we are trying to we're gonna figure out if whether or not GameLab.Alpha is able to close this out, because looking at their match against Abaddon Abyss yesterday, they were able to reach the third map against them, and it was Haven. So there's a trend where GameLab.Alpha, is just really are so used to all of these VO3s.
I mean, that experience can be very useful, especially as we see how they've adapted their explosive play style to really play onto a lot of timings and learn how to dismantle their opponents by using their positioning alone, not necessarily with a util. And we already have seen, they've showcased how their firepower can really be maximized as they trade each other, because even with so many utils being thrown at them, it seems like they're able to fight their way out of situations. On the side of SE, though, I hope that they continue their discipline, but also just go for a decisive strategy. It feels like with their composition, they had so many options to do things, but they weren't able to use their utility to really shut them down. Instead, still going for those fights, which kind of in a way plays into the hand of Glab. So if they work on that, especially in a map like Ascent, which we'll be moving on to shortly, it's going to be one of those cases where you'll really see the mettle of a team playing such a defaulty map like Ascent. Very bare bones and basic.
Yeah, that's true. It's like Sky Empire is always expecting all of these aggressive plays, and that's why they keep using, funnel all their utility onto this expected, execution. But of course, thank you very much to Grab Unlimited for our official sponsor. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos! 9 pesos only on your first month. That's crazy. Thank you. Scan that QR code and to find out more.
Yeah, scan that QR code so you can celebrate those great wins, and hopefully it's going to be a great win for one of these teams. At the moment, advantage is still on the side of Glab, and if they carry that momentum into this game, it could solidify that dream and get them their first points in this VCT group stages. But Sky Encore, or Sky Empire rather, is a type of team that's not going to let that happen so easily. We've seen how these experienced players play this map. They've come from so many different teams that they've played this map for so long, especially because it's Ascent. It's literally like the first map in the game.
Classic,
so it's
yeah.
Everyone has mastered this, especially it's like the first map you're supposed to learn. So this is where everyone's, I think, flaws really show when you play a basic map like Ascent. Not so many tricks, just how good can you play, how good can you trade. A battle of fundamentals over anything else.
Yeah, it's especially just as you said, it is literally the map. And when you start playing Valorant, that's it. There's Ascent. Hello, Ascent. I was wondering though, since it's been years since there's a lot of new agents, there's a lot of patches. That what are your expectations when it comes to agent selection? Will we see a diverse set of selection, especially that GameLab.Alpha are the type of team that likes to do duelists on their composition?
I think that's a good question to bring up, by the way. There's so many agents available now in the pool, but with the recent changes on the patch that we're playing, I believe that some agents are just significantly more useful. KO, locally and internationally, is one of the picks that is very contested on this map. The way his utility just fits this map is almost perfect. And how flexible and versatile you're able to use those 0 points, even cross-map, has just so much value. There's so many places that you can throw that to get a scan, and it's just so much value. But speaking of value, we can get some additional information today as maybe we get some of our experts on the panel to give you a bit more knowledge on the games.
Usapin natin kanina, 'di ba? Honey Glaze, bakit nga ba pinili ng GameLab.Alpha etong Pearl, knowing na isa sa mga best maps to ng Sky Empire? So, pag-usapan natin, ano sa tingin mo yung purpose kung bakit ganun yung nangyari?
Well, nakita natin sila maglaro in the open qualifiers here in Pearl. Kaya ngayon, nakikita din natin na mas gusto nilang patunayan sa atin that they are much better sa Sky Empire on that game, on that map. Kahit na alam nating lahat. Na-mention nga yan ng casters natin kanina, di ba? Bakit Pearl pa yung pinili nila? Kung alam natin na it has been really Sky Empire na nakakakuha ng magandang one-sided matches on that map. Pero yet again, there's another someone or another team coming up on top dito sa mapa na ito.
parang ang gandang strat nga na i-eliminate mo yung strongest map ng Sky Empire agad-agad, tapos pupunta agad sa teritoryo kung saan maybe hindi sila komportable pagdating sa second map, since napaka-low lang naman naging sample size natin para makita kung ano yung power nga naman ng Sky Empire pagdating sa Ascent. Mas naging prevalent yung mga panalo nila, lalo na sa last broadcast natin where we saw Sky Empire na panalo yung kanilang per game. What if going uncomfortable yung naging per game nila at ilabas ang bagsik pagdating dito sa Ascent? Ito yung power kapag meron kang napakatalinong Turboman na IGL din na si Owen Cutie. Imaginein mo, hindi lang siya pro player, isa pa siyang superhero na ang superpower ay 1,000 crouches every single minute lang.
Alam mo, nasa tamang direction ka dyan, Dad Femina, kasi dyan na talaga papunta yung tanong ko. Ano sa tingin mo yung nasa utak dito ni Owen Cutie at napakaganda ng nagagawa talaga. Kanina, di ba, initially gusto sana talaga nating i-feature yung Battle of the IGLs. Pero nag-shift tayo slightly into the Battle of Controllers. Pero ibabalik ko talaga at ibabalik doon kasi ang ganda ng mga plano ni Owen Cutie para sa team nila. Ano sa tingin mo yung thought process niya behind this?
I think not only are they focused na gamitin yung kanilang sariling mga strategiya, pero ginagamit din nila yung naging utility ng kanilang kalaban. Ang sabi ni Owen Cutie, since alam mo na dito maglalagay ng smoke ang mga kalaban natin, sige i-push mo, hindi nila titingnan yan, okay tama lang. Yan yung parang nasasabi ko na naging IGL style ni Owen Cutie. Ine-enable niya yung kanilang mga carries na magkaroon ng mga confident plays, mga tamang contact play para hindi sila maglabas ng kahit anong noise, kahit anong basta, kasi akala nila safe ang mga players ng Sky Empire dahil lang naglagay ng konting smoke, dahil naglagay lang ng konting map control yung mga players ng Sky Empire dyan. Pero just like that, alam nila kung paano i-turn around yung mga sitwasyon na yun dahil kasi si Owen Cutie, sinasabi niya, sige pasok mo yan kung pasok kung gusto mo, diba?
Yes, and dagdagan pa natin na hindi lang din si Owen Cutie talaga dito, yung may pakana ng mga ganong klaseng plays, kasi there's Fall X, di ba? Parang ang gusto niya sabihin, hindi pwedeng si Fall X lang lagi dito yung may highlight, dapat siya din, and he has been really grabbing those shift of their mechanics, yung mga nakakakuha sila ng mga pickups, and then naging comfortable nila, at nakikita natin sa comment section na talagang pinapakalma nila si Owen Cutie. Kahit ako nagugulat, bakit parang patay na yung kalaban, inuubos mo pa yung bala mo dyan.
Totoo naman kasi, grabe, walang chill. Pero yung pagkaganon niyang ugali, nag-work talaga sa favor ng team nila. So, ang challenge para sa kanila is to keep this momentum up. Pero on the side of Sky Empire, tulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, it's morphin time. So, mamaya guys, mapupunta tayo sa map number 2 natin. Pero do not go anywhere. We're going off to a quick break, but when we return, map number 2 na tayo. Stay tuned for that. VALORANT Challengers Philippines will be back.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to our amazing, we're amazing.
We are amazing.
We're on our way to game number 2 between Sky Empire and GameLab.Alpha. And now GameLab.Alpha is 1 point away. So now curious to see whether this day is going to end with a bunch of 2-0s and 2-0s, or we're going to head on over to game number 3, which is going to be absolutely exciting considering the fact that both of these teams are incredibly familiar with all of these map 3s happening in our VCTPH. I will be your casters for this series. I'm Rico. Together with me is Fluffy. And right now, Fluffy, our predictions, we were thinking Sky Empire was going to take this series, but seems to me it might go to a different direction here.
Yeah, I mean, GameLab really just burst out of the gates with the first game on Pearl. For those who just came back from the break, just like us, we saw how well they played with their aggression, not only by showing the firepower that they possess, but also how smartly they use it, able to bait out utilities as well as get prime positioning, even bait out rotations with it. I think the passive play style on the other side on Sky Empire really just didn't work out for them, because although they had the map control, when you put that much focus onto one spot of the map, the time it takes for you to respond to that already loses you a couple of players. And because Glab just trades out so well, they work out on top. But you're right, though, these two teams are not unfamiliar with being in this situation. They really have the, I guess, relentlessness, which we always love here on the broadcast, to really push it into that map 3. But speaking of maps, map 2, again, for those who just came back, will be Ascent, a map that we've all played, I'm assuming, on Valorant. It's the first map. If you haven't, I don't know what's happening. But that being said, it also means that it's probably the map that most players on the server have the experience for. So it'll really show the fundamental differences between both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we already see a bit of a difference when we looked at Pearl, because it was, GameLab.Alpha opted for more of an aggressive, because they're explosive duelist setup. Meanwhile, for Sky Empire, just as you mentioned, they have a lot of options when it comes to more on utility, intel gathering, and as well as, anti-flank, is just as you mentioned earlier. So now I wonder if it's going to be the same approach, because just as you mentioned, Sky Empire needing to play a bit more on burning their utilities a bit slower so that they can prepare for the second wave or the third wave of attack that GameLab.Alpha just so good at doing in these matches.
Yeah, I think Sky had the utility advantage in the first game, but weren't able to really maximize their effectiveness. They threw a lot of utils when it was actually a fake You know, that's a hard situation to judge. Always better to be safe than sorry. But that habit is something that Glab really exposed and really showed them. I think the most important piece that they had is on Kelyes. He had that 0 point available, which is the easiest way that you can get suppressed consistently in the round. And against something like a Viper, which the moment that you hit the Viper with the suppress, he cannot reactivate the wall, and it really hinders the execute a lot. But in fairness to Glab, I think the addition of Sage actually proved to be valuable. Yes, they didn't have the anti-flank, but they did have that wall to work with. And the wall and slows, in a way, helps your duelist isolate certain angles because you know the teams will be afraid to peek that because they will be peeking into a disadvantage. So gaining all these small advantages is something that Glab has really done well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when we look at the results of if ever Boogie unfortunately isn't able to get a kill and he fails the initial fight, here comes the resurrect, tries again, and he's able to get into able to either trade or get a kill on the board. But of course, we are not online and broadcasting on on English. There's also a Tagalog broadcast if that is your fancy. Here are the channels. We've got Twitch, we've got YouTube, and as well as on the Filipino broadcast, Facebook and YouTube as well. So do tune in, show your favorite team some love, show your favorite casters some love, and show your favorite esports some love as well.
Yeah, and show love to our fellow casters there on our Filipino cast. We have, I believe it's Terror and Vil going to be handling that one. So if you're excited for that duo, there's there. If you want to continue joining your journey here with the VCT, discovering what these new teams can do on the English broadcast, me and Riku are right here for you guys.
Yep, Suri, and there you go. And moving back to this Ascent map, because just as we mentioned, both of these teams are very familiar. Like Sky Empire against Oasis, that reached till map 3. The same as well as with GameLab.Alpha and Abaddon Abyss. So now, will there be a very different attack here on Ascent as we head on over to game number 2 on the Agent Select?
Speaking of Agent Select, it looks like they're hovering on a bunch of options right here. A stark difference already in their controllers. Both of these players, Owen QT as well as RU, were pivotal in the success for their rounds for their respective teams. RU back on that Astra, but Owen going for a more flexible option there with that Omen. And Boogie, again, on the Reyna. But Fall X is going to be the one who's going to be playing Jet, a bit of a swapping of roles. We saw Boogie previously on the Jet, and conversely, we have Fall X on the Reyna. So they're just changing it up a bit. I guess both players just comfy playing those roles. Maybe one of them is just more familiar with the map. But that being said, though, both will have the Sova and the Killjoy staples in this map. But it looks like on the side of Sky, they also are sticking with that KO, which I think is one of the best picks you can have on the Ascent map as we look at their full roster here.
Yeah, just as you said earlier, KO, before we went on over to a break, KO, one of the best agents when we talk about Ascent. But of course, it's still the style of GameLab.Alpha to pursue this duelist that they have just to strengthen more of their playstyle. We'll see whether or not they're able to close this series out and get 2 points on the scoreboard on their ladder. Meanwhile, Sky Empire have yet to score a point from this weekend. So this series is incredibly important, and this map is going to be detrimental. Well, it's just week 1. I know I'm talking serious here, but at the same time, it is only a single round robin, and we only got, 4 weeks up until the playoffs, and only 6 teams will move on to the next round.
Yeah, it's not necessarily do or die, but you still have to do your best. Every point does count so that you can make it up onto the next stage of this tournament. Now that we're on the Ascent map, though, the little differences that we have in the agents, I think, will play a pivotal role going into the match. Reyna and Jet obviously bringing a bunch more trading potential, able to flash for your team, especially without blinding your own allies. On the other side, a more coordinated push coming on from Sky could happen, especially if they use a lot of those KO utilities. One of the reasons why he's so good is because you can really maximize his toolkit. You have the delay from the fragment, You have the 0 point, which can land literally anywhere from any point in the map. And you also have that flash, which has one of the best maps for a lot of these pop flashes and coordinated pushes. And as I say that, moving on to round number 1, we'll be starting with a lot of ghosts on Sky Empire, as it looks like they're going to start their defense very strong, with the attackers moving to posture themselves onto A bit defaulty here.
Yeah, that's gonna be the Killjoy having to set up on towards Ace. It might be a little bit difficult here as Boogie will try to push through the smoke, baiting out the nano swarms, and as well as the shock darts. We talked about utility getting pushed out. That's the bait once again as we see GameLab.Alpha try to back away a little bit and come back to C and try to peek, see if they can kill anyone here. A star will fall. Well, no full execute just yet, but A seems to be the target for now.
A is the way that they're going to go. Rapid's going to get a second kill already, but the firepower coming up from the Sky Empire rather, with that great crossfire, is just going to be enough to slow down Glab's push. The early pick onto Fall X was so detrimental to their game plan. I don't think they necessarily knew how to recover from that. They tried to go for the A push, but at the end of it, there was just so many angles to cover, and without that duelist to really burst out of that situation and to pull attention, be essentially a firing range for a lot of the players on Sky Empire.
Yeah, Disrupt was able to, it's literally in his name, able to disrupt that push from Glab here. And we'll see now whether or not Glab wants to do the same thing, bait out a lot of these utility, maybe start slow, maybe rotate somewhere else. Get to see, because again, a lot of heavy gunfire weapons rather on towards Sky. Be a little bit difficult if they want to try and at least take one down, take one of the weapons out, at least for the next round.
Yeah, no surprise for anyone. It looks like Sky is going to go for a very default push, but just like the first round, Eugene S is going to push and get his butt deeper into the enemy zone, but Rabbit's going to already be the one who's going to draw first blood with that contact off the turret, and Eugene S is going to back away. Lots out one player there here on tiles, pops the dash as well, ready for the reswing. He's going to be able to check a lot of angles, but I'm not sure if he's aware that the top mid player already shifted onto that double box side. 50 seconds remain though, and without much to work with, the attackers seem to be stumped. RU going to make contact maybe with Owen. He does, and the headshot will land. A very clean kill from him, not even taking a scratch off his armor. It's going to push this into an even more dire situation as they lose their controller.
And they still have 2 stars to work with as the headshot from the pistol is able to destroy, disrupt. 30 seconds left. The spike will have to make a very quick rotation on towards A, but here comes the same rotation as well from Sky, able to swing before the door closes. And Spike carrier, they're unable to plant the spike, and there you go. Sky Empire wins the second round.
Oh my god, he just swooped in the door just like that, just barely able to fit, but he gets there right on time, just like how Grab gets to my door right on time every time I use Grab Unlimited.
Right.
Speaking of which, what's not unlimited is the economy. A Sky Empire will, they did win the round, but they're not going to go for that full buy. We go for the recap right here. You get the crispy kills, but this one drive-by from KLES is just, oh, there we go again. It never stopped.
It never stops. Gotta check that out once more. That was definitely a big surprise for Boogie here. In the meantime, round number 3, it is going to be the same setup for Sky's defense here. Killjoy and Astra getting stacked up, but the biggest difference would be Eugene S actually waiting on this tall box. Got the Blade Storm activated already. It's a full stack, and as well as a what do you call this, Dritch waiting. Probably going to be rotating from mid. Trying to bait out all of these skills first as the Tailwind is going to dash right in. Someone's in hell, unable to find as the turret is going to be destroyed, but that's going to be a trade. And here we go, Kelly is in the middle of it. All Chase is able to get a headshot, make that a double, triple actually. The 1v2 situation is in our hands.
Is able to get the recon dart out and spot play off the heaven, dropping onto the back of Jen. Will eventually close it out. Amazing gameplay coming out from Chase. He survived the push. Unfortunately for KLES, I believe he had to go for the reload there, and because of that, Sky Empire just didn't have enough in them, and Chase just playing phenomenally, getting that 1v3 situation and working it out for his team.
Yeah, I feel like GameLab.Alpha carrying over the expectations of, okay, they're gonna bait out utility again for sure, but instead it was a full committal, and therefore Sky Empire despite having Eugene S, just as you said, being there alongside that 3-stack defense on A, with an amazing play coming from the side of GameLab.
They do have the full rifles on both teams already. With the recon darts getting some early information, they're going to smoke short and posture their way up onto the mid site. But there's already 2 defenders with the crossfire ready from Pizza and Market. The alarm bot for contact are going to spot out one if they choose to push this way. It looks like that Mr. Boogie is just going to try to dance his way here onto the middle of the dance floor. But will he get spotted out though? Oh, contact from the first player gets dropped low, but will anyone swing off it? No. Reyna, I think the shock dart does take out the alarm bot, so we're going to have to be a bit wary on the defensive side, but no, we're going to choose to back off slowly. Kelly S with full util, he has knife in one. Will he choose to use it? No, he'll go for the fragment instead for the delay. The knife will be able to spot out a lot of players. He spots out Jet as well as Sova. On the other side of things, RU is going to be getting control of A main. It's a very awkward angle for Owen Cutie. Not sure what he was actually peeking there, but he gets disrupted as well. But speaking of that, Kelly S gets one of his own, and Eugene S from the other side is going to be taking out Rich. The flash through is not going to be enough, and Chase ends up on top. Has the Hunter's Fury available, and found this through before they line up, but at the end of it, he still has 11 HP to work with. The Heaven player is still very, very low. He goes for the fake tap, goes for the wide swing, lands the shot. We've seen him do this before, but no, Disrupt just gets the best timing off him. Even through the pre-fire, he has too much HP, and the spray already started. The accuracy is not that great, and Classic was just enough to take him out.
Yeah, a little bit difficult there, considering the fact that he would have to face... Well, actually, there was a flank coming through, so he had to kill the one at Heaven quickly before the person would come in from doors. Here we go. There's the replay. They were basically running out of time. They were getting picked off from different points of the map, so it was a bit difficult, so they had to pursue. We'll see though, B would possibly be the answer here, as Sky again with their ultimate defense, moving Killjoy, moving Disrupt onto B instead of the usual A setup. There's the shock dart, unable to get anyone. They don't have information just yet, they just know that people are there. So we'll see now. Sky, I gotta hand it to them. Their defense is has been really stellar in the first 5 rounds.
I think the KJ, they use a bit more of the utility here on the A site, or on Ascent in general, just because, I mean, he starts on the B side and he is able to get so many line of sights compared to when he was playing Pearl, which is a very narrow field for the Killjoy. The Omen flashes come in, the Paranoia not landing, but the shots of Eugene S does. He gets spotted out by the recon darts, forced to back off, but Disrupt will be able to disrupt that push. Roar does fall, but will Eugene S fall? No. Rabbit and Kelly S getting 2 of their own, and Rabbit getting another one, shutting down the push from Glab.
That's a flawless round coming from Sky. It seems to be, what's the word? Impenetrable. The defense so far from Sky, every single time Disrupt is there to prevent any sort of to slow down the push and the aggression of Glab, and it feels like Disrupt, this is the map where he's shining on the Killjoy, and also as well as Kelly S, you mentioned, KO, one of the best agents to play in this map.
Yeah, speaking of the agents and how well they're playing into this, it looks like they're going to run it into the hands of Glab, but they do have the 2 ultimates to work with. The early aggression might be punishing. Eugene S manages to land one with the near-sighted buff. Boogie as well, trying to trade out Clive, but Rabbit going for the spray down, gets 2. 3v2 is already forced, with still so much time on the clock, and I back off and get a bit more space. The spike is eventually retrieved by Dritch, but not much to work with. The Omen TP gonna try to get some fusion here, but I think he's already spotted out. He gets the timing though, because Disrupt already checked Market. So will he be able to get the CT player, who also looks away? Amazing timing coming in for Owen. Gets 1. He has to know that there's at least 1 on site. Both players already prepared to pinch the backside, and Astra is nowhere to be found at the moment. Taking it very slow. KJ is holding backside. They spot out that 1 player is flanking, meaning they have the no signal to take the 2v1 on site. Owen gets another valuable kill, taking out Disrupt. Now it's RU left again in the 1v2 situation. He has 1 star to work with, but they could be anywhere. Goes for the close smoke, but with that smoke, we walk to the crosshair of Owen. A big round for him. Just getting amazing timings on the Omen, even going for the tactical crouch at the end.
Yeah, that was an incredible play by Owen QT once more. He waited for the right timing, even though the first wave of attack onto main didn't work out. As Rabbit is able to get a lot of these kills, it's a bit difficult. They weren't able to get the initial pick. But the rotation coming from Owen QT to go mid instead and walk from Market, just as you said, Fluffy, the timing was just perfect. and they're able to win that round 4-2. Sky Empire, though, has a lot of ults to work with, same as GameLab. We'll see how they're able to utilize. Do they blow everything here or save for the next round? We'll get to see.
Well, we will see. Eugene S now the operator. You might get spotted out. No, they're going to use the drone to clear this instead. If this drone is broken, they might actually peek into the op, maybe to give him space, but the turret contact is going to be enough to shoot him down. The rifle is actually a very smart move, using that to take out the turret instead so that they can hide the operator from everyone. Disrupt going to play off the contact off the turret, as well as Kelly S ready to swing close. A great default coming from them as the attackers seem to position themselves to take the A side. KJ now rotating on the attacker side to just take that 5-man hold onto A. Only going to be facing 2 players if they choose to go right now. The recon dart's already up. Recon and dash through goes through. The smokes land as well. Gets on top of top gen, clears the site, but it looks like SE is going to go for a full retake.
Now here it is. Nano Swarm's activated. It's just going to damage chase a little bit. Hunter's Fury from Rabbit to flush out any sort of people under hell. Here comes the there's not going to be a second kill as Foul X falls. That's going to be Sky destroying, as well as getting the defuse rather, against GameLab.
That's a great retake coming out from Sky. They're able to use the utility correctly, even making sure that they use the lockdown on their side, just in case, you know, because they are trapped on site. And using that Hunter's Fury to, like you mentioned, flush out enemies. Not necessarily to kill, but to make the angles just a lot less. Remove all the unnecessary angles so that the people playing on the site will be able to get the frags they need, as the opponents will be out of position and exposed. But speaking of what they can do, it looks like we're going to go for a little timeout right here. It's by GameLab, and when we look at their side of things, oh man, they really try to get so much space, but this retake was just so punishing. They still get the null command as well on the side of Sky Empire, and if we look at the economy from this tactical pause from GameLab, not much for them to work with. They are going to be on this eco. The question is, will they go for a big play, or is this tactical pause for something later into the game?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question too, especially the fact that when we talk about GameLab.Alpha, when we look at their track record, at least for this weekend, they're always winning and having a big amount of lead when they're on attacking side. So I feel like this timeout is more like, let's try to reset, let's try to win, and at least get things even on attacking, because this is our strength. That is usually why we've been winning when we won up against Abaddon Abyss. And now, I just gotta say though, Sky Empire only utilized, 2 ults? GameLab.Alpha decided to save their ultimates for next time before that round happened. So now they have a lot to work with, but not a lot to work with when it comes to the loadout department, just as you said.
Yeah, and util is going to be a massive thing here. A very cheeky play coming here, hiding into the one-way smoke, especially with a shorty, especially even on the Sova. He gets suppressed, so they have the info that he is there. If they get a good opening pick, my big question is if they're going to be using their ultimates to really maximize the round, or will they just play it out and maybe save it for a more important round that they think is going on. This is a very cheeky TP if he chooses to go for it. You're so exposed, but nope. Looks like he just double backs in that situation. He's like, nah. Maybe that's too risky, guys. I'm the controller, by the way.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky. Good thing. Right now, though, mid comes the attack coming from Market. The RUs try to get some pre-fire going on. Unable to spot one here, as Dritch is trying to get the setup. Kelly S will deal first blood onto Boogie. The spike's gonna rotate. Nicely done. Peek from Dritch, able to get a headshot onto Eugene. There's too many people attacking as Fall X gets the aggressive push with another headshot on the pistol. And they infiltrate the site. They have full control as 2 members from Sky Empire will rotate and see if they can win this round.
Can they win this round indeed? Now that 2v4, they don't even have the weapon advantage now as their weapons got picked up already. Looks like they're not going to go for the save, though. Rich on that operator is going to be taking out the opposing Killjoy. Disrupt going to be taken down. And Kelly S, though, on the other side of things, gets 3 for himself. Now in a 1v2 situation, has to go for the ace to win the round. Backs off, but the awkward positioning coming out from Owen, especially the anti-flash, is just not going to be enough for Kelly S to push through. Unexpected angle, unexpected plays. I like, though, how GameLab was able to bait out a lot of things that round. Like, some small things happened. Like, 2 players are in B. One of them is spamming the market door. That way, they don't think that there's a person in market. And because he's shot like 4 or 5 bullets, they assume that when he swings, he only has 1 or 2 bullets, so they'll take the gunfight. But it's a different person who swung. And it's Gritch who's able to get one. And from breaking that door, they even have the market pressure as well. And just able to convert that round with smart usage of just pressure and map control. Not really utility, if anything.
Yeah, it was just reading the map, reading what Sky was doing, and reacting accordingly. That was a beautiful breakdown. And now the fact that GameLab didn't even consume any ult whatsoever. No. They still have it, still pushing in. Spikes down, and GameLab and are you able to get 3? This is just Sky being aggressive, being able to deal with that aggressiveness back, and the op is down. They push these sites, rather, they push these spawns. One more. They find Owen QT. That's gonna be Sky replying back, basically, Fluffy.
They say that aggression is something that really is a great tool to have, and just knowing that you can do something like this really works out on the side of Sky. On the first 2 rounds of this game, they actually were pushing tiles with Eugene S going really quick, but another cheeky play comes here with Kelly S, able to check the off angle with his teammates, ready to back him up. Even though he gets scanned, just goes for the fight, knowing that his teammates can trade him out, and they get the kills that they need to end the round, pushing this to 6-3.
And still no ults from GameLab.Alpha that was consumed previously. That's going to be the trigger. 3 suppressed. Even though the Blade Storm was activated, this is GameLab style to want to slow down, bait out some of these utility. So
the KO knife is just so much value, sorry.
Yeah! Able to detect a lot. And they're slowing this push down, this potential push down, Fluffy.
Yeah, they are, but it looks like GameLab is just going to try to fight their way through it. They're already checking wine with some of the util, ready to swing off this, even popping that lockdown. You were talking about how much ultimates they were choosing to use, but now it looks like they're going to just stand it. The KO knife, again, going to be able to delay for a bit. The attacker killjoy ultimate does pop, which means that they probably are in sight. They even use the Omen ult to get some early info. Boogie is able to get RU, but the Odin might spray from above if Rabbit can land the important shots, but no, the knives are going to come into his face. Another one for Eugene S, he says, and it's all up to Disrupt. He has to make his way to the side. It looks like there's always one player on the side of SE that just has to play catch-up. Maybe they're not expecting the default or just a walk-in from a lot of teams, but now almost an impossible situation here. Gets the wallbang kill though off him. There is still hope. Will he get to a 1v1? Will they allow him to get this? Oh, an amazing wallbang comes from Disrupt. Winnable. 1v3, but the operator will be the biggest threat here. It's going to be enough. But Disrupt, that was just some big brain kills over anything, honestly.
Yeah, it was wallbang after wallbang here. He's able to at least perhaps get a little bit of damage onto the economy against GameLab.Alpha. Maybe even just a teeny tiny bit. That was a really good coming from Disrupt, but at the end of the day, there were 2 people peeking from GameLab.Alpha, and there was an op. Just as we mentioned. Let's take a look at that replay. It started all with that lockdown to push people back into hell, and therefore Glab basically know where everybody's gonna get flushed in and look towards that direction. 6-4 now. The recon dart will be able to spot 1 member from Sky. We'll see.
Like Rabbit's gonna get some early info, trying to prod and pressure them into pushing him. That way Eugene S can capitalize later on as he's hiding onto the wine side. RU gonna be protecting them from the sides, but Rabbit still relentless in holding this defense. The spike is dropped in top mid though. That means that they still have a lot of time and they have nothing to burn. But this amazing Sovo almost out of nowhere just lands, as well as the operator shot from RU into RU actually is gonna be insane. The Omen is going to play on top of the KJ ult, the KJ turret as well. Such a weird off angle. Because you swing this, you're going to shoot the turret, but no! The drop doesn't fall for it. He takes out Owen instead. Now he's stuck in this.
12 damage at least, so he's quite weak. But the Nanoswarm will slow down this push, but Boogie just heals back up again. This will be a full commit from Glab onto B. Eugene S, Rabbit rather, is able to get a kill onto Dritch, but the trade will happen coming from Boogie.
And again, 1 player left to play catch-up. That's not off 1, but it's not going to be enough. A bit of a movement. Demon coming out from Boogie right here. Just dancing in front, going a bit too wide. That I don't think Eugene expected that. But it's very interesting to see how Glab plays. Again, they're doing this style, regardless of the agent, where they're just able to pick apart the enemy team by baiting them to do something. They have a bunch of cheeky plays, just like that turret with the Omen TP off angle thing. But generally speaking, they're just able to read and dismantle their opponent's spell. Sometimes just even walking in and playing off contact with each other. So the firepower is something you have to respect, but don't undervalue how smartly they use it.
GameLab.Alpha is just playing the big mind games here. Just trying to set you up to think that they're going to bait, but no, they're actually going to go full execute. And therefore, it's one of those 50-50 things. Are they going to do this or are they going to do that? And meanwhile, it's only the default setup rather coming from, Disrupt, guarding Heaven. As well as, here comes the execute, here comes the flash, the cloud burst, and the dash. Foul X, try to find his mark, but no one's there on towards Hell. Kills the turret, but that's Owen QT getting distracted a little bit as Disrupt took that chance.
I respect the entry operator, by the way.
Yep.
Very, very, very confident with that one.
Flashy.
But he does swap it off onto the Vandal just because he knows he has to go for the retake. Defender Killjoy is going to be able to push them out of the site, but the bomb was not planted. 44 seconds still remain. They don't know if they're going to go for a re-hit or if they're going to go for something else. Fall X going to walk out away. You're going to be able to just keep the pressure here on A and keep the defenders guessing of where they are. Even Rabbit has to jiggle all the way back into CT just to be sure. 30 seconds remain though. It has to be an A hit, but the advantage not for the attackers anymore. A great crossfire going to be there, but not enough. The little smokes and little opportunities to peek is just going to be enough for them to get the value. Now left in a 2v5, it's almost impossible with the time taking down. This Disrupt from the heavens, Leash's Kiss, Fury onto Hell, and eventually takes them both out. I think Glad had the momentum on that going in, but because they didn't plant the spike and because of that defender lockdown, instead of choosing to fight for it by going to tree because they closed the switch on the door, they weren't able to do it in time. They were just stalled out. So a great use of utility usage from Disrupt.
Yeah, I was able to get that kill, I believe. Oh, it was actually Kelly S that was able to get a kill off of the Omen. And because of that lockdown, just as you said, really flushed out the members out of Glab, and they didn't even have enough time if they wanted to rotate to B because it was like 30 seconds on the clock remaining, and they had to full commit. They were all funneled into one area, unfortunately, so they couldn't attack from different angles. So basically, Sky Empire knew where they were going to be coming from.
That is very, very true. And speaking of information, it looks like though Rich is going to try to get some, everyone knows where the party's at in the middle ground. It looks like they're not going to stop the pressure as well. Eugene S eventually falls after getting 2 of his own, but Kelly S is going to continue the streak. Moving on to site, he will spot out the player, but the trades are not going to be in the favor of Glab. Now, it's all up to Owen. Gets spotted out. They know that he's tagged up, and it's the man advantage is almost impossible to lose unless Omen has something great for us. But 3 people pushing from one side. He does spot the weakest player, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like Rabbit is going to hop on and maybe try to get another knife that time. But 8-5 currently is the score. Sky Empire looking like they're making the comeback that they need to keep themselves alive this best of 3.
Yeah, that was an incredibly aggressive push from mid. And they were able to eliminate Fall X immediately, and you know, Glab wasn't prepared for this onslaught onto B, and therefore, unfortunately, only one person left again to try to rotate, and everybody else was just peeking. So it was so difficult for O and QT. But so far, Sky, you know, when they do aggressive, it looks really good on them.
Yeah, I mean, we always highlight how smart they are because they're veterans and they have the util usage, the experience, etc. But we can't forget they also got there because they landed all the insane shots they needed to climb their way into that rank, making it to APAC for some of them. And that is something that I think a lot of people kind of look over because they do possess it. Kelly S especially insane, Eugene S as well. And when they do use it, it can also be overwhelming. They can play the similar style that Glab does. And I feel like when they do work together, it works out for the most part. Together, it's something that they can try to do now. A bunch of damage coming out from the defensive side with the shotguns, but that cute play is not going to be enough to take out Disrupt. He's the one who's going to be able to take out 2. He's brought down low though. Now they're clearing out the site where it looks to be clear for them. For the attackers, it's going to be a very clean plan for this bonus round. Owen QT still has a shorty, so what can he still do with this?
Yeah, a little bit difficult with all the Vandals, with all the long-range weapons on the board. There's 2 people here. Boogie is unable to get a kill, but the shorty was a response, but a shorty is a shorty. Had to reload. That's gonna be Sky 9 to 5. Wowee. Looking very good for Sky right now.
Sure, Owen QD gonna get that consolation prize by taking out Eugene S at the end of it, but the score does not lie. 9 to 5. When you look at the replay here, Eugene S gets one, able to get a second, but just gets cut down with that. Almost gets a third, maybe, or a second for the side of Owen QT, or for Owen QT. But with 10 seconds remaining on the clock and a weird buy coming on from Sky Empire, they have some rounds to be a bit of a leeway to save up and, you know, convincingly win others. But it looks like now they're going to go for aggressive play. But nope, the Omen does not choose to go for the flash, or will he? It depends. I don't know where Owen QT is going to be playing. Boogie going to tuck himself in the corner and protect himself from the B push. But unfortunately for them, it looks like the Killjoy of Sky is going to be the one holding the flank, where most of them is actually stacked in the A side. And if they go right now, it's literally free. But instead, Boogie's going to try to get some value. He spots out the player off onto short. Fallex does take out Kilias as well. They still haven't pushed onto the A side. Now they're trying to go for more, but Fallex doesn't know where any of the enemies are going from. Tries to go for the wall bang, actually lands it, but doesn't stick the left click. Disrupt's going to get surrounded, but time is already ticking. 2v3, but time is on their side, and it's planted not for them, but they will at least get control onto Heaven. Empire has the recon dart available, but Fallex getting more value out of this. Will he open the door? Yes, he will. Push, and he pushes. Nope. Yes, no.
One enemy remaining.
Eventually forces it into 1v1. Has the recon dart available, but let's go for the Sheriff instead. Not going to be able to land that, where Fallex eventually just sweeps out the round, putting a breath of fresh air and some life into GameLab.
Yeah, GameLab, I feel like they really needed this round win. Not only like score-wise, but also like confidence-wise, like mental-wise, considering the fact that, again, hacking is their very strong suit. Not winning the first half of the game sort of like hurts the game plan a little bit, but that win is a big boost for themselves for sure to get back into this game, because Sky Empire, they look like they could steamroll up until take it to game 3, actually, map 3, right, Fluffy?
Yeah, map 3 is completely possible, especially if everything keeps going their way. They get tickled a bit there with the wall bangs coming out from B main, but it's going to be Fallex who's going to take mid control. Going to be pushing out, going to spot out Aryu as well. Oh no! Oh my god! Aryu's able to turn that around. A quick misstep from Fallex, going to be his downfall, but Boogie is going to trade in reply, getting 2 for himself. Eugene S and Disrupt off the board. Going to go for more to dismiss, going to keep him alive as well. 4 bullets in the chamber, 30 HP, but still the man advantage is on their side. They did lose 1, but it was not enough conversion from the side of SE. Now in this 2v4, they have some time to work with, and they will be running into the A side.
Yeah, they still have 2 stars to work with and complete util on the side of Rabbit, so they can try to position well on this post plan, get information, see where everybody's going to be coming from, and play it slow. Buy time. Oh, he gets 3! He breaks down the door, Rabbit falls down, and it's Owen QD versus Chase at the moment. Aryu in a 1v2 situation, they're dropping from Heaven, 56 HP! It's not gonna work as Chase hunts him down. That's gonna be a defuse, and that's gonna be a Sky win.
It looks like whatever GameLab has been doing has really gone into fruition. They're starting to get some ground here. Now the gap is only 2 rounds between both of the teams. Sky Empire, though they have the advantage currently, looks like it's slipping away from them. And speaking of slipping, we see how these fights that just didn't go Sky Empire's way. GameLab, especially Boogie, is just able to get so much value off of the Smith and playing on that Reyna. Shay is going to close it out, and with this buy now, Sky Empire is forced onto the eco against the full rifle capabilities of GameLab.Alpha.
Especially they have Boogie's Empress available and a lockdown coming from Disrupt. If they do want to flush out people, that's an aggressive paranoia, gonna be pushing into 3 people, unable to get a kill before he dies. Very well done by GameLab. Owing QT. Boogie's able to get a kill, Disrupt will fall. That's gonna be GameLab.Alpha with a quick round.
Very quick round indeed, and quickly the gap between both teams seems to be diminishing, evaporating even. Sky has to come up with something this time. It is their buy round. They have all the gear they need. They even have the Hungry Security almost available, and as we saw this very quick round recap, how these trades just went so fast. On the side of Sky Empire, though, they have the lockdown, they have the null command, they have the cosmic divide, they might even have the Hunter's Fury. All of these tools right now, this round with the full buy, but it looks like both teams are going to go for an aggressive push here. We have a very quick go from Eugene S, but he gets flashed out by the Paranoia. The space already taken. Pushes Fall X back. They're going to try to go for the orb. Will he swing off this? No, the suppress is going to be too long of a delay. Owen Cutie, though, going to fire some shots and try to get some info off of it, at least the timing. But Fall X is just going to sacrifice his life and almost gets the first off Rabbit, but chooses his teammate instead. Trades himself with the opposing Jet. Now in a 4v4, the smokes are down. The null command already suppressing every piece of utility from the retake possible at the moment. They're gonna have to go for a clean 4v4 retake here on the side of the defenders. But where will they go? The ready flash already from Kelias, off for his teammate. Everything's going right now. The Heaven play does come out, but Rabbit's gonna secure more space up on the tree. Gets timing though. Owen is able to get him. Kelias is able to get one on Boogie as well. Now they have control of Heaven. Will they get sight? Gonna check Jen right here. Everything should be good, but the recon dodge can spot both players onto Hell, and Kelly S just gonna sweep them up with one player remaining. He's already spotted out, and the 4K coming up from Kelly S secures the round.
Kelly S is killing it, especially that round. That was crazy. It was what 4 kills. The null command again plus the disrupt lockdown helped a lot into flushing everybody. You know, Fall X wanted to see if he can get 2 before he fell down, but it was just a 1-for-1. That was a quick take onto the site. They're able to plant, and only Owen Cutie once more was the only one left, and they're able to win that round. That was important. That round was so important for GameLab to win, just to try and, you know, get that momentum in their favor and shut down Sky Empire. Now it's the other way around. They're not looking too well on the economy side of things, and as well as the ult side of things. Maybe Chase gets a kill, maybe he gets the orb to get Hunter's Fury perhaps, but at the same time it's not looking well. They're not close to get it to either a 10-10 or a 10-9 here.
Yeah, the only ultimate they do have on the side of Glab currently is the lockdown on Dritch. But the problem is on the opposing side, not only do they have the suppress from maybe stalling that or even removing that, you can also use the fragment to destroy it. And obviously you have the Hunter's Fury from Rabbit to destroy it if you're trying to just remove that out from the game. It's a very interesting way to counter that agent. It forces Glab in a very tight situation.
It really does. It's such a sweaty... It was a sweaty Pearl map, and now it's a sweaty Ascent map. Because again, remember, if Sky wins this map, we go to game number 3.
You are divided.
It's going to be in Haven. Eugene, this is going to be dealt. First Blood 2 as the Cloudburst is still right there. Dritch still waiting here. Very aggressive position. Trying to see if someone's going to push the smoke. Looks like that's going to be a no. Dash out, actually, to reposition outside of main.
Already ready with 3 players here to defend the beast. That Cosmic Divide is not going to divide anyone, as the whole team already knows what to do. Rabbit able to get rich though. That's a Sentinel gone for their team, and the flanks coming in from Fall X. They're going for the pincer maneuver as they're stalling them out here. They know most players are on B main. They have the advantage, but will this be enough for them? Aryu is able to get one, and that's going to be the flanker, meaning they have the safe rotate out if they choose to do so. Looks like they're going to back up here, use some util for it, but with 50 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to make a run for it. If Glab is able to maybe upgrade some of the weapons, Owen already getting that Vandal in hand might be a game changer, but they will have the timing to get into the site before majority of the defenders do make it. It's only going to be Sova who's going to be the guardian of this site, but he's brought very, very low.
They're able to detect. Look at the rotates now coming from the defense of GameLab. But a lot of the members coming from GameLab are so low. Nice kill coming from Chase. Hunter's Fury to prevent the spike getting planted. And sees Eugene's head. That's not going to work as Chase is only 14 HP. 3v situation. And Aryu finds a kill. Chase another. Picks up a gun for himself. Half HP. Aryu also on yellow health bars. The bomb has been planted. It's going to be a little bit difficult with his HP. The crossfire now being set from Wine long. He peeks in. Aryu's waiting to get the shot from the back. And that's going to be another. He didn't peek. Aryu didn't manage to peek, and now it's a 1v1 situation. Aryu gonna get that gravity well on the board. Stall for more time. He's so low. He's weak. 1 HP left. No. And that is it. 55. A little bit dicey, but Sky wins that round. 11-8.
extremely dicey. Chase almost had that a very insane shot to break the crossfire. I don't know if the angle was just weird or something happened, but early on in the round, you can see how the aggression was punished here by the defenders. Even a smart play from the Sova to just take out that spike and delay even more. But all days that we were watching at the end of it, he was able to get one. He even got the timing of the wide angle.
Yeah.
Ari was already ready for it on the swing.
Oh, that was nerve-wracking, Fluffy. This is a very close game, and Sky now close to match point. Able to spot out 2 members from GameLab. Whoa! Whoa!
Okay, Owen just says hello and replies to 2 kills of his own. He takes up the killjoy as well, and FallX is not going to stop the pressure. The spike is down. He knows 1 dash is through, but 1 has to be in the smoke. The timing doesn't work out for either of them, but through the smoke, FallX lands the shot. Eugene S goes for the reply on Owen, but the dance is not going to be enough for him to dodge Eugene S. Now he takes control of Kevin. He dashes into Sova though, and that's not the right decision. Just walks into the hands of Chase as they give Glab a round.
That was amazing! Honestly, the Fall X bought so much time, disrupted the attack against Sky Empire. You know the game, the floor is a lava?
Yeah.
This is exactly what Fall X did. He was jumping from one cloud burst to another. Even the enemy cloud burst, he used it as a way to just hide and be like a ninja against Sky Empire, and that basically bought some time for the rest of the members from GameLab to rotate.
Not going to land, but the rifle shots will. Bogey able to get through. The pop flash's going to come in, but the aggression is not going to stop from either side, and Glab is just going to sweep this quick round up. A great play coming out for them, utilizing the knives of Fall X to go and zoom into that tiles area, as well as the pop flash coming in, able to use the paranoia very effectively. With a push from B main, there was nowhere to run. A good gamble for them as it played out, knowing that probably they're going to be outside B, and it worked out for them. So 1 round separates them. It felt like just a second ago we were like 3 rounds down, and now it looks like we were neck and neck again.
It's so close between these 2 teams, and we were literally talking about the previous round, and then the next round ended from that fast and quick plays and aggressive movements coming from the side of GameLab, and just as you said, it did pay off. And now a lot on the line for this round, for this game at least, as 2 members are invested at least from Sky on B, so there's still no information for GameLab to work with, unless except that Cloudburst coming through for mid. You know the Jet's there, Rabbit lying and waiting, but no one's there to trade if ever Dritch does attempt to peek. And the rotate will now come from Sky towards B.
If the call is B coming in from Sky, and as they rotate, they leave all the defenders helpless at A. There's already 3 players there. If you include the mid, maybe even 4, it's all going to be up to Owen. If they just walk this out, they have a chance to get a great timing, as there's nothing to really contact of him. But they're going to use the null command to make that for sure. But it's also going to be the goal signal for a lot of the defenders to rotate. They're going to be able to close the door. It's all in the hands of Owen to delay. He gets taken out instantly, but Boogie somehow gets through yet again. Kelly as falls, but will he be restarted? He does. Arius will be able to bring him up. Fall X kind of ways away from the battle. They have to go for the retake as the spike finally does go down. 20 seconds remaining, but the spike is down. 45 seconds on the clock, but they have the ultimate, the lockdown. If they can protect this can potentially be the game changer, but the Hunter's Fury is not going to let that happen. Oh no, it's actually used to clear out all of the close angles. The lockdown, eventually both lockdowns destroyed, and now a clean round. Pushing in from Sky at the end. It's just the util fight was more insane, honestly.
Yeah! It was beautiful to watch. It was lockdown versus lockdown. Hunter's Fury coming in as well. That was just very beautiful to watch. And both lockdowns were destroyed. So it was just counters and counters of utility, making sure that Sky is able to keep the space that they were able to get from their initial attack and to get the plant down. It was just so difficult for GameLab.Alpha to just do that retake, and now Sky Empire match point! We are so close to getting into map 3. Let's see if GLab is able to, or Glab is able to survive this onslaught.
Well, they do have a fighting chance, and fighting is something they're very good at. The one way from Owen going to be able to spot out some players and force them into the awkward position, but he will be the one who's going to be punished from that exchange. Eugene S. landing an important kill as Boogie does disrespect the smoke and push out mid. Will he spot out Disruptor? I think the third will make contact before him. He has to know now that at least one player is going to be pushing him. Fall X going to back off as well as breaking that door. Will he get timing here? Yes, he will. Disrupt. Able to take out Boogie, but the Cosmic Divide, will it be punishable? Lab has the Ares available, but there's so many people guarding up onto heaven. What now? RX just gets 2. Now pushing 2v2, very winnable. But now in a 1v2, can he clutch this? There's so much util on this spike. The Nano Swarm as well as the Ready Star for the contact. He spots out Ryu, but Ryu is just too quick on the trigger. He closes out the game and brings Sky to 1-1.
We are heading into map 3, everybody. Sky Empire takes this game. It was a very, very close game, but again, their defense and attack were both very scary for GameLab, and I'm so excited to see this map 3 because these two teams so far have been very, very even. It's just more of like adaptation versus adaptation, trying to read the previous round, carry it on to the next, and then suddenly something changes. So it's such a, I don't know, I would like to call it like a chameleon match, if you will. It's just about the teams adjusting to each other constantly.
Constantly adjusting, and how fast you do it really shows the mettle of your team. A great victory, keeping their series point alive. And as we move on to game 3, we will, again, a reminder for everyone, be playing on that Haven map. It's a fan favorite here for everyone who's in the Philippines scene. It's basically, in a way, kind of like our default map when we can't play Ascent. And that being said, we also get to see great things like Kelly S on his Rays, hopefully, later on. But also, it's a map that, unlike the previous two, because of its 3 sites, really spreads the defenders thin, meaning that a bunch of these defaulting and no anti-flank compositions might not work out for Glab.
Yeah, and remember the fact that GameLab.Alpha also played Haven 13-5 against Abaddon Abyss. But I know we're very excited to talk about the next map, but let's take a look first at the stats that we have for the map of Ascent, where Sky is able to take it 1-1. Look at that. Fall X MVP. But of course, Disrupt many times have been very impactful on not only the lockdowns, but also defending A side alone sometimes, as well as being able to tag team with RU on the utility battle. So I really, it's great that we get to see Disrupt on the MVP.
Yeah, speaking of Disrupt, I like his statistic for the 6 first bloods. Actually kind of interesting because he's playing that sentinel role. So either he's the one pushing out or he's the one making contact. But whatever happens in that situation, he makes it out of it alive.
Yeah, the fact that the last round where Sky Empire is able to get that 13th win is Disrupt lurking, is able to catch out Boogie, is able to catch out Chase, having to wanna clutch for the team and take it to the next round, possibly overtime. But again, Disrupt from defense even to attack, his presence has been amazing. And looking at the map highlights here, again, it was very, very back and forth. We didn't know who was going to win at one point, but it was very clear that Sky had a lot of, what do you call this, snowballing that was happening in most of these maps. In this map in particular. I'm excited to see Haven later.
Same. I mean, on the map of Ascent, we see how when Sky does use that aggressive factor, it generally works out for them. But when they run into something like Lab, they also have the firepower to answer. And a lot of exchanges really hinge on which of the pairs of players or in their teams, or especially the duelists, land their shots.
Yeah, there's so many times where they meet in the middle, like, oh, 5v5, or meet in the side, oh, it's 5v5. And it's just so exciting to see all of these, what's the word? Chaotic and messy team fights, messy gunfights. But there's also the common calculated sort of let's play for information and then decide later on what to do.
I think that decision making is something very important for any Valorant team. And as you mentioned, yeah, having the fights are important, and a lot of this chaos is great to watch, but I'm sure for a lot of teams, when you're in the server, it's just you're on the edge because you don't know what's necessarily going to happen. You have to figure out your plan as you go. And at the end of the day, it will be SE's RU that will be delivering the win, sponsored by Grab Unlimited.
I mean, he has a lot of presence in this series in particular. Not only in, the first map, which was Pearl, but also as well in Ascent. We talked about the whole tag teaming with Disrupt when it comes to defending, but as well as getting a lot of kills here and there. And yeah, I'm so freaking excited for Haven because you said so yourself, Fluffy, that it's a bit scary for the defenders, but I know you're excited to talk about more about the map and what it means for GameLab.Alpha and as well as Sky Empire. Before we head on over to map number 3, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to find out who will take this second series of the day. Don't go away! Welcome back, everybody, to the English broadcast of VCT Philippines, and it's our second series of the day, and we've reached game number 3, map number 3. Everybody, Haven. It's going to be Sky Empire versus GameLab.Alpha. It's 1-1 on the board right now, and it's going to be very incredibly exciting because it's very neck and neck. Toe to toe, it's so close between these two teams. But now that we're heading over to Haven, Fluffy, I gotta ask you, who do you think is gonna win this one? Because it's been so close, there has to be only one winner.
It's been so close, and I've seen the fight from both teams, but I feel like at the end of it, in a map like Haven, where resources are spread really thin because it's 3 sites, that Sky Empire will just pull out in the end.
Yeah, I legit thought too that considering that both Sky Empire and GameLab yesterday they went, this weekend rather, they went to map 3 and their map 3s have been Haven. Sky Empire went against Oasis. It was 4-13. Not the best performance on that map against Oasis. GameLab.Alpha on the other hand against Abaddon, 13-5. It feels like, as long as they're attacking and as long as they're able to keep the momentum for themselves and carry on to the next half of the map, it feels like that's their strategy, and that has been working for this past weekend for GameLab.Alpha. So now I'm curious, how does GameLab.Alpha actually get that situation, because Sky Empire in Ascent basically shut that strat and approach down?
I think one way for them to do it is to have a composition to really deal with a lot of that aggression that SE does provide at times and really hold down the flank, especially in such a wide map like Haven, which we're moving on to in a bit. But more than that, I feel like if they're able to really burst through the sites on the attack especially, Haven is a very difficult map to hold. Mostly it's going to be full of retakes, and if you take out enough players with that man advantage, because again resources are so thin, that are spread so thin, that Glab can really in a way push their strengths, which make them as a team, which is the firepower, like to the limits, and really force SE into very uncomfy situations. My big question for this match is actually how SE is going to be able to adapt to that. Will they be more proactive in taking space instead of just passively holding it? Because what I noticed from the previous game is SE, actually even for the Pearl game, they have the util that they need to really stop a push or shut them down. But because they're comfy defaulting, they're not as proactive as I would like them to be, and that causes them to really just get funneled once the Glab team just runs into sight. I hope that they choose to be a bit more proactive, especially on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it also comes hand to hand like what type of composition that you want to play to actually enable the proactivity. I know, like, are you expecting the usual with perhaps Raze, perhaps you get the Fade, the usuals in this map, or something incredibly different, because GameLab.Alpha, they stick to their guns with the double duelist?
I mean, going double duelist is never a bad idea, essentially, because if it works, it works. It's very hard to disagree with those things. We've seen other teams do it. I think Oasis and even SE were using like a double duelist on Icebox, very unconventional in the pro scene where you have like a Reyna and Phoenix. So as long as it works, it works. But yeah, you do miss out on some of the util. And on a map like Haven where you want to get a bit more info, it might hinder you. But if you're able to use it well, I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing. At the end of the day, the only differences between the characters, aside from their design and obviously character, is just what util you can maximize. And if you can maximize it, then just use it. It's fine.
Yeah, especially as in a team like GameLab.Alpha that is able to, just as you said, make it work, maximize, because that's their play style, is to just brute force their way into a site or brute force control end space across the map. So now let's see if there's any sort of like new potentially agents that we're going to be seeing from both of these teams, especially like I know we keep reiterating that this is just the first week, no one's going to get eliminated, and there's a bit of a leeway because we have 8 teams in total and 6 teams move forward and 2 teams have to end their journey towards the playoffs. But at the same time, it's only a single round robin, so therefore all of these matches that they're fighting really counts.
Yeah, every match does matter, especially in, like you mentioned, the format that we have. But in a way, even though these teams haven't necessarily met each other since it is single round robin, they do have the advantage of having the info of what the other team has played. They can always look back at what we had the other day or previously just to see how on the specific map that team plays. So since we're in a league, a bunch of this anti-stratting can actually fall into play, especially in that they know they're going to play it. And if they're prepared for this Haven map, especially into each other, given the amount of time that they had, I think that there could be a bunch of adaptations that hopefully come into fruition this game.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Sky Empire's previous pick on Haven against Oasis. It was the Seas, Pain Shells, Killjoy, Breach, and Omen. And meanwhile, for GameLab.Alpha, the biggest difference is, of course, their typical Their typical duelist, which is a Reyna and a Jet, and then the rest is like, you need an initiator and the Omen as usual. So I want to see how these two things clash, because when we went, when Sky Empire went up against Oasis, it was basically, a mirror on that match when it comes to composition. So seeing these two things clash for GameLab and Sky Empire is very, very exciting, and I'm so curious to see what they pick.
On the upside for Sky Empire, one thing that I think changes the pacing a lot, at least in terms of agent pick, is that Disrupt, at least the last time he played this map, did play that Breach. And Breach is an agent that really hinders a lot of fights coming out from the opposing team. That stun and the aftershock and the two flash, even the rolling thunder, just plays such a pivotal role into everything.
Yeah, it just covers a lot of ground. It just stalls so much, or it's just amazing when it comes to flushing out members from the if you want to retake, if you're defending. So yeah, I'm guessing that Breach will be a very common pick for both of these teams. But I don't know, GameLab.Alpha didn't pick Breach last time when they went up against Abaddon Abyss. So they really want to prioritize more of their strength as, again, duelist. So it's great. It's great.
Yeah, and what's also great is, don't forget, we have our official sponsor from Grab Unlimited. We can celebrate our great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. You can use the QR code, which is flashed there in the bottom of your screen, if you'd like to avail of this promo, which I think you should, because if you're hungry at home, these teams are also hungry to get their first point onto our VCT circuit. As now that it is the best of 3, essentially, it's a best of 1. It's anyone's team now. They've both had their moments of brilliance and momentum from the Game 1 and Game 2. But as we move on to the Agent Select, we will be able to see what agents they will bring to the battlefield.
And yeah, I'm very curious as well if it's going to be a mirror, if it's going to be the same, if it's going to be, duelist. And it seems to me so far when it comes to GameLab, they're not going for the double duelist anymore. They're opting for this mirror. They're opting for the raise, fade, breach. Again, it's the same. It's the same thing. And now it's one of those, who does it better? This is not playing to the usual, GameLab.Alpha, double duelist. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to make these picks count. So now it's who does this composition better.
That's a great point, actually. Because Glab is choosing to pivot on what they're comfortable with, opting for something that they think might be optimally better. On the other side, Sky Empire does play this in their regular series, and they're very comfy playing these agents. So although it is the same mirror matchup, I would assume that at least Sky Empire has a bit more mastery in terms of how to play this composition, or at least more plays or set things that they can do to play off each other. As we look here on the full roster, which essentially is for both of the teams, honestly, because it's the same agents, we can see that GameLab, if they're able to maximize the Breach, it's going to be great. But what we mentioned earlier about how Breach is so punishing into aggressive teams works both ways for these teams. They both have their moments of aggression, and depending on how big the stuns and the impact of the util of the Breach they're able to use, it could change the pace of the game entirely, because it doesn't matter how cracked the opponent is. If they're stunned, they are stunned. That's why stun is the king. You can add the flash, but not a stun.
Exactly. If you're concussed, if you're stunned, it's just so difficult. It's such a good way to basically slow down such an aggressive team like GameLab. But both of these teams have the same approach when it comes to compositions. But now GameLab on the attacking side, they're always on the attacking side, as we've seen previously. They need to get this steam rolling, as we now head over to game number 1. Still very spread out on the map.
Spread out indeed. Owen is going to be the only player. He's going to look away, but Eugene S is not going to be able to push him. The stun does come through, and he's going to punish that. Removing the smoker, very important. The controller player not going to be there, but still 1 minute and 15 seconds in the round can be very punishing. But as you take this A bait, they are leaving C open for the attackers, which I think the bomb is. So they're just going to crawl up here, and or maybe they won't. They're just going to take the orb instead. Sky opting again for the more defaulted push, taking that mana advantage into account and trying to utilize as much as they can.
Yeah, there's still a double push from the side of Game Lab here on towards A. The rotate is gonna come in. Same thing for Sky, as they have no information where Glab is going to attack as they go towards C. Turret's gonna spot someone coming out from short, and that's gonna be, you know, that green flag where Sky will need to immediately move and rotate from
30
far
seconds
away.
left.
It's going to be very difficult with no smoke onto heaven. Eugene S already gets one spot out the second player, but the combination of the seeds as well as the paint shell is just going to take him out with some bullets just to help. The turret going to be deactivated with the
Spike
loss
planted.
of Boogie, but now 3 players versus 4. Disrupt still alive, 2 breaches, still have so much util. Disrupt especially still has every flash available to Mankind to be able to use this. And it looks like they're going to go for a play with Kelly S from heaven. There goes the flash, there goes the recon dart, the stun as well. Will he jump up? No, but the aftershocks will be able to land one. Rabbits are going to get one with the gun as well. And Kelly S will he be spotted out to heaven? Oleg's not going to stop here. He's going to get 3 for himself, but eventually falls to RU again, the clutch master. Going to be able to secure that round for Sky.
Yeah, gotta hand it to RU once more. Again, very reliable as the round progresses, as it prolongs, especially when he's left alive and is able to clutch around. But still, good attempt coming from Volex. There was just so much utility to flush out. I feel like they were basically trapped into the single area, just as you said. They had no controller, they had no smokes to reposition for post plant, and they were basically not flying ducks. Ducks don't fly, right, Fluffy?
I think they
Sitting
fly.
ducks!
They fly though.
I was about to say chickens, and then flagging, and then it just got mixed up. I mixed up my birds.
Well, at least the chicken of Killjoy is going to be spotting out any contact coming into the garage side, which looks like the attackers are going to be posturing to do so. The alarm bot also going to hold down the B in case they move there. Full utility coming out from Disrupt again, ready to play the full maximum potential of Breach. Just going to be able to be that supportive unit, especially with this important buy round. Every time that you win a pistol round, you always want to try to convert it. And because the spike was planted, they do have to be aware of a force, but I think they're playing a bit too passive here. The classic shots, you might tell them it's not a force, so maybe they're going to play a bit more further away with this, and it looks like they're going to back off and give part of the A side. They don't want to fall into the trap of having the weapon advantage, but then when they get hit with a breach stun, it's over.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey here, especially they have access to the util towards short here from this breach. There you go. Here comes the onslaught. Here comes the attack, the push. Seems to me Sky decides to back away instead. Wait for the rest of the members to come in.
Spike
Especially
planted.
they have the gun advantage. Setting up this crossfire here in case somebody tries to push. But again, look how far Eugene S. They will meet eye to eye for Owen QT. But Owen QT decides to back away instead and move towards the plant.
Yeah, the attacker Killjoy turret's going to be there, not for the anti-flank. Kelly S jumps in already, kind of lost because of a flashbang, but the frenzy coming in from Boogie is able to get through. Owen won for himself, but Disrupt and Ari is going to get that equalization, or at least try to. It's all up to Eugene S now. He gets the first kill, but the frenzy again from Boogie is just so much impact for this round. Not able to convert this, and they lose essentially an almost full save. That is economical damage to the maximum on the side of Sky, and a great win for Glab.
Yeah, that's really, really well done. They found the right timing to enter the site. They still had all the utility to make sure that they have a good position for post plant. They basically stopped this retake coming from the side of Sky. And again, really good timing. I thought there was going to be a small 1v1 between Eugene S and Owen Cutie, but good thing he joined that site and was able to defend.
They are so careful of what they're doing. And speaking of care, looks like Kelly S can carefully make himself just tuck into this cubby area. Maybe even spot out more. And he's actually going to push into the Glab. What's the insta punish? Oh no, another quick round. One player remaining, but he's too low. Rich does get the 4K. Will this spray down off his own stun?
Yeah, Sky was hoping to, get a kill at least. A kill or two after that 4-stack, 5-stack. Unfortunately, GameLab saw this coming, especially they've done it multiple times on a low, very low eco round for the side of Sky, so they definitely saw it coming. They've been doing that since Pearl, actually, so GameLab really loving this start for themselves.
Yeah, they've built that habit, and throughout the course of this best of three, they've really honed into what their opponent does. A quick combo of utility just to take out some A long control, but it will be Owen on the opposite side of that dark cover to make sure that no one's going to be pushing through. Now, Spalm outdoors as well, just to presence himself on the mid side, but Kelly S is going to stalwartly push through this dark cover. Will he run into any contact though? No, he will not, clearing out that area as they contest Garage as well. Kelly S, very passive, a very, very slow movement. They bait out the alarm bot, and Kelly S is already ready to make the swing off it. He brings out the knife. Will he get timing here? Because Owen should hear him back away. They go for the paranoia, but it's not going to land on any of the backing attackers. But with 58 seconds remaining, and the default very strong for the defensive side, they have to be decisive right now.
Yeah, they're running out of time, just as you said, and they don't get a lot of information. They're able to bait out the alarm bot, but they're able to back away, basically bait some of these utility without GameLab having to maximize. Here comes Rolling Thunder going to attack B. Here comes the collapse as Chase able to get one. Rapid as well.
30 seconds left.
1 for 1 so far. With the bomb getting planted for now. They spread through. Look at this. The two from different sides. Possible. And a reload will come in. So close. Dritch is concussed. He's ready to flash in and peek. They're buying a lot of time here. 1v2 situation. The bomb is ticking. Eugene S able to find as Boogie kills the last defender. They're able to get another round. This is looking to be really good. A really good start for Glab.
Boogie's just been such an impactful player, not only in this map, but also throughout the series. Interesting to find him on the Killjoy as well. He still possesses that duelist aim. As we see on the replay, Eugene S is able to get 2 for himself, but it's just Boogie able to get those value kills, especially early onto the round, regardless of what weapon he has. He did it on the Frenzy, and now on the rifles, even more damage. 1-3 is the score right now as we move on to the 5th round, and it's going to be Sky Empire on the Eco.
Yeah, GameLab maximizing the snowball here. Again, this is what they want. This is what they need. They need to be ahead, and they have to keep it like far, especially when it comes to attacking side. And now, just a bunch of pre-fire, a bunch of people stacked onto C here, coming from Sky, as they try to move around the area, try to shadow whatever GameLab is planning to do. And we'll see if they're going to try to enter from Garage. Quick swoop from the Boon bot will not spot anyone out. Here comes all the flashes in the world as they're able to take C. And no contest whatsoever so far.
And not much resistance coming out from the defenders as they look like they postured themselves in the retake. But it will be Boogie who's going to disrupt that attempt, getting one and another, taking out Rabbit with a great headshot up onto Window. They know they have control of outside of Garden, but now Eugene S replies with 2 shots of his own. Dritch eventually takes him out and has the flash available, but the time is still ticking, and the defenders are not in position to go for the retake. Flash eventually does come out, but they're not going to go for the swing with it. Very awkward angle for him to go through, especially to this 1v2, running into the barrel of O, and he eventually gets 2 with a stun the aftershock, just to make sure in case anything else happened. A clean round by Glab, but an unfortunate start for Sky.
Yeah, they decided to go C, baited everybody to stack at Defender C, and they moved towards Garage, and therefore Sky Empire had to think whether they're going to extend this rotation into A, but the call was to go from Garage, and they're able to basically plant that spike with no contest.
No contest indeed. And Sky going to take a timeout after that one. Going to reevaluate what they can do. If I were them, I would focus on being more proactive. I mentioned it a bit earlier, but they're just so passive. They're playing C site off the contact of the alarms. They're playing so safe. But what playing so safe means that you have no info and you're not really fighting for anything. You give so much space, or even more space, to the attacking side. And it feels like they're slightly not afraid, but hesitant to really take this proactive space. They did it early on to the pistol round, but ever since that pistol round, it seems like they just are preparing to go for the retake, which they've noticed they haven't gone on for. So I hope after this tag pause, they go for a more proactive play. They go use the aggression and use that Kelly S raid as long as the disrupt stun. Any of these things in combination, just don't be static about the defense.
And we've seen it before being executed by Sky, being answering aggression with aggression and able to stall out or slow down an execute coming from GameLab. We've seen that before, but I feel like just because it's map 3 played for long extended extended periods of time, and every single map has been closed, so it's very understandable to see a team be more careful with every single round.
That's very true, but at the professional level, you really have to have everything put together, regardless of how the series goes. Owen Cutie is going to remain vigilant here as the dark cover eventually does fall in front of him. It's going to be another way to stall out this A lobby, push the alarm bot just to secure the flank coming out from Boogie. Another round where they have the firepower, but they're not going to be using it. They're wasting as much time as they can, even on the attacker side, just being so careful of what they take. And it looks like the C take might be enough for them. No, they're going to choose to back off instead, get a bit more garage control. But time is still ticking, and Kelly S is in a prime position to punish anyone who's moving in. Gets the first player. Owen QT gets taken out. That's the controller yet again. Very risky. Now that there's only 40 seconds on the 4 when this is the buy round. So they have to go for a commit here. They're going to go, I think this is a split into C. Gene S able to reply to the kill on Fall X. Oh, but the Eugene S is not going to stop. He's going to push the Molotov here, and he's able to get 3 for himself. Holy!
That's exactly what you were looking for, right? The aggression. In this position, Eugene S is able to push garage and find people that members from GameLab that was very busy trying to look at window, considering the fact that they already lost one person. Owen QT having a shrouded step forward, and therefore Spawn was basically open for the pushing for Sky, and therefore more control over the map. Gotta love the adjustment from Sky, and this is exactly what you were looking for, right, Fluffy?
Exactly what I was looking for. I'm also very interested in how they're going to reply to this. It looks like the answer is going to be a bit more aggression towards you just fight fire with fire, as you mentioned, but Kelly S's paint shells is going to land and remove Rich from the equation. That's a massive agent to remove. It removes a lot of the team support from that single duelist that they have, so when he does do a bit of that flight's movement, it will be very delayed. But fortunately for him, or unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the blast packs available. Still has the paint shells though to work with. But again, Sky Encore is going to move and go for that retake potential. They're going to pop the ultimate without any satchels. Very risky play to do on Raze, but it's going to use it to stall out and gain the space. Plant eventually goes down, and as well as the Raze ultimate. But this attacking Killjoy ultimate is gonna, I don't know, I think it's okay, but it's just so much to give to use on a site that you know they're gonna give anyway.
Find one. Spallex able to destroy Eugene, and the ult as a response kills 2. Boogie's able to eliminate Rabbit though. They will be forced back onto short. He's gonna get spotted by the utility coming from the fade, and that is a defuse. Sky is able to take this round back for themselves.
Yeah, amazing gameplay coming up from Kelly S, showing why his Raze is feared on this map. Explosive is an understatement as he takes out 2 players with the ultimate, as well as landing the frag up on the short. 3-4 is now the situation that we have in our game, and whoever wins this again will get their first point up onto the VCT. Rabbit, as you see on the replay, gets the first kill, but the explosive plays from Kelly S just does enough damage to eventually take everyone out, landing him that 4K, which is well deserved. Now, with everything put into consideration, it's on the side of SE to still have their ultimates, as GameLab blew so many just to take that round.
Yeah, they had to consume a lot of ults for that, and unfortunately unable to win that round. Just as you said, it is from the shadows at least available here. Now I suppose they have to take their time now, since they don't have a lot of ults to work with. Look at this. I love how Sky knows that they have the ultimate advantage. So they're just gonna try and wait. They are willing to do a retake, especially they have Rolling Thunder on their side, able to cover a site whatever GameLab is going to commit to.
They have that option, but it looks like they're going to be sticking out with a more default setup. They really have played the game really slow on the attacking side. They've really pushed themselves to get as much info as they can. Another risky TP possible coming in from Owen, but no, it's going to be Fall X, going to be pushing into lobby, trying to clear that out. And thankfully for them, there's going to be no resistance from the defenders until they run into contact with this Killjoy turret. They're able to clear out long safely, and with the smokes coming in, it looks like to be a decisive A hit. I hope they recognize, though, that they've been given sight, or sight has been very free. So they don't have to expend that much going in. The defender Killjoy, very, very early use. Maybe they're going to fight for this, as they will be also sticking to plan. I'm surprised they're not going to go for the back out.
Yeah, you're right. Able to decide to commit to that plant and then get out. Possibly everybody at long, one towards short. Fall X Chase rather getting a kill onto Rabbit. Eugene S with a trade here. Time is not on their side as Boogie kills more people. Disrupt Kelly S with the response here. 2v2 situation. Everybody's super on the side with a very aggressive push into the defuse. An attempt was made, but Boogie denies that. Takes that away from Sky.
Boogie, again, just proving why he's so good on this Sentinel role, or even previously on the Duelist role. The aim is just so crispy, and he's able to convert the rounds that Glab truly does need. 3-5 already to score. With a mirror matchup like this, it's the same amount of utils per team, so it seems like Glab has just been able to stretch it out. Very confident in the way that they did choose to stick the plant there, even though they knew that the lockdown was incoming. They just knew, okay, we can fight for this, guys. We can just hold long, it's fine. Some of the teammates got traded, but at the end of it, Boogie just plays a pivotal role. And it looks like an explosive start coming out from Fall X. Oh, a little hop, skip, and a jump away, but it's not going to be enough distance. The Sun's going to push through, and Kelly S is going to surround him. Alone, the Prowler comes to the signal that there is one player, but at the end of it, they do get the raid. The pain shell is going to be huge here, especially if they walk into it, but Rich does take him out. And now they lose both of the raises, and generally around the same HP level as well. With 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, they still have a lot of options for where they're going to decide to go.
Yeah, it's a lot of more weak players on the side of Glab as Chase and Boogie. Especially Boogie has been a very pivotal member of Glab to win these rounds. So both of these players slow might weaken the offense that Glab wanted to do onto this round. Look at this. Sky, 2 members already pushing from behind here. Here comes the flank in. Boogie has entered the side, is able to get a headshot onto Rabbit. A second one coming in. Second wave of offense, rather. They're trapped here. The lockdown is forced out to flash away the members of Sky. No, the plan has been dropped. Owen Cutie finds one. The attacker Killjoy. Let's see if they're going to get at least one. Looks like that's going to be a no. One from Heaven. Let's see. 2v3 situation. Really good position so far. Disrupt. Able to find one.
That's great for his teammate, though. Ari is going to be left alone yet again. The 1v2 does have some utility available, but it's not going to be enough. The flash comes through, and Rich just pushes off of it, taking Ari from the equation. Another round converted yet again for Glab. 3-6. Double the score, double the rounds against Sky Encore or Sky Empire. And these are the two teams that we've seen have the closest games. But I feel like Glab has really just moved in and become comfortable of how they want to play, because whatever they're doing has been working.
Yeah, because I feel like, again, their strength is always getting the momentum, especially when they're on the first ones to attack at the beginning of the map. So the first half is incredibly pivotal for them to translate this onto the next half, increase that gap, and it seems to me they're on their way to be doing that, especially Sky on Eco, all of these sheriffs, and a lot of heavy gunfire from the lab. Let's see if this aggressive push rather from Kelly S will find someone. There is one. Owen Cutie watching the flip, gets 1-2 crispy shots from Kelly S. Say hashtag worth.
Hashtag worth indeed. They only lose Rabbit with that trade, but considering the fact that they're on Eco, it's a worth it trade indeed. I'm surprised Kelly S actually didn't fall from that. As he was running away, somehow his teammate does fall instead of him. They lose the initiator, but they gain an advantage. They are not able to pick up the weapons though, as it looks like they're just gonna fall back into this. Disrupt. We'll try to delay the B plant right here. Nano swarms and flashes being run at him, as well as this boom bot. Just everything in the world. It is planted for A link, which is kind of the wrong side to plan for this. Eventually, Kelly S uses his ultimate, gets one more. Now in a 2v2, very winnable. The sheriffs in hand might do enough damage at this range. It's all up to both of them, but the pinches are coming really quick, and Fall X gonna let them fall down.
That's amazing. That's amazingly well done coming from Fall X. He was able to dodge the ult coming from the opposing raise. Use the blast pack to reposition and basically clean slate on that last few rounds. But, you know, Kelly was able to get at least 2.
Last player
But at the
standing.
same time, even though it was winnable, All X was able to, again, clean that round off. And now it's 3-7. This is looking to be a very, very GameLab.Alpha game.
It looks like it. 3-7 is a pretty proud score to have, especially 10 rounds in. And as they do that, Sky really has to figure out what their response will be, because all the answers that they're giving have been the wrong ones, not working out by an inch or a mile. At the end of the day, the round is a round, and they have to start getting rounds of their own. Rabbit now is going to be able to afford all the util he needs, but the 2 players will go for his flash. The anti-flash coming up from Folex. This might be a huge ultimate. Might be able to land it, but no. It's actually the trade of utils. The Seas as well as Pain Shell is going to take out Folex, stopping him from unleashing that explosive power up onto the site, taking him out as well from the game. Now it's all going. He goes for the wide swing here, but Rabbit goes for the punish. They lose their controller and their duelist. The contact turret made already found onto the seaside, forces the rotate off onto Eugene as he's ready for this though. He might be able to spot a player onto the garage, as they do have control with RU being so deep into this location. He's gonna walk into 3 of their players right now. Will they check the score? And they should. One probably checking, but no, he looks away at the last second, still able to get one. They lose their controller, but still the man advantage is too big. Flashing backside, going for the haunt as well. Getting the right side, almost stunning his teammate, but not enough. Chase just being able to get out of that. He has the nightfall, and he just do it. His runs just too powerful. Able to get away with 1, 2. Will he get the 3rd though? No. Crispy aim coming out of it, but at the end, the adjustment from Sky is just able to pull out the win.
Before the switch.
That seems Sky now is able to stabilize after, you know, the momentum that Glab is starting to build for themselves. It all started with C's Pain Shells combo after the ult being activated. Let's go up, just deny the offensive that Glab wanted to do. It was just really beautiful to watch. And after that, it's just each member from Glab were falling down like dominoes. Basically lost their anchor. So now Sky has to sort of replicate that to catch up onto the points, catch up onto these rounds, and deny basically the win condition that Glab always wanted. Is basically a huge gap before the next half of the round, and we're almost there.
Are you already sensing that something might happen? And he does land an amazing shot. There's a very sus smoke, and he's like, maybe they're pushing behind it. Already prepared to go for the paranoia as well if need be, but it's not going to be required. Heavy emphasis on the garage delay though. Both nano swarms already pre-placed by Eugene S. If they run into this contact setup with the turret, even with the stuns, I feel like they can just perish through it. We get the pick onto Eugene S though, but with the Rolling Thunder in place, that doesn't necessarily land. The Paranoia not going to be able to reach anyone as well. Kelly S open for him. He's able to get one. The Boombot going to be able to push a smoke, but no, from the side, Rich does eventually land the Nightfall. Going to be falling onto their opponents, but in mid-animation, he's taken out. The platform player is also removed, and Glab just win out the necessary duels that they need.
Very well done by Glab here. Is able to basically pick up the pace when it comes to attacking this site, knowing the fact that it is a 4-8 if they do win this round, and they indeed win. Let's take a look at that replay. Good pick from Arya though, and good nano swarm placements. But Boogie is able to basically breeze through all of that and kill the enemy mirror kill. Okay, so at this point, again, Glab will see how they can close this out. This is their win condition. Remember, this is them wanting that big gap before the next half proceeds. And Sky Empire, we've seen them catch up before, but compared to Ascent, this was not their start when they won that map.
That is very true. I feel like I actually thought they would win the previous round, but unfortunately for them, just the pinch coming out from Glab was very, very disciplined, methodical, but also well thought of and shot. And looking into this pistol round, it looks like Sky is going to opt to go for a C push, but with no presence on A, somehow they still attract a lot of the people. What is that nano swarm? Very interesting.
What? Yeah.
Nano swarm. I think that one was for front sight. But it's going to be Owen here, going to move on to the smoke. He lands one shot, able to get the second, does do damage on the third. Now forcing the 3v3. Where will they go? They have the Haunt available to basically detect any of this, but disrupts ground to 1 HP. Will he get back up? Yeah, it was just a decay. So the the boom bot is going to be able to move on and clear some angles for it. But the flash is already going to come through for the delay. 3v3 situation. They know one player's on the backside. Are you still able to get one though? Goes for the second kill, and the third kill does land for Sky. So they get the first round.
And this is incredibly important for Sky as they, again, didn't have the best half. Even though it's quite close, again, this is GameLab's game, so they need to close on the offensive now that they're on attacking. So it's a very, very good start. But at the same time, we've seen GameLab win some of these thrifty rounds in the past. So I feel like Sky can't let their guard down, even though GameLab doesn't have, you know, the economy in their favor at the moment.
That is very true, but we've seen GameLab also claw out their way with just these pistols, especially Boogie again with a frenzy. They're able to play this and run them down. It might be enough for them to just convert around. But with that being said, the opener is already going to be Owen being dropped low. Eugene S going to be very careful not to lose his rifle here. Going to hold a small and off angle just to make sure that no one is creeping up onto them when they move and rotate onto the A side. But as they do that, the defenders are already going to take space in middle for response. If they don't spot out Raze, Fall X might be able to get a surprise here on Kilias. He's just spotted out though, but with a gun differential, it's not going to be enough for them. Even with some bullets being traded back and forth, they're going to get away with that murder and just walk all the way into the A side. They have the smokes and util to really make it work, but will this convert into a round?
And that's the biggest question here, as the rest of GameLab already rotates onto this side. A lot of low members with 1-for-1 at least for this take onto this side. Open QT is very, very deep into basically enemy territory. There was an attempt behind that smoke, but unfortunately it didn't work out as Sky is able to get the plant down.
I don't know if it's just a side thing, but it seems like this composition has been working out for the attacking team. And because Sky is able to play as many rounds as they can on this side, there might be a very good chance that they just run away with it if they continue up this momentum. That being said though, Lab is going to be on the full rifle buy, so how they play this round is going to be very pivotal of how they play the next basically 3.
And this is incredibly important because, again, this is map 3, and they're so close. It's 8-6 rather. This attack on towards V may be a big surprise. Look at Eugene as already guarding the flank, but here comes the attack. Smokes everywhere, chaos everywhere as they smoke away GameLab out of the sight. Now they get the plant down in. It's a 4v3 situation. Numbers is a disadvantage. How can GameLab win from this? There's a bit of information getting worked with, as one is known to be a backside pain shells grenade onto Fall X, and he falls. Raze for Raze, 3v2. Not having a lot of time here. Eugene S. Chase is able to kill, rather. Waiting for RU. Eugene S. positioned on towards window. They can peek at the same time. It is planted for that area. Smoke will be there. He's finding the last two. Doesn't have a lot of information. Now he knows one is in window, and it's not gonna work. Eugene S. gets the kill on Chase at 7-8.
That was an impossible round to win the 1v2. The one way on its own was already tough, but the nano swarm just to secure it was just, nah, it's impossible. And with that, it looks like some thinking time is going to happen as they go to attack. But when we look at the replay, you can see how this happened. Sky able to get another round that they really, really, really need. And they're able to go off the opponent's buy. So now GameLab, they do have some money, but they're going to be forced generally into an eco, going for, I think, like a half buy / eco thing. And this is where GameLab has really shown some of its flaws. When they're on the defensive side, they win by also still being proactive. But because the nature of the map is just so wide, they can't focus all their resources at the same spot and just convert like they would on Ascent or Pearl. And because of that, the pacing is just a lot slower. And I feel like without the addition of their second duelist, having that breach instead being ready with a stun, and you have Fade ready to throw something, it's only one person really to raise on Fall X to really try to get something out of it when he's fighting. No one really to trade him unless they plan everything correctly. And these small delays really give opportunity for opponents to just land the shots they need to shoot.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Fluffy. The fact that you're forced to trickle your resources instead of funneling them into 1 or 2 points. It's now the addition of 3 with Side C. And this gives GameLab, just as you said, a disadvantage, especially when they're on defense. This is basically outside of their usual win condition. And now that Sky basically is breaking the gap between the score that GameLab garnered for the entirety of attack, this puts them in a very tight spot. It basically denied their, more chances of getting their win condition on the board here. So far, it's been a slow round. Eco, Boogie, we try to get a pick here, decides to just stay on Cubby.
Very smart decision from him, but he's still able to get the space all the way up to Cubby, meaning that they can leave the C side alone if they choose to, as it looks like the attacker is going to posture themselves to go for an A hit. They're already creeping and crawling their way onto lobby and securing long. Will they check the close corner up on short, though, is my question. It's a very uncommon corner for a lot of players, but it is somewhere where they have fallen to. No, he does spot one out. He lands a shot. Will he get the second? Yes, he will. Impact frags as well as the upgrade onto that rifle. Oh, and it's just playing this cheeky corner. I'm surprised they didn't expect him. This is like the second time that they played this angle, this map with the KJ previously. But Owen repositions himself, able to get a third, the kill box.
Wow!
Coming up from Owen, just insane. And because of that, they actually convert the round regardless of their buy.
Yeah, it's another thrifty round. They get the buys, and now it's a rubber band situation. It feels like for both of these teams, it's incredibly close. And again, it's all thanks to Owen QT's positioning at short. It was so the trigger discipline, and then able to get two repositioning. Kelly Escada to find Owen QT, and therefore having the numbers advantage. GameLab played that round really well.
It's so interesting to see. It reminds me of how he played actually the first map when he got the double kill onto the B site when he was playing controller as well. Just very patient, hiding these corners. It's up to Sky to be a bit more vigilant and checking all your corners, back to basics, just to make sure that no one's there. Because when you're fighting into the unknown, it's very hard to figure out where you're going to end up.
Especially the fact that it was an equal round for GameLab.Alpha. It felt like, Sky Empire wanted to take that opportunity to win the next two rounds if they indeed won the previous round in matchup, or even have more round wins against GameLab. I felt like they badly really needed to win that round. And now we'll have to see. Kelly S will have his ult soon. From the orb, so we'll have to see what the approach is going to be, because it's so close, Fluffy. This is crazy.
It is crazy. Only 2 rounds separate them, and with Sky's timeout, they have to come up with a plan to really push that into at least be equal. They're on the buy right now, but they're against an opposing buy as well. They have the lockdown and the rolling thunder, powerful ultimates to use, and I'm sure that GameLab as well is very, very aware that this is a possibility for them to use. So they have to also learn how to adjust themselves in order to get the space that they need for the retake.
It's an aggressive. Well, I wouldn't say aggressive. It's a peak for the C's paint shell combo on from long. It won't spot anybody as Sky is going to be rotating, possibly committing to C. There's a bunch of util, of course, as Boogie is right there at Garage. So I think they can stall enough time for the rest of the GameLab members to rotate from one endpoint. Again, we talked about it, Fluffy, with all of these angles that are so unexpected. They don't even know. Shredded Stuff takes 3. And that is right there. Boogie is able to get that trade. Spike down, not even able to get the plant. And this gives time for the rest of the GameLab defense members to move on to C. And now Eugene S is basically in a corner. He's concussed. He's out in the open. He's able to seek refuge onto this corner, but is being driven out of the site. 30 seconds left. They killed the last one, and GameLab.Alpha wins that round.
No shot that happened. A very smart read. I mean, Owen gets the first pick, playing the first off angle, taking out RU, as we see on the replay. Great headshot. But instead of TPing the side, which is this backside where you think people would go, or CT, he opts to actually TP and play on platform, so that he is playing into the mind that they're not going to check this because they assume I'm running away since I'm the only player on C. But instead, he trades his life for 2 additional people, basically securing the round on his own.
Yeah. The guy's insane. Owen QT. Let's see if he is able to do it again. Shrouded step. Everybody's blinded. Boombot activated. RU is able to stinger and disrupt as well with a kill. This is an aggressive push, pushing everyone. from Sky in
remaining.
this corner. KBS
A.
able to get a kill. Boombot get blinded a little bit. When it comes to Flash, do they fall back is the question. It's a 1v2 situation. They decided to go towards A, and therefore Dritch will take the will be able to catch up, but having a 1v2 on the board may be a little bit difficult with a controller with smokes on site.
Planted.
That's very true. They still have one dark cover available, and with Breach not being, he has the stun to work with, but it's very hard to peek off on your own. Normally, it's a supportive thing, and by playing this crossfire, it's all up to him to not reveal his location. Maybe, hopefully, get one out of it before he has to fight the second 1v1. He's going to try to prod and get some info with the corners. He doesn't check deep enough though to spot out Ryu. He's going to go for a stun, which will reveal his location. He's even scared of the Heaven TP possibility from Ryu, but Ryu's just going to play very safe, very subtle, and get around for Sky.
Yeah, beautifully done by Sky. Able to defend from the onslaught, from the aggression that GameLab was trying to do. They basically shoved them into this teeny tiny corner and just rained down all of the utility. But Sky Empire able to survive all of that, win until there's 1v2, and then boom, they're able to take it to 8-10. This is so neck and neck. Lockdowns available for both KJs. Let's see if the Sky Empire decides to attack.
Where are they going? It looks like they're not
That
sure.
is the question.
They wanted to go to long, but because the dark cover is there, they second guess themselves, so maybe we should push short instead. But whatever they're doing, it's creating pressure towards the A side. There's already 3 players stacked towards A, or at least leaning towards A for the defense, with only Owen on that Omen playing Garage. Not much space for them, and it looks like they're going to go for this default. They have information, at least on the attacker's side, that no one's going to be pushing up C because they have the alarm bot, so they have time to burn here and try to get something out of it. They're burning another dark cover from the defensive side, but with that, the reaction is going to be to force out Owen. Owen TP's out, goes for the safety, gets swarmed out, but he will throw that Paranoia. I think that's a fair trade by trading out Paranoia, but what is this TP? He's going to go for a very interesting TP, going all the way back to CT spawn, but I think he's going to be heard. Going to go for the cancel instead. I think it was a way for them to actually get sound in case they rotated.
I think it's pretty good considering the fact that they're buying a lot of time here against the attacking
30
side.
seconds left.
GameLab now needs to commit to a site unless they want to just finish all of the members. Here comes the timing on the swing. Very well done by Jays. Dritch is able to get one more. Kelly S.
Enemy remaining.
That's the trade down. Boogie again doing a lot of work. And GameLab.Alpha is so close to match point.
I mean, honestly, when you have veterans like the players in Sky, you wouldn't expect them to make a bunch of these small mistakes. Even just not checking this corner, not being careful and assuming that they're not there or they are there is just so deadly, because if you assume wrong, you basically lose the round. It's happened so many times that it almost looks like Sky is playing into the hands of GameLab. If they just are a bit more careful, I feel like they can get away with a bunch more rounds, but now they're forced on this weird eco-buy thing, and they're playing into now an operator in Fall X.
Yeah, this is going to be it's difficult. Now they're full committing on to B, are able to eliminate Boogie at least, so no utility from that Killjoy. That's going to be a quick plan, but imagine everyone has healthy utility now. They're just going to throw everything onto B side. So now it's just 2 members, Chase and Dritch. The bomb now is planted. Disrupt. He's hiding from this. Did he see? He saw. He saw one moving rabbit. Sorry, already about to plant. Just yet. Oh!
Last player standing.
Woo!
Face your fear.
One more. Nightfall. Activated.
One enemy
1
remaining.
HP because of the decay, and able to get a headshot. Finding far away from long. Sorry. Having to guard far away. 36 HP. Climbing and climbing. Coming from the decay. And the Nanoswarm doing a lot of work. Buying a lot of time here. Let's see if he'll be able to get it to half.
Oh no.
Yes, doing well.
That was very, very on edge, especially with Eugene S going for the big. I was scared that he would actually peek into the rifle because he wasn't able to half it anyway. But with nothing to contact off him, he had to go for that risky play. You see how they attack the B side, getting space and to eventually go for that C split. This one kill from Disrupt could have changed it all. Unfortunately for him, it didn't land. At the end of it, though, they still come up with a round 9 to 11. 2 rounds separate them from each other, but 2 rounds separate GameLab from winning the series.
Yeah, it was so tricky, right? You basically put Dritch on a very awkward situation, waiting for the decay to run out, or else you're gonna be one hit on the body, and the nanostorm you have to wait. So there's a lot of things that Sky did so right to win that round. And now, is this one of those? It worked the first round. Let's attack B once more. Kill Boogie. Overwhelm him onto the site. But this is really good. Glab decides to just back away, wait for the rest of the members to come, and then retake the site.
They do have the site control now, so it's all up to the straight 5v5 retake. Not the best position when you're on the defenders. You always want to try to get at least one. Rabbit still has a Prowler available if they're choosing to re-clear Garage, which he might opt to do so. But an interesting TP might happen with the Paranoia coming out. Not going to be able to check his angles, but Rabbit hits the shot. Owen able to shut him down. Go for the aggressive push as Spoil X just pushes on and tries to go for the retake here. With fully explosion, there's so many angles for them. This water falling and cascading off of it. At the end of it, they do end up on top with a defuse. The aggression from Glab never ceases to stop, even on the defense. They didn't do the normal team thing where they just retake the site and hold an angle. They chose to take the entire part of the map together.
Yeah, it's like one of those, okay, Sky had a really good post-plant position, they took a lot of space, but then the envelopment by Glab, just like, okay, I'll do like a second layer and I'll envelop you instead. And it was the other way around, so really good. I feel like Owen QT again with that kill. It's very important to take control of that part of the map, to take that, to diffuse that B site. So it's a technical pause, a tech pause at the moment. Glab now match point. Very close, and they're looking very good. Even though, let's just say, they don't have ults at the moment, Chase being the closest one. I think Nightfall is going to be very important to finish off this game.
That's very, very true. But speaking of ultimates, on the side of Sky Empire, they might not have the equal economy, but they have a lot of things to work with, especially the Rolling Thunder. I mean, the lockdown has its own impact in itself, you know, the area is great and all, but the Rolling Thunder is what allows them to fight into these weapons where they're normally at a disadvantage and kind of flip that on its head. RU can use his ultimate as well if they want to gain a bit more info, but it's going to be very important of how they choose to work the map, how they want to move, especially because they can't afford to take a lot of these long range engagements. They really have to be very careful because their life is on the line right now on the side of Sky Empire.
Yeah, Glab needing to win this round, to win this series. It has been a long day for Sky and Glab. They've been tested. All of these two maps have been incredibly close. And it feels like Sky, they've repeated success on towards B. Let's do it again. But look at Owen QT with this angle here. They know where he's shooting from, so they know that he's on top of the box. They decide not to push instead. I feel like this is a very good call from Sky as Glab is forced to use some of their util. And they get more, like 1 minute to rotate and decide where to go again.
I don't think they're actually going to rotate, and my guess, this is going to sound super nerdy, is because Eugene S is standing for the lineup that DRX Buzz used before for B site, and if he's not moving off that and he has contact already, they're going to go for the re-hit so that he can just throw the molly so he doesn't have to move. And it looks like they're trying to do that, but it looks like the trade's not going to work out in their favor. Boogie, though, is able to get one as well. And now in this 3v3, but with the weapon advantage not on their side as well as time, they have to decide of somewhere to go. They have to let go of their master plan of taking B side. And I think they're might go for a split here. 27 seconds is still remaining. The clock is still ticking. The stun will be able to stall them out. The lockdown might come in, but it might be a little too late. The bomb isn't down yet, and still 17 seconds are on the clock. Will they go for the TP? He won't have a TP out, so he'll have to fight this. But no, he chooses the Paranoia. He drops the spike in the open. The flash is still available as well. You can hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for Glab to secure the round. And again, Glab comes out on top in the series, 2-1 for GameLab.Alpha.
What a close series we had for our game number 2 today, Fluffy. That was again, it was basically an adaptation, a battle of adaptation. Who gets to adjust? Who gets to get to their win condition? And what we talked about earlier, GameLab.Alpha, once they're able to gain momentum at the first phase, especially when they're on attack, this sets up, the trend on and the mental to be able to finish off these rounds. It happened at Pearl. It didn't happen on Ascent, but it happened again here on Haven, and they did it really, really well. Look at their happy faces. They're so happy because this is their second win. They're already won up against Abaddon Abyss. Their second win now up against Sky Empire, and that's a big momentum. No, sorry, that's a big boost on their confidence. Especially they're gonna take this 2 series win onto the next week.
Yeah, more than anything, I think this win also represents how well they've stacked up against even veteran teams.
Yeah, this is they've already conquered, what do you call this? Tested against Abaddon Abyss. They've already tested against Sky Empire, and they have also tested in a way where all of these games where they won goes to map 3. This is a test of stamina too. You're crazy.
And when we look back at what happened this game, we can move on to our post-game screen to see the details and nitty-gritties of what happened. At the end of it, we have the score of 13-9 in favor of GameLab, but our MVP for the series for that team will be Boogie on his amazing killjoy. I think his impact frags were insane, especially regardless of the weapon that he's using, from frenzy to rifle, he's always doing the job. On the other side of things, Sky Empire will be represented by Kelly S, the MVP for their team, boasting 6 first blood kills with an average combat score of 293.
Yeah, Boogie was able to basically be the garage guardian here, especially the fact that Sky would opt for a lot of these garage pushes if things don't go their way on their initial attack. And I have to say though, if I were to put like a secondary honorable mention, it has to be Owen QT. A lot of these interesting angles, a lot of the angles where Sky doesn't expect, and it led to these rounds, snowballing at certain points in this map.
That's a great way to put it. Snowballing. That snowball effect really didn't stop because it felt like Sky didn't learn their lesson in being able to check a lot of these things. I feel like maybe the pressure from the clock winding down, they knew, oh guys, we have to do something right now because time is going down and we have to make a play. Can you please ready stun or ready do this and that? They just were just so caught up maybe in the moment that they weren't able to check and do it clearly. But because of that, they were punished, which is very surprising coming from a veteran team such as the players inside Sky Empire.
Yeah, it feels like the stamina, especially when we look at these long extended maps, it's been toe-to-toe in every single game that we've seen since Pearl, and therefore it probably took a toll on Sky. But at the end of the day, GameLab played this really well. Again, the Owen QT had these amazing angles and repositioning from the Omen. Was able to get 2 to 3 kills to set victory on the GameLab rounds that we've seen.
Yeah, and props to Sky in fairness, because even though GameLab did have those moments where we can see that Rich did deliver the win this game with Grab Unlimited, it's also Sky's resilience and ability to really fight back at times. Unfortunately, not enough for them, but congratulations to GameLab as they secure another win here on the VCT stage.
Yeah, and there you go. It's gonna be Dritch from GameLab that will be delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. He had an amazing performance on this Breach. Again, you talked about it, Fluffy, that Breach is an important pick, especially on Haven, especially with these 3 sites, especially the utility that he brings to the table.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's an important role, and if you can put it in someone who can deliver the win like that, you can always secure the rounds that you do need. Especially the last one. He was able to even shoot the guy through the paranoia somehow with a great crosshair placement, even flash for the delay. And even though his teammate was traded out on CT, he was there on site prepared to do everything that he needed to do to secure the round. And congratulations to them again.
Yeah, that's GameLab.Alpha having 2 wins already for this week 1 of the regular season, and that's going to help them again get this boost and carry it throughout the next few weeks. And I don't know, maybe too early to tell when we talk, and we'll get there when we talk about the playoffs. But of course, that is the end of our matches, at least for sure. There's still a lot to talk about from the panel, but before we head on over to them, we've been your casters. I'm Riku, together with me as Fluffy. We'll see you again next time, but don't go away. We're going first to a short break.
Hello guys! Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Philippines. This is the final panel of the day. Kasama niyo ako, si Likeable. Tingnan natin kung tama na. Dad Femina and si Honey Glaze, not to be mistaken with Daddy. Okay.
Talaga hit.
Nakita natin yung laban 2-1 dun sa GameLab.Alpha versus Sky Empire. Ang ganda nung nangyaring bakbakan doon. Pero kahit saan mo idaan, naniniwala na ako dito, Honey Glaze. Dahil ikaw si Daddy, meron tayong Mommy Buff. Meron tayong
Yes.
Mommy Buff. Shoutout nga pala kay Tita May. Maraming salamat sa suporta dito sa VCT. Pero Honey Glaze, effective ba talaga to?
Well, I think so. Dahil yun yung punot dulo kung lalaro rin natin. Para kang nai-inspire na magbalik-balik naman sa katulad na nakita naman natin effective dahil it's 8-2-2-1. Unang mapa man ay nakuha nga dito ng Sky Empire, pero ng pangalawang mapa dito ng Sky Empire. Pero pagdating on the third map, nakikita mo naman na sobrang active si Tita May on the command.
Yeah, I gotta agree there. Like, feeling ko, yung pinakamalaking question here is not if GameLab.Alpha can win against Sky Empire. The real question is if GameLab.Alpha can last long enough para mag-activate sila. Kasi, totoo na lagi naman may strats itong si Mr. Owen QT himself. Na naging si Omen QT, kumbaga, naging kamukha niya mismo si Omen habang natagal ang laro natin. Simply put, man, Polex being that firepower, everything has always been falling into place kasi nandito naman yung set pieces para sa ating GameLab.Alpha eh. It was on Sky Empire naman. Kailangan sinsan na yung laro as fast as they can. Kasi nandito na yung endurance ng ating GameLab.Alpha. Kailangan nilang tapusin agad para hindi sila umabot sa point where they can activate talaga.
Activate talaga. Yan naman ang pinakita sa atin ng team na to. Gusto ko lang rin i-commend no? Ang ganda talaga ng playstyle na itong team na to. At bago pa siya maging Omen Cutie na tuluyan dito sa Haven, naging Astra siya dito sa ating Ascent map. And nakakatuwa kasi yung playstyle dito kung saan very balanced yung pagka-push nila rin dito. Ay, sorry. Nagkakamali pala ako. Ang nasa isip ko kanina na push is on the other side. Yung Sky Empire. Yung pagka-push kasi kanina dito ng Astra with the Killjoy, parang pagka-lurk, 3 and 2 push sila. Pero dito kasi ako naaaliw na ang ganda talaga ng may Astra din sa team kasi may global presence ka. Meron kang style na pwede kang mag-lurk para sa team mo. And ayan na nga, nakikita natin yung mga shots dito. Pag-usapan din natin yung mga kaganapan on the other side naman, Honey Glaze. Ano ba yung nag-impress sa'yo pagdating dito sa GLAB or GLAB? Lalong-lalo na balita ko may jersey na paparating sa'yo.
Nakita na yun, nung naka-comment niya na so Matt Owen, tinake na kaagad, no? Pero going back into the game, going back in the map of hate, gotta agree na talagang nag-shots dito, and then there's reach, pero kasi ang talagang punot dulo dito kapag hindi nagiging effective dito, may maaalala or rather may aalalay sa kanya. There's always Boogie as a cleanup, nandun siya bilang team, para talaga balik at babalikan natin para make off dito ang Sky Empire. Ang kaso very close na rin itong series na ito para or rather itong game na ito, itong Sky para sana makakambak.
Para sana makakambak. Pero kinulang. Kaya naman itong GameLab.Alpha ang panalo at Dad Femina, si Fall X ang ating MVP dito. Matanong lang kita, ano bang pumasok sa isip mo at naisip mo ang On the Wings of GLAB?
Honestly, it just makes sense. Kasi yung GLAB, ang napakalapit sa love, diba? Yun pa naman yung nagpapabuff kay Fall X, yung pagmamahal ng nanay niya. Kaya siya naging series MVP. Kaya on the wings of GLAB, sa panalo nila ngayon na 2-0 sa ating regular season, ganito ka-easy pa lang. You just gotta commend this guy. Ever since we saw him, nung nag-jet siya, una pa lang, sa kanilang first series against Abaddon, kita ko na yung talent at kita ko na yung tools to succeed etong si Fall X. He revolves around the energy of GameLab.Alpha, and even if Paul X does not succeed, nandyan naman yung iba pang mga set pieces. Kaya nandyan ang leader na si Owen QT. I know that I like to talk about Owen QT a lot, but you have to talk about him always leading the way para mag-succeed ang ating young talent na si Paul X, who has now been coveted as one of the best duelists that we have ngayon. And the best part about that, new generation of duelists tong si Paul X.
Totoo namang new generation all around itong GameLab.Alpha. Ngayon, na-mention mo na naman si Owen Cute, hindi talaga natin may pagkakait na napaka-phenomenal player niya rin talaga dito, lalong-lalo na kasi siya yung IGL. So, siya yung nagdidictate kung anong klaseng playstyle yung ibabato nila sa specific round na to. So, Honey Glaze, sa'yo ko talaga ibabato tong question na to kasi alam ko, ready ka dito. Makukumpara mo ba itong si Owen Cutie kay Blue Lock Isagi?
Oh.
Na-excite tuloy ako. I kinda think so kasi kaya in Blue Lock talaga makikita mo players of his team pero at the meantime makikita mo rin naman na siya rin mismo ay ng highlight. Pagka nakikita mo na nakakakiligting na makikita, he's been really hype out pagdating times na magpa-pop off na siya. Really hype out naman din sa mga times na persahin dito ang kabilang team na maghuhulog muna dahil sa amin pa rin yung control ng tempo. Dahil I gotta agree, QT has been really phenomenal. 2 series na versus Abaddon Abyss, and then on this one, sa pagbato niya talagang kumonect pati sa mga casters and even here in our panel.
Connect na connect talaga. At dahil napakaganda ng mga input ng ating panelists, dito na natin isasara itong series na to between GameLab.Alpha and Sky Empire. Alamin naman natin kung ano nga ba yung updated standings natin dito. Kasi this is day 3, meaning nagkakilanlan na yung iba't ibang teams. Nagpakilala sila ng first 2 days pero this time around, hindi naman round 2 pero may nakikilala pa silang ibang teams dito, diba Dad Femina? Meron ka bang masasabi sa current standings natin? Is this up to your expectations?
Honestly, since at first time pa rin naman natin nakita yung Oasis Gaming and now I was reflecting on this score, yeah, definitely. The schedule though, it really favored Alpha so far kasi showcase naman nila yung kanilang strength as a team. Gaano katagal sila naglaro? Like let's say, nagtagal ang laro mismo, yun yung nagiging strength na ilalabas ng GameLab.Alpha. They're confident that they can close out the game, which will be reflected on the regular season so far kung mag-i-improve pa sila lalo. Can they close games out na mas mabilis? Can they consider yung playstyle na meron sila ngayon? Since flexible na ngayon si Paul X as a duelist, that's all that they have to look out for ngayon. For the other teams naman, yung mga younger players na parang yung Abaddon Abyss, you're gonna say the same for them. They're still trying to improve, maybe polish everything around. Nakabawi naman sila ngayon, di ba? Kaya konting weeks pa lang, makikita natin sila mag-rise up. As for all the bigger orgs, yung Oasis tsaka yung tamang ramp up lang kasi parang bago lang din naman yung roster na naihanda natin para sa 2023 season. And the fact that still 2023 is still up for a lot more surprises, I'm really confident na ang dami pa nating dito lalo na pag nagtagal ang regular season.
Ang gusto ko sabihin dito talaga, ito yung one line ako pang pinapractice kanina eh. Okay. Nakalimutan ko tuloy. Pero ito, we have new bloods. Make way because we have new bloods coming into play. Dahil look, GameLab.Alpha open qualifiers, the lower open qualifiers, they're over even the team. So I'm really happy to see naman natin na pupursige dito na best, but that's just the first week. So I'm really excited to see nasa Naos and Oasis dahil syempre they're one of the biggest teams na talagang aabang.
Ayun na nga eh, tama ka dyan, Honey Glaze. Week 1 pa lang to. Dahil dyan, alamin natin ano nga ba yung magiging schedule natin for week number 2. Sino kaya ang susunod na maglalaban dito sa ating VCT Philippines? Yan na nga. It's SR Nakage versus APH first on the plate, and then eto na. Ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-inaabangan na games dito for sure, Honey Glaze. Oasis versus Naos. Any thoughts on these two teams finally meeting on this stage again?
Kasi I love both teams. I love Oasis. I love Naos. And just really have that heavy yung stop between them. Not disregard SR Nakage and PH. They have a lot of more things to natin sa series na ito. And sabi nga natin pa lang naman. So, more to come para sa invited teams natin.
Parang tapos na yung mga first impressions that time around. Ngayon, parang mga same matchups na lang makikita natin. Same flavors, pero iba naman yung magiging twist natin. Since Action PH, I'm pretty sure they have scrimmed up against itong SR Nakage. Pero eto, dito sa VCT, big stage natin malalaman kung sino magka-crumble under the pressure at sino yung magta-thrive sa pressure na ibibigay nila doon. And as you said, no, Oasis Gaming versus Naos Esports, that is the big matchup that we're looking out for next weekend, man. Pinag-usapan kahapon kung sino yung top 1. Pati ako napapasakit ng ulo para malaman kung sino yung gusto ko manalo ng time na yun, di ba? Kaya maghintay na lang tayo for next week. Sure ako, magiging napakalaking banger yan.
Ay, ako na yung kinakabahan para sa mga games next week. Kasi even though, alam mo yon, meron tayong point system na nagaganap dito. May round robin tayo na nagaganap. At the end of the day kasi, tumataas yung tension kada linggo kasi as the tournament days keep on coming, there's more material for all of the other teams to study, the existing teams sa dito. Kumbaga, itong mga unang araw, tinitest pa lang nila lalo na yung iba na wala pa silang masyadong footage ng mga or VODs ng mga gameplay nila. So yung iba parang, ay, mysterious naman na itong mga to, baka may surprise factor. Pero ito na nagpakilala na lahat meron ng info na available. So para sa akin, mas mahihirapan na, pahirap na ng pahirap yung laban from this point. Pero bago ang lahat, bago natin tapusin ang show, nais ulit namin magpasalamat of course sa aming napaka-espesyal na mga sponsors tulad na lang ng Mineski Philippines together with Riot Games for making this event possible.
Huwag natin kalimutan ang Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery all day, every day. Subscribe na kayo sa Grab Unlimited right now for only 9 pesos on your first month. That's right mga kaibigan, 9 pesos lang.
We would like to also thank the amusement section.
Ayan na nga. Alam mo, dahil na-mention mo yung Grab Only, naalala ko tuloy yung tanong sa akin kanina. Tarik Santos, kung nandyan ka pa, kumain na ako. Kasi, ginamit ko yung Grab Only ko. Ganun ka-simple lang guys. Kung ako sa inyo, mag-sign up na din kayo for that one. Register na kayo or subscribe rather in your proper term. This has been Likeable, Dad Femina, and Honey Glaze on the panel, otherwise known as Daddy. And thank you guys so much for watching us for day number 3 of VCT Philippines. We'll see you guys next week.
That Femina with a double D.
We're soaring up high, got no clue. How do I know what I mean to you? Yeah. Say it out loud, spill the truth. Tell me how I'm gonna get close to you. Yeah. High and low, in between, acting out, maybe.
Hello.